Hello everyone and welcome to Monaco and the PokerStars Championship presented by the Monte-Carlo Casino. We are here for the 4th championship of 2017 and the first European event of the year. I am James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies. Welcome back to Monte-Carlo. It is sick.
And here we are at the Monte-Carlo Bay Hotel and Resort inside the most beautiful poker room in the world, the Salle des Etoiles, for 5 days of coverage of the championship main event, picking up the action here on day 2 from noon, Central European Summer Time, following the action through days 3, 4 and 5 until Friday, when it's the final table, cards up from 2 p.m. local time.
All of the hole cards for your eyes and ear holes.
We want you to get involved with the broadcast. We are a live experience. We are an interactive experience. Follow us on Twitter at PokerStars TV. Use the hashtag PokerStars TV. We are, of course, on Facebook. We are on Twitch, where there is live chat. We are, of course, on Snapchat. And we are on Instagram. Look forward to reading your questions and comments over the course of the day. 6 levels of poker to play on day 2 as the fields merge from days 1A and 1B. And
get in touch, my babies.
State of play. 329 players remaining from a total field of just over 716. 235 played day 1A, 481 entered day 1B. Entries still open until the start of day 2, and these are currently the top 10 stacks in the room. Jeffrey Hakim, a regular on the tour, the biggest stack of all, plus some other familiar names in that top 10, including Manig Lerza and Stefan Schilhabel.
Do you know how hard it is to have 300 big blinds at this stage of the tournament and to have 100 more than the guy in second place?
Yeah, as we come into play, the blinds will be 500, 1,000 with a 100 ante. It will be the 9th level of the main event.
I was talking to Ike Haxton the other night, ran into him at the bar, not drinking, by the way, myself, Ike was. I spoke to him about Jeffrey Hakim and his day 1 performance, and he said that it is pretty much impossible to get that many chips unless you are smiled upon by the poker gods for about 8 hours. He said if 47, 48 sets is what you need to flop to have a stack that big on day 2.
Now, I can't quite believe that we have a feature table this good on day 2 of a championship main event. This is more like a lineup in the super high roller, headlined by some of the biggest names in the game. John Juanda, winner of the 2015 Barcelona main event. Charlie Carroll, Christoph Vogelsang, Jack Salter, runner-up here in Monte-Carlo back in 2014. Igor Kurganov, the newest member of Team Pro. Peter Eichhardt, a player who went deep in the Barcelona main event the year that John Juanda won it. And of course, one of the early faces from those early years of the EPT. Plus Preben Stocken, who's also played on the tour for a few years.
Stocken blocking. Some of the biggest names in poker, and Jack Salter.
So 7-handed on the main feature table for the start of the play. We also have a secondary feature table, which we'll introduce you to a bit later on. That's the most important thing to say here, Joe. I think people have been used to us just being a live stream for the last couple of years, and maybe they've seen the final table on TV. We are back, and it's the first time we've done it since Monte-Carlo in 2015. Multi-day tournament coverage for our highlight shows. So we are going to be producing TV shows from today, and that means the return of that secondary feature table.
I mean, when you watch a show on Netflix, you don't just watch the season finale, right? You got a story. You grow to love the people or hate them. Who knows what's going to happen this week? Now, we're used to that with the live coverage, but we are back to telling the whole story from beginning to end on television.
So that means the action you see today, okay, some of those big hands, you might not know the whole cards because we are 100% live. We are whole cards down for today. But later in the year, when those highlight shows appear on TV channels around the world, when they appear on PokerStars.tv and the PokerStars YouTube channel, you will get to see those whole cards.
I mean, it was all fun and games, right? The last couple of stops, knowing it would never air on TV, so we got to speculate as much as we want. We knew we'd never be wrong, and now, well, we're going to find out.
Absolutely. So the players taking their seats, unbagging their chips. Talking of TV, the last 2 days, while the Super High Roller events have been played here in Monte-Carlo, we have been staging a special cash game series, also coming to TV soon.
I'm sorry, I wanted to listen to you talk about cash games, but that hair, though.
Yes, the Afghan hound lookalike that is Igor Kurganov. He actually played in the cash game at the same table as Charlie Carroll, and those two guys are sharing a feature table here in the main event.
I really don't care for the Jesus comparisons every time somebody has long hair and a little bit of facial hair, but come on. That guy walked on water to get here.
I'm going to say rah-rah Rasputin, lover of the Russian queen.
Let's do that. Let's do that. That's better.
So all the time, none.
So yeah, really enjoyed filming that cash game over the last 2 days, and I appreciate there was no stream and you guys are going to have to wait for it, but trust me, it will be worth the wait. Some great characters, some great poker, and an unbelievable hand involving Kevin Hart.
Kevin Hart.
I
I guess welcome to the gang, Kevin Hart. Also, plenty of noise being made about that guy. Involvement now with our little poker site.
So Igor Kurganov, the first time we really got to know this guy was in 2012 here in Monte-Carlo when he won the high roller. I believe he was heads up against Daniel Negreanu.
He was
in
the
that
bad
tournament.
guy. He was like the guy with the evil-sounding Russian name that beat my friend Daniel, beat all of our friend Daniel.
And since then, he's had a lot of success in the high rollers and super high rollers here. Made the final table of the super high roller 3 years in a row.
I really like it better than Daniel, honestly.
If you know someone who wants to fly right now,
Find someone.
There is Charlie Carroll.
I don't
Won the high roller
Friend.
in Monte-Carlo a couple of years back for 1.1 million euros.
Charlie Carroll loves water, loves to
One
hydrate.
thing that certainly works, if it's not Monaco, is Vegas.
Yeah.
Every day this kid drinking water, unbelievable.
Oh yeah. This is not safe. Somebody might steal it.
Out from the table.
Oh, okay.
I thought Steve O'Dwyer had
On the small table there.
John
Played and made
Joanda,
every-
main event champion in Barcelona back in 2015. Obviously,
Yeah.
a lot of other
Yeah, the original
tournament results on his CV.
I feel like that was the last time that we did TV coverage of Barcelona 2015. Is that accurate?
There's also an easy solution.
No, you may remember the final table last year. There was quite an epic last hand involving a Polish kid.
Right.
Just like your table, right?
I mean the multi-day
Sometimes you just
coverage.
gotta cut stuff.
Cutting
just did the final
can solve
table in
a lot of
Barcelona.
problems.
Okay, well,
Exactly.
You know at the start when I said it's the first time we've done it since
Mentally,
Monte-Carlo
like, sometimes
2015?
cutting can
Right,
solve a lot of
that.
I
problems.
was close.
I had a problem with the tooth. It also would have worked to just cut it out.
Right.
Just like, that would have been the cheapest solution.
I'm sure I would love
Cutting certain part of our body too would be cheap.
Well, I hope Jack Salter's injury isn't a result of
Yeah, no more problems.
some makeup.
You can even make money. That's how cheap it is.
Save money.
If it makes you sleepy, you
So
probably
here are players entering the room before the start of play today. Daniel Negreanu bringing a relatively short stack to our secondary feature table.
I haven't looked into that too much yet. Poker is
Jason
going to
Mercier and pregnant
You know,
bride,
countries like India,
Natasha.
some of the really poor
All
countries,
three of them.
Like somebody need like an
Ola
organ
Shemian, dressed for the occasion,
donor,
as ever.
transfer, they cannot find it, you know, then they just go to India and get somebody to kill
Faraz
somebody.
Jaka sharing a
Get the
table
body
today
part.
with King Dan Smith. He's still my beating heart, it's Gail Bauman.
One and only.
The man with the shortest commute, Patrick Antonius, lives here in Monte-Carlo. He's got Benjamin Pollock and Randy Liu at his table.
Randy!
Is she FaceTiming or vlogging?
I think she's just smiling at herself. You're the best.
Oh, she's FaceTiming her mum. And there is Maria Ho, who was working with us on the cash game coverage the last 2 days, now playing the main event, again, nursing quite a short stack at the start of the day.
Yeah, she said that she registered late last night after you guys were done filming, bagged 16 big blinds.
So a reminder of the state of things today. We know that there are at least 716 total entrants. There may be more as there are some people buying in late at the start of day two. A field of around 330 returning for day two, 6 levels of poker to be played. Day two, we play 75-minute levels. So 2 levels break, 2 levels break, 2 levels done for the day. And it could be that we see the bubble hit and maybe the bubble burst during the last level of the day. So strap yourselves in, we're gonna get the action started, gonna get cards in the air. Here's the TD, Thomas Lamache.
Good morning and welcome all players back to day 2 of our PokerStars Championship main event. So I want to welcome all players back. Congratulations to reach day number 2. I just want to give you very fast information for day 2. The first one, we play 6 levels of 75 minutes, so it's kind of the shortest day of the main event. So we finished around 8:30. The next level, we have a running ante of 100, blinds of 500, 1000. Dealer button is on position number 1. I wish you the best of luck, and dealer shuffle up and deal.
Let's get the party started with our star-studded feature table.
Is the button on
Day one of our
or-
coverage of the PokerStars Championship
Is it
Monte
called
Carlo
arrow
main
second
event.
chance?
I think it's called second chance, yeah. 25K second chance. Because it starts at a time when people have busted.
Yeah.
Has the button been determined?
Yes. Igor
Wait,
is busted.
I had booked
Tomorrow.
what time? Yeah.
It's a single day.
So like 12:30.
I would assume.
Yeah.
So tomorrow's 25K is half an hour level.
No, half an hour. And then the day after tomorrow,
Maybe
there's
1 hour.
like the big 25K,
1 hour
hour level, 1 million guaranteed.
Okay.
And then the day after that at 6 p.m.
1 million first prize guarantee?
Yeah.
That's a bit better even than 1 million.
6 p.m. 6
Yeah.
p.m. is like a
So, yeah.
half an hour level also.
Is that right?
The one that starts at 6 p.m.
No, that's like half an hour
Is
again.
that what this is?
But 2 days
assume so, yeah.
Yeah.
because it starts at 6 p.m.
Yeah.
Do we have a shot clock on this one?
We are finding that.
No.
Oh no, no shot clock for this.
We could
one.
make a
Oh,
free
yeah,
flop
This
one.
is
We'll
the
play as if there is a shot.
Free flop we can play with.
great idea.
second.
I think he's used to the shot
It's an
clock.
honorary shot clock tournament.
Takes me longer to look at the cards though than actually.
It's a gentleman agreement. Shot clock.
501? 2500.
Levi's, it's probably in our interest to play this and go to another table. Yeah,
Possibly.
I mean, I'm pretty sure it is.
I don't know, man. I'm pretty
no.
confident.
Let's see how much you push those.
there.
Curious how strongly you'll push those 20 bucks.
No, I mean, to get to another table where you have a bigger
You
edge.
do have me to your left, so I think yeah.
you gotta
take things slow.
TV table play, John?
Looks like Igor is setting the pace with a 2.5x raise.
Wait, television
shit.
cameras are off, right?
Can I get it back?
Was,
Let's try a
this was
45.
somehow like 100k buy and I had 100 myself. I would tank every hand to be honest.
3-bet from
Yeah, no,
Juanda,
I mean,
called by Eagle.
I'm not going to now.
In theory, even if you
Consider that a new
if you
pace.
think you have like
Kurganov.
10% bigger edge than the average player, it's probably still good for you to play few hands and not any hands.
You can just pretend you have a stroke or can't handle the cameras or something.
And that was a significant portion of Juanda's stack to 3-bet pre-flop. Before all the questions start rolling in, John Juanda reps Indonesia. That's the flag you see
What are
there.
you guys complaining about then? It's a great table.
The honorary shot clock has been abandoned, apparently. Its initiator.
He's got 3 time banks.
There was a shot clock in the super high roller.
Indeed.
Banks yesterday.
Really?
Yeah. 18 people left.
And you Vogel saying? Yeah, I was also quite a slow player. I avoided chocolates for a bit, and then when I played them, I never even really used it.
Oh, I use them all every time, pretty much.
All right, well,
Well,
Juana's
you
got
always
less than a
have to
pot-sized bet left behind.
Obviously, I'm sometimes I want to use one, but it's worth saving it early on.
Sorry, Juana's got fewer than a pot-sized bet left behind. I always screw that one up.
All in.
I have to call you, John.
Oh shit. Got a 7.
No, I have this.
Juanda all in and at risk.
Ace.
King Queen against Queen 5.
A7.
Ace of diamonds. Give it to him. It's fine.
John Juanda
5
thought
and
he was
10.
3-betting a loose button raise. He
always
was
comes
not.
with 7, though. I don't know. You know.
Drawing to a chop.
Queen.
Always.
Professional poker players, ladies and gentlemen. They know
Yeah.
When did you like your hand, Igor?
Thank you.
I don't like TV table.
Evidently. See you, John. See you.
First hand of the day and we lose
I'll
John
try even
Juanda.
harder though on the other thing.
Yeah, now you have to. You
Oh,
owe it to
no, I
me.
really. Now I feel like I owe you.
He didn't have trips.
Hmm?
Don't forget your...
Yeah.
John Juanda is John Naganda.
One hand.
Gon Juanda probably would have been better there.
Yeah, bring on Steve.
This is a good collective effort to try and make the table a bit easier.
Yeah.
I like it.
And
So we
you
should-
contributed 1 ante, or?
We should.
I'm just here for you
We
guys.
should high five Igor for doing that.
Well,
Hello everyone and welcome to Monaco and the PokerStars Championship presented by the Monte-Carlo Casino. We are here for the 4th championship of 2017 and the first European event of the year. I am James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies. Welcome back to Monte-Carlo. It is sick.
And here we are at the Monte-Carlo Bay Hotel and Resort inside the most beautiful poker room in the world, the Salle des Etoiles, for 5 days of coverage of the championship main event, picking up the action here on day 2 from noon, Central European Summer Time, following the action through days 3, 4 and 5 until Friday, when it's the final table, cards up from 2 p.m. local time.
All of the hole cards for your eyes and ear holes.
We want you to get involved with the broadcast. We are a live experience. We are an interactive experience. Follow us on Twitter at PokerStars TV. Use the hashtag PokerStars TV. We are, of course, on Facebook. We are on Twitch, where there is live chat. We are, of course, on Snapchat. And we are on Instagram. Look forward to reading your questions and comments over the course of the day. 6 levels of poker to play on day 2 as the fields merge from days 1A and 1B. And
get in touch, my babies.
State of play. 329 players remaining from a total field of just over 716. 235 played day 1A, 481 entered day 1B. Entries still open until the start of day 2, and these are currently the top 10 stacks in the room. Jeffrey Hakim, a regular on the tour, the biggest stack of all, plus some other familiar names in that top 10, including Manig Lerza and Stefan Schilhabel.
Do you know how hard it is to have 300 big blinds at this stage of the tournament and to have 100 more than the guy in second place?
Of the main event.
I was talking to Ike Haxton the other night, ran into him at the bar, not drinking, by the way, myself, Ike was. I spoke to him about...
As we come into play, the blinds will be 500, 1,000 with a 100 ante. It will be the 9th level.
Jeffrey Hakim and his day 1 performance, and he said that it is pretty much impossible to get that many chips unless you are smiled upon by the poker gods for about 8 hours. He said if 47, 48 sets is what you need to flop to have a stack that big on day 2.
Now, I can't quite believe that we have a feature table this good on day 2 of a championship main event. This is more like a lineup in the super high roller. Headlined by some of the biggest names in the game. John Juanda, winner of the 2015 Barcelona main event. Charlie Carroll, Christoph Vogelsang, Jack Salter, runner-up here in Monte-Carlo back in 2014. Igor Kurganov, the newest member of Team Pro. Peter Eichhardt, a player who went deep in the Barcelona main event the year that John Juanda won it. And of course, one of the early faces from those early years of the EPT. Plus Preben Stocken, who's also played on the tour for a few years.
Stocken blocking. Some of the biggest names in poker, and Jack Salter.
So 7-handed on the main feature table for the start of the play. We also have a secondary feature table, which we'll introduce you to a bit later on. That's the most important thing to say here, Joe. I think people have been used to us just being a live stream for the last couple of years, and maybe they've seen the final table on TV. We are back, and it's the first time we've done it since Monte-Carlo in 2015. Multi-day tournament coverage for our highlight shows. So we are going to be producing TV shows from today, and that means the return of that secondary feature table.
I mean, when you watch a show on Netflix, you don't just watch the season finale, right? You got a story. You grow to love the people or hate them. Who knows what's going to happen this week? Now, we're used to that with the live coverage, but we are back to telling the whole story from beginning to end on television.
So that means the action you see today, okay, some of those big hands, you might not know the whole cards because we are 100% live. We are whole cards down for today. But later in the year, when those highlight shows appear on TV channels around the world, when they appear on PokerStars.tv and the PokerStars YouTube channel, you will get to see those whole cards.
I mean, it was all fun and games, right? The last couple of stops, knowing it would never air on TV, so we got to speculate as much as we want. We knew we'd never be wrong, and now, well, we're going to find out.
Absolutely. So the players taking their seats, unbagging their chips. Talking of TV, the last 2 days, while the Super High Roller events have been played here in Monte-Carlo, we have been staging a special cash game series, also coming to TV soon.
I'm sorry, I wanted to listen to you talk about cash games, but that hair, though.
Yes, the Afghan hound lookalike that is Igor Kurganov. He actually played in the cash game at the same table as Charlie Carroll, and those two guys are sharing a feature table here in the main event.
I really don't care for the Jesus comparisons every time somebody has long hair and a little bit of facial hair, but come on. That guy walked on water to get
all
here.
The time, or
I'm going to say Ra Rasputin, lover of the Russian queen.
Let's do that. Let's do that. That's better.
so all the time none?
So yeah, really enjoyed filming that cash game over the last 2 days, and I appreciate there was no stream and you guys are going to have to wait for it, but trust me, it will be worth the wait. Some great characters, some great poker, and an unbelievable hand involving Kevin Hart.
Kevin Hart.
No.
Is it, are there whole cards
I guess
immediately?
welcome to the gang, Kevin Hart also. Plenty of noise being made about that guy. Involvement now with our little poker site.
Cut a piece off.
So Igor Kurganov, the first time we really got to know this guy was in 2012 here in Monte-Carlo when he won the high roller. I believe he was heads up against Daniel Negreanu.
He was
in
the
that
bad
tournament.
guy. He was like the guy with the evil-sounding Russian name that beat my friend Daniel, beat all of our friend Daniel.
One way would be certainly to
And since then, he's had a lot of success in the high rollers and super high rollers here. Made the final table of the super high roller 3 years in a row.
available in London.
No, I really like him better than Daniel. What's a pretty strong hand? 10-9? 8-9? Or Vogelsang led the turn.
Vogelsang folds river, and the pot goes to Preben Stokken.
You stack those chips at a right angle, buddy.
Good fold, Vogue.
I think so.
I'm going to go ahead and say it's a good fold, too. No way of backing that up.
Stokken up to 67,400. 67
Yeah,
big
I'm
blind
trying to make
stack. Igor Kurganov, the table
My
chip
phone
leader with
is sometimes
122
just
bigs.
Because I need to something shorter.
Does Vogelsang have any like cool cookie meaning?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Vogel means bird, and sang is the past tense of sing, like so, bird song kind of.
Bird sang.
Bird sounds. One? That's why it's just bird in my phone.
Yeah, that makes a lot more sense actually.
Well, that means I just call you Bird.
Christoph Tweeter.
The call you in school a lot.
Really? Are we talking with like
now I wanna.
with like happy
Refer to
connotations?
you as Vogel. I wouldn't try and address you as it.
In German, we call each other by your surname quite a lot, like as a nickname. So people always called me Vogel. No one ever called me Christoph.
The bird.
So we move on to the third hand of the day, and
So it was also meant nicely when they were saying football?
I don't know.
Been there, my friend.
And just to address Xavi's question quickly, he notices the whole cards cams again on the TV table. That's because this is now
Can you let me know if I expose at any time?
a TV table, Xavi, not just a live stream table. Got to get those cool shots for the shows.
Cool shots.
Folding. Leading.
No cards though, that's good.
Hashtag PokerStars TV if you want to get in touch. So Stokken open to 2,500. Eichart called on the button. And Jack Salter is in from the big blind. We're three-handed on this queen, queen, four flop. Two hearts out there.
Good call.
Jack has checked.
One player, two players? Two players we're getting. Negreanu and O'Dwyer. Who would have thought?
No.
I'm
That was
sure.
a cool experience overall, Vogue.
Good. I really liked school. I liked studying in general. I think it was.
I think we crushed it.
Yeah, I was a good student, I would say.
Good question,
very
Charlie Carroll.
Ambitious.
Yeah.
Studying.
What were you gonna do if you didn't poker?
Oh, I still don't really know, but I studied business economics, and then my master was risk and finance. So, but maybe something entrepreneurial. Quite a lot of my friends in Berlin are working in startups from my undergraduate university. So,
following the money.
Did they work as a team partially as well, or are they mostly separate?
well, they work in teams, but not
What I
with,
mean is with the
not
same
with.
people, you know?
I mean, maybe like they network a little bit, and we always go on vacation together. Like when it's like crisis tension days, they like for a few days. It was the Queen of Diamonds, which I saw.
Straighty flushy paired board sort of shows a winner.
Even show the suit. Yeah, you were the Queen. I was like,
No, I didn't see anything, of course. But yeah, no, they're not working together as a team.
hey, hello.
Hello. Hi, guys.
Hello. Hi.
Got two new players coming to the
A
table.
little bit, I guess, yeah. I think it probably helps you when you're running badly to think about it in an academic way and to just think, okay, there's a chance of like 15% that
we do have to
this
RFI
happens
and then
if I
show the
have
camera,
that
right?
and that win rate.
Okay,
What I
Yeah,
also
I don't
find
know.
like
In that order.
yeah, exactly. Like
And it helps
it's
you-
pretty helpful to go the other way about. If I played 10,000 hands, then this bad thing is supposed to happen, basically.
Yeah.
Like on average, I will get one terrible thing and three bad
we
things
need
happen to me.
to. Oh, okay.
What are you talking about?
Well, just if you look at any graph of like playing 10,000 hands,
Yeah.
if you're doing well, or if you're looking at anyone who's played 100 tournaments, bad things are supposed to happen to you. Like,
Oh, yeah, for sure.
you're not supposed to win 80-20s 4 times a win, 1 time a loss. 4 times a win, 1 time a loss.
Whenever Igor talks, I feel like a 19-year-old co-ed in like a
Kinda like the
philosophy
thing when
class
humans
that's
try
way
to
too smart for
generate
me.
random
Like I have no
numbers,
idea what
but
he's
they
saying,
actually
but it
don't
makes me
go
feel
very
weird on the
random.
inside, like
But, like,
strangely
the sequences
aroused.
are usually like 1 0 1 0 1 1 0
Really?
instead of like 1 1 1 1 1 0 0 0.
Yeah.
Which is totally bound to happen as well.
So the two new players at the table are Francesco Favia
brains are
and
not used to
Nicola
thinking in large numbers.
D'Anselmo.
Yeah, I guess we kind of just associate randomness with just like disparity.
It's not your turn.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, this thing got me confused. Sorry, guys.
Both players Italian.
High off painkillers, Jack.
For the cameras.
Yeah.
What got you confused, Jack?
I don't know, this whole camera deal. I was trying to look early to not waste my time.
It was like, do we go
Come
left
on,
to
man.
right, right to left? Hook? There's a
Bro,
camera. I
get a
don't know what's
grip.
going on.
Get a grip.
It's okay, it's okay.
It's not like Jack hasn't been here before. I'm sure many of our long-time viewers remember that epic heads-up battle at this very table between Jack Salter and Antonio Bonanno.
He's probably logged more
Close to
time
the
at this
office,
table
but
than literally anyone else other than Antonio Bonanno. Bonanno, no.
Can't really move it that much now, though. And then can't do that very well.
You don't want to move the other one either, because then you just have one really huge arm. The other one's just going to be limp and tiny. Don't want to be off balance.
Yeah, that's true, yeah. Not, my arm's not too huge, though. I should be alright. But yeah, the muscle instantly, your arm just withers
That's
within
right.
like a week. It's just nothing there, like, it's crazy.
Vogelsang wins that pot with a pre-flop 3-bet.
Any chance we're gonna get to play any poker while we're here?
Yeah, of course, we've got our free rolls every day, and of course, later on in the stream, we'll tell you the password for today's PokerStars TV free roll. But this event also sees the return of the bounty bonus events.
Yes.
Details on that coming up very shortly. Your chance to play against me, Joe, and the other commentator, Matt Broughton.
Guys, I'm gonna need some more money for rebuys because I'm broke. Totally out money in my account. So, gonna need a couple of dollars.
So we're roughly 20 minutes into play. Tournament clock still showing 329 remaining from a starting field of 716. Later on today, we should get confirmed numbers. We'll get a confirmed prize pool and confirmed payouts. And a decent chance that during the last level of the day, we hit the bubble and potentially make the money here on day 2 of this main event. So one of the new players at the table involved in action here. Kurgels opened under the gun +1 to 2,300. Francesco Favia has called out of the hijack.
It looks like Jack Salter is getting involved.
Christoph, what was the hands when you called 15?
When
Ace of hearts on the river. You bet 15. Yeah.
Is he wearing himself on his shirt?
10, 9, 8.
You call him, right?
No, I folded.
Nicola D'Anselmo folds the big blind. We go three-way to the flop.
Ooh.
It's straighty, it's flushy. King, queen, 10 of spades.
Royalizing.
No c-bet from Kurgels. Action checked to one of the two new Italian players at the table, Francesco Favia. He makes it 3,500, just over 1/3 of what's in the middle already.
Really super wet board. Betting into two opponents. Pre-flop raiser. Looks strong to me.
Just realized, Joe, that with his left arm in a sling, Jack Salter can't do the triangle thing.
You'll all be very pleased to hear that. Salter raising.
11,300.
It's your stack, please. Thank you.
Kurgels has them both covered.
You know, I play poker all the time one-handed, but for a much different reason. Online, at least. Multiple screens open.
So Igor has folded. Action back on Francesco.
Do we see the whole cards in the stream? Do you know? No. I guess we'll have to tell each other our hands then, as you suggested.
This is going to hit Salter pretty regularly. He also knows that this is a scary board for a lot of hands, so if Salter has some kind of blocker, he can make this raise. And it looks like he is not going to get a fold.
So we're going heads up to the turn. Nearly 32K in the middle, and it's a fourth spade on the turn, the 8 of spades.
Jack's supposed to bet again here. If he's got a complete air ball, maybe he thinks better of it. One of the hands that Favia would bet call with would obviously be a big ace, but excuse me, the ace of spades.
Well, the action has gone check, check, taking us to the river, which is the jack of diamonds.
Okay. Is it posted?
In case you really wanted to make sure you only needed one card to play, 4 card straight, 4 card flush.
Xavi, I think we answered your question. The whole card cameras are there because of the TV shows, so we can see their cards on TV.
For cool shots.
Favia bets 13,000 on the river.
Smallish bet. I think he's going to have it here most of the time. I think Jack's going to have to give this a little tanky tank and then a little foley fold. Bloop, bloop. Oh. Oh. Hello.
Hey.
Started around 100.
Oh, wait, well, no, okay. Well, I mean, let's backpedal here.
I haven't ordered the vegan place. It's too late.
You have royal flush?
Do you have a royal
Ace jack of
flush?
spades?
I don't remember.
Should double check. She might be facing some more action.
Do you have a royal flush? You know, he's losing to something besides a royal, possibly, too. Right? Do you think Jack Salter has Jack 9 of spades?
No. Because then it would be impossible for his opponent. To
Right,
have a
but
roll
that's
flush.
why it'd be such a genius question to ask.
Or just the jack of spades? You remember if you had that one? No.
Salter really think he's going to be bluffing in this spot with a bet that size? Maybe. Some people would go for really small sizing on their bluffs.
Okay, I'm definitely not going to raise that shit.
I mean, I give him a lot of credit for thinking about this. I don't know if you have a hand that you can't raise with how you call here.
Because he was thinking of the EV.
It's such a small bet. It seems like such a weak bluff attempt.
More jack.
Speculation
what jack has.
Can I have a black card? Can I count?
Damn.
Could I get 2 bananas?
If only I had your brain, then I would know what to
I'd like to
do.
order two. If you're not in a hurry.
I'm basically thinking, does he have it? Does he not have it? That's my thought process. Yeah.
Okay, well, if he's that deep.
I feel like,
So we don't know too much about Francesco Favia. Total live earnings of just shy of $76,000.
Well, he does. He makes a little tiny bet on the end with the jack of spades, and it is good enough.
Yeah, Jack Salter made the call. Among Francesco Favia's results, by the way, 36th place in the 1K National Championship here in Monte-Carlo this year, part of this festival.
It would be more interesting with Jack 9 of spades versus ace.
He's enjoying Jack Salter's chips with a side of Favia
depending on which
beans.
end of it I was on. I reckon that exact thought went through everyone's head at some point during the hand.
Yep.
For sure.
I wasn't even here the whole time, and I still, the little time I had,
You figured that one out.
my mind still made it happen. That goes to say how much control we have over our minds.
Yeah, for sure. We're just little mammals that want to see some action.
This one? You want to change it? No. It's the same one, no?
Change now?
If he raises here, you're going all in, right?
Dodge the ace-9 of spades and
I'll take that one.
see what happens.
Well,
you, Jack.
the ace
That's the
7
card
of
you needed.
spades is only possible, right? Like if you have jack 9, the 8 was out there, so ace 7, ace 6.
You were missing that one, weren't you?
4.
No, I'm saying if he turns his hand into a bluff on the river, you just got to dodge the ace-9 of spades, confuse snap call, and then,
Oh, right, yeah.
and then wait it out.
Yeah, it's pretty.
Agent 3154 on Twitch says, man, the commentator stole my Favia beans and a bottle of Chianti joke. I don't even have Twitch open. How could I have stolen your joke? I'm not even reading Twitch.
I think I feel generous today.
I miss it quite a lot, but I double it a lot.
It's good, it's lucky.
okay. And I guess I have no choice now.
Well, it's kind of nice that they try with G1 first.
Emma, that's funny. So I need to.
I don't. Yeah, they never try to put one on me. You're doing something
You're
right.
funny.
A little gratuitous
case, I
nipple
raise.
touch there, if you ask me. But
With that kind of
watching
confidence
that guy.
behind me.
No, I got a patch now. Now I can raise.
What's that thing he did that really made that Andrew Black guy mad? Called out that he didn't have a hand?
Yeah. Sean McCarthy wants an update on Victoria Corin Mitchell. How is she doing? Is she on one of the outer tables? Vicky is playing the main event. She did tweet at the start of the day that although the field has been reduced to 329, she does need to make something happen. She does not have a particular deep stack. She says, I need a bit of luck or I'll be out enjoying the fresh air.
That means we all need a little bit of luck. I would love to see Vicky go deep in this. Always interesting.
I mean, obviously, with all of her commitments, Vicky doesn't really have the time to make it to a lot of live events, but she loves playing poker here in Monte-Carlo. She came here for the main event last year, and she's back again this year. Eichhart's raise called by Salter, an 8-8-9 two-heart flop.
I mean, somebody's really got to love something, right? If you're going to strap a toddler into a car seat and then a car and then like a shuttle bus and then an airplane and then another car. And I mean, you have to really love it a lot to do all that.
Sorry?
How did Ike manage to bubble again yesterday?
Pocket tens, call it off or something, right?
You say Ike bubble?
Yeah, he got it in with 70% again.
I think he's bubbled every tournament at a piece of.
Yeah, that's
It's good though, you're on the right. You're like, oh, it's looking good, it's looking good.
Eichhart continuing for smaller than his pre-flop raise.
He can deal with it.
Yeah, a real roller coaster usually gets you back up again.
Didn't he buy Mateus?
Did he?
Because we didn't have cash, we couldn't buy him, and I think then Ike
sniped him.
Got him.
Nice.
I'm not sure, but
shit.
I think so.
Mateus asked me for cash.
Yeah, but he asked us, like, if we had given him the 20K, I mean, we had already said, like, we want to, but we didn't have cash here, and he's UK player, needed cash.
Yeah, of course. God damn it, why was I so slow?
I mean,
We forgot about him.
the 100K also depleted our stars accounts.
Eichhart wins that part. And yes, Adrian Mateos, who won the main event here in Monte-Carlo 2 years ago, won the 50K single-day high roller yesterday.
So I don't think it was too bad of a day for him.
Bryn Kenny let him have one, huh?
Can you believe that Bryn Kenny won another super high roller?
He's such a sicko.
Why?
So I can look with one hand.
So you can do what?
Look with one hand, but.
Oh, so you
instead
can
of
protect your
exposing
cards?
Yeah.
I'm.
You down with that?
Yeah, I'll try to help you with that, cause.
Thanks. Yeah, it would have been a bit weird otherwise.
Just don't sign on to help him with everything he needs two hands
but I need
for the
one.
rest
I
of the
like the
day.
accuser trick. Why?
Read the
Need one
fine
hand.
print.
Yeah, that's actually a really reasonable
Lock the
stance. Don't worry about it.
I first looked at his chips before I asked why, actually.
With that one-hand peel, we're going to get some cool shots.
Needed better explanation than his chips.
Because if anything, I would say Jack Salter acted too fast before, but now he's got the one hand to slow him down a little bit.
Gotta be.
I know, I live there.
I mean, now the Americans will also be skeptics. Actually, already are.
Now, come on, Joe, don't exaggerate. During that heads-up battle between Salter and Bonanno, we were playing at least 7 hands per hour.
Pretty much everyone is. I'm not a TV player, it seems, holding this hand.
I'm trying really
Take
hard
it.
to not show you, so I won't show. I'll be a pro.
Raise and take it for the runner-up from 3 years
What
ago,
the heck?
Jack Salter from the UK. So we did mention that we have some poker for you guys to play while you're watching the action from here in Monte-Carlo. Extra free rolls every day of our main event coverage. running from today through to and including Friday. At around 4 o'clock this afternoon, Central European Summer Time, the PokerStars TV Bounty Bonus. It's 6 max zoom, $500 guaranteed, $150 bounties. This is in addition to the guaranteed prize money on myself, Joe, and Matt. Rebuys and add-ons available for $1.10. Crucial detail, you can't claim the bounties until it becomes a freeze-out. Claim your free tickets via Poker School Online. Just log into your PSO account, register as a new member. You'll get those 5 tickets. You can register for the games and then use those rebuys and add-ons to get to the second stage, the freeze-out period, and then the bounties come into play. $150 per commentator, and because it's Zoom, Joe, there's a very good chance that you'll come up against us at some point.
Correct. And if you're wondering if having a $150 bounty on your head makes it any less fun to play, the answer is yes. It sucks.
Because some people don't get the memo that the bounty doesn't come into play until it's a freeze-out, so none of your all-ins will ever get through at any point in this tournament.
That part actually tickles me because I have virtually unlimited dull hairs to rebuy, but after the rebuy, it's incredibly frustrating.
Under the gun raise from Francesco Favia, who has become the biggest stack at the table, by the way, 127 big blinds for the Italian.
After some consideration, you still fold that hand, then I also have to fold.
Exactly, right?
Like, I was already unsure, but if you're
read
also
by proxy.
all the others also folded.
I like doing that in like a three-way pot. If there's like on a river, if someone's just like betting and just like someone else tanks for 3 minutes and folds, you're like, well, I'm not calling.
He must have very easy.
Yeah, he probably had a really good thought process, right?
Course, yeah.
I never think
I was
3
just
minutes.
like
Jesus.
waiting there.
Can I order something as well?
9?
So Icart defended his big blind. We have a 9-7-6 flop. Went check, check, and we get the queen of spades on the turn.
That's fine. Thank you.
I'll take, excuse me.
Excuse me. Can I get a Diet Coke and a cappuccino? Diet Coke.
But in separate glasses, please. Don't make that mistake again.
For me, cafe au lait, please.
If you're not specific with them here, you say Diet Coke and a cappuccino, they'll bring it to you in 1 cup. Very literal people, the Monegasque.
Delayed c-bet from Favia of 2,200.
Cafe latte, you're like, oh, cafe au lait.
Is there a difference?
One French and one Italian, that's all, I guess.
Okay.
Although I guess latte is always foamy normally. But whenever I say one, they say the other, and then whenever I try and say the other, they say the other. Tough spot.
Yeah, work on your French.
Thanks.
Yeah, the English education system really tried for us, but it's just not going to get us anywhere. How many years did you learn French for?
11 to 16.
Ons?
Okay, so it's not too bad. I'd say the average English student from when I was in school probably learned it for like 8 years, maybe.
But they don't know anything, right?
And
Yeah, nothing.
No.
And just like a bit of context, I remember just like coming into a year 10 or 11 class, and I think we were
So
either
you're
12 or
15.
second set. Yeah, so 15 years old. And the teacher asking us, comment table too? And
Yeah.
half the class had no idea what it meant.
Oh, yeah.
So embarrassing.
You're on the stream, bro. Your French is going to get berated.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. English education system, what are you going to do?
Yeah, blame the government, man. Not our fault. It's not like we're lazy.
So just a quick
I need to
reminder
learn,
is
like Chinese and then like Spanish and then a lot of shit and then maybe French.
25 on the condition that Eagle folds.
as we follow the action here at the feature
I don't know
table,
any.
that the guys at the PokerStarsblog.com are following all the action on the outer tables, taking an overview of the tournament. They report that Timothy Adams, Nanonoko, Randy Liu,
There's just nothing better to learn a language than
He's got it.
having a partner from them.
Byron
Yeah,
Kavman,
that's
and
like-
Luke Schwartz, and Dario Sammartino
That's
are all
those
amongst
days.
players who bought in at the start of day 2.
Work on the love life.
It's a match.
I'm sure people would learn, like, just, okay, this year our school is partnering with that school.
This male school.
I like hearing about their school days.
They don't know what they want anyway when you're 13. Like, you're just happy.
So I think we've now had just shy of 730 entrants in this
I
main
guess
event.
like languages do become probably a little bit less important due to technology because it's possible to translate things, and so
Already it's
yeah,
close, but
Bubblefish is
I
coming.
think they were more important in the past, I guess.
Doesn't that make it more
It might
important?
be like an. Depends on how it's going to be integrated. Right? Like if you have lens that sees you mouthing it and then I hear it, but maybe you have these moments like a bit more technology free. I would expect that for the next like 10 years, 15 years, you will have benefits from having other languages.
Yeah.
Are you saying that we won't afterwards?
I'm saying that maybe just because Google Translate is right now already really strong, right? Like I can just like use my phone and play it.
Thank you very much.
And if you have it just integrated in an AR system constantly.
They're developing something that you put like a microphone in here and it's
and then all the other languages are like slang, you know?
But we're still
Like,
impeded
all
by
the
the
basic
human mind, right? Like there are lots of huge differences between languages, and the subtleties are going to be lost even if we use AI because our minds just can't comprehend.
I agree with Charlie. Unless
Question is,
Igor
like,
says
how
something
many of
different,
the
then I agree with
subtleties are
Igor.
lost anyway now, versus like how many subtleties do humans figure out and are not lost in translation versus the AI wouldn't? Maybe the AI would also figure it out.
But I mean, if one were to speak two fluent languages, as opposed to just having a perfect translator, I feel like then the nuance would be maintained.
Like the word nuance, for
I haven't
example.
read about.
Not that I'm the one in this conversation that speaks multiple languages, but
I haven't. Have you read the Neuralink article by Wait But Why? You know Wait But Why?
yeah.
That's similar. It's,
Yeah,
have you heard of it? The new venture by Elon Musk. It's I don't know exactly what it is, but it's basically an extension of the brain.
Yeah,
There are, like a
yeah.
few, basically like Nobel Prize worthy breakthroughs away, but they assume that maybe like in 10 years, like they're laying the groundworks right now to
Chachi Komas on
the
Twitch
brain on the
says,
internet.
stop
and
this
on the
nerd
internet,
talk.
basically, and then
Yeah. It's interesting.
it's hard to imagine where the world will
Oi,
be.
talk more about
50 years
football.
gonna be really interesting.
Yeah. Next 5.
Well, yeah. That too, but 50 will be even more. I guess we're not gonna today not able to understand what happens in 50 years. So.
Yeah.
If people talk to me communicating directly with my brain, I'd be in jail.
I hope to be the type of person who then still keeps up to date with current changes and not like marvels in the past. Like,
Yeah, for sure.
it used to be all simpler.
Yeah, I don't want to be the version of people now going, oh, the internet, we never had that back in my day. I don't really want to learn it. But like, what's the difference between our generation and their generation? I assume that is going to happen to a decent amount of us.
Yeah, of course.
Hygiene.
Not to you though.
Yeah,
You got this.
I don't know. I do kind of wish for the cave sometimes. Get in it.
But
I always wish for the cave, but it would only take a couple of days, I reckon, till I
Yeah.
like this.
Open from stock
learning
and 3-bet
languages
from
are other
Favia.
benefits
Cold.
than
7
just
deuce
learning
deuce on the
language.
flop.
Speaking like, I mean, your brain develops when you learn something new. So.
Right,
Especially
but
language.
maybe there's more value from learning something else because it's quite a bit of time. Like I
Yeah, but
learned French and Spanish, and it's a lot of time that you have to put in for like a vocabulary list of like 1,000 words to be able to do this much. Whereas, for example, I started learning Python, and like with programming languages, I know like 40 like operators and words, etc., and I can do games. Like it's the opposite. Like after a few minutes of learning a couple of things, you get like these many options already to use it. So it seems like an ineffective process a little bit in comparison.
yeah,
I like how your quantity amount for something large was games. I can do games and games and games.
Yeah, but how are you going to write the instructions for those games, Igor? In
They are
what
fairly
language?
Yeah. So can you program now, or are you just learning to?
No, I'm learning. I mean,
would you recommend?
Do you want to learn it?
Yeah, it's really
peep
fun.
into
Like
working?
the reward cycle is very short. Like, that's what like was
That's what
great
makes it
about it.
addictive, I guess, yeah.
Like I read something for 3 minutes and like I instantly had to then write a little bit. And like, oh, it works. 10 more minutes.
Ooh, thank you, sir.
That was nice. And it's not the same with learning a language. You're sitting there.
I never thought I'd say this, but let's focus on the poker.
Yeah, you learn it for 3 years and then go to France and you're just like, what have I done?
Or you're like, oh, teach me that one Romanian phrase. And you're like, or whatever. Oh. And then you're trying.
Now let's wait for that one to come up in real life.
And then you were taught wrongly as well. And it's just like.
I guess like languages, you just have to learn them by heart, which you can do when you're like young as a baby. And
yeah,
that's like how naturally we were made, right? When we were really young, we are able to pick up a language quickly. But computers are very logical. They are devised by humans and they're made in a way so that we
I actually know this word that
we can learn computers well
works in
later.
every language.
Not so much. Yeah.
It goes like this.
Yeah, that's when people are like, oh, you speak 3 languages? I have to do nothing for it. Like I born in Russia, grew up in Germany, and now I'm speaking with an English girl. I had to do exactly nothing. To speak 3 languages.
Speaking with an English girl.
Yeah.
3 diamonds on the flop, paired board.
4.
4, okay.
And a couple of days, a couple of weeks ago.
Fabio, 3-bet pre-flop, bet flop, bet
liking
turn.
this post-intellectual opinion of languages. It makes me feel a lot less stagnated from not being able to learn another one.
Where did you live in Russia?
I was born in St. Petersburg.
Oh yeah, I lived there.
You lived there?
Yeah, 3 years.
Oh wow. Late mover?
No, I was there in '93 to '96.
Business-wise?
I was casino manager.
Oh, okay.
Small casino.
Yeah, they closed down in like 2008 or 9 on a lot, right?
Yeah, everything I think is. So now they open
Now
up.
you're in another job, or? I would assume so, right? Or otherwise we don't speak about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's moved to Sochi now, I guess.
There we
They're
go.
trying other zones as well?
He's fired on every street. And Stocken is calling.
It's an all-in. Ace-king against a full house.
Hi-ya.
He was winning the whole way.
How did he get so lucky? Oh, no, yeah.
There were multiple ways. You could have also hit this.
Yeah, thank you.
6s were good regardless.
I'd hit my shit.
4 outs. Not 2.
36, 500.
What an odd move for an Italian player.
So Kaliningrad is also a...
Yeah, I think they were going to have 5.
You don't normally hear about them
because it's
blasting
supposed
off
to be a
like
beautiful,
that.
a shitty town, but beautiful. Beautiful environment. What kind of, how do I say it? It's on the beach. Yeah, it's very beautiful on the beach, but the whole city is like just worn down. They have so much problems. So they thought like pouring in money, they could build like a casino resort.
Yeah, usually when you build a casino resort,
good for the region.
money moves.
Then Sochi, and then
What a great river though, right? Like you're just like,
somewhere.
you can't be loving it, and then you're like, wait a second, I do love it.
So let's take a look at the chip counts at the feature table. Previn Stocken, after doubling up there, is the big stack. Igor Kurganov second in chips. Charlie Carroll, the shortest stack, but still hovering around the 50 big blind mark.
It's nice that it is finally
And still 27 minutes to play at the 500, 1,000 blind level.
Put up to it. But as it happens to be, on the 20th of May, there will be an event in Sochi, PokerStars Championships.
Is it a good structure, well organized?
I think it is very well organized. It might even be the best organized.
Russian deals
Are you from Russia? Or?
I was born in Russia.
Okay, okay. So you've been here before?
Yeah, I haven't been to Sochi before. I looked at pictures though.
Okay, it looks nice. Or?
It looks very, like, it's again not organized. If you look at pictures, it's beautiful. Like, it's very mountainous, and it has a beach as well, like a little bit further away. But the countryside is gorgeous.
BVV told me yesterday that it's like the Las Vegas of Russia.
That's what they're, trying to make. I
Oh, it's
say
almost
that
it's exactly the same.
Better, probably.
I've been to Sochi.
Yeah.
I would say it reminds of like an Italian Mediterranean city.
It's small. It's
Like,
not like
it's
built
down.
like modern skyscrapers. Or
Oh, right, we're going to
bigger
Sochi.
style.
Never mind.
It's rather just like a beautiful town.
Huh. But is there a lot of degeneracy or?
Just they moved the casino and poker games in Russia from like just all over the country to 5 zones, and one of those zones is Sochi.
Why did they do that?
The government decided that would be better. I don't know. I haven't looked into it. Control, I guess.
They had issue
Zero
with,
control.
with terrorism in Sochi.
With what?
Terrorism, terrorist
Oh, they
attacks.
used to?
Because they used to have also a football team that used to train in Moscow because it was too dangerous to do it in Sochi. But I don't know if they solved it or.
You're probably thinking of the other Sochi.
Apparently there's
No,
Fox
the
News in
PokerStars
Russia
Sochi event
also.
is still going to be very safe and terrorist-free.
I think it's the other Sochi. It's like the Bakus, you know. It's, we have
2 Sochis.
That's the past Sochi. We're talking about the current Sochi. No, I.
A former champ on this tour.
Adrian Mateos has had a number of big scores here in Monte-Carlo, including that 50K he won yesterday.
Buenos dias, Adrian.
There is Jeffrey Hakim, who is still chip leader here on day 2. By the way,
Yeah,
other
sure.
former
It's
champs still
very
in.
simple.
Jan Bendik, Maxim Likov,
Is there
and
any
Sebastian
Mallet
Mallet.
Wow.
Recent
Recent champs.
No. Did you get anything?
No, I didn't. I thought
Jan
so when I
Bendik
read
defending.
it. I don't remember, 20 years ago. And it's like
A Monte-Carlo
basically,
title.
Well, it's like romantic. He's traveling around in Europe, playing on roulette and casinos. Nothing. Doesn't give you anything new.
Did you read it in Russian?
No.
Okay, sure.
I know the letters, but I mean I can read, but it take, you know, one word is like slowly. My ex.
Wordland.
My ex, she's from Sochi actually. I met her in St. Petersburg, and we lived together 20 years. And she writes to me sometimes in Russian letters, and so I understand. But that's like, hi, how are you doing? And stuff like that.
Yeah.
You know any Russian, James?
Russian word I probably told you before.
Yeah, you did. Wait. No, it wasn't.
Which
Yeah.
one?
Probably not suitable, huh?
No, it is.
It is. Okay.
It is.
That's strange.
Let's see if he knows it.
Does Vogues look like the kind of person that's in the back of the class reading all the rude words out of the dictionary?
You just take it.
He's finding the technical vocabulary.
Just take a
The
cab.
word I know
Russia.
is Astanovka.
Astanovka. That's a standard word. Yeah.
What's that mean?
Make a guess.
Station.
Make a guess.
No.
Bus station.
Yeah.
Why would you try and make me guess that?
You came out of that would have been snapped, like, standing down for a bit.
Bus stop or like metro stop.
Yeah, it could be another stop as well.
So obviously the reason for this
Yeah, you're right, the
conversation is
reward
the
for
tour
language
is
is not
heading
that high.
to Sochi at the end of
I
May.
feel good about myself right now.
Astanavit is stop to stop.
5 days of main event coverage here on PokerStars TV.
I remember twice sitting in a car, driving with my parents and my sister, and she was learning Russian in school, and both times after knockout was at the top when I asked her, like, what does it mean?
Meanwhile, this hand is Stocken versus D'Anselmo.
Just that.
Check, check.
Did you learn French with also the...
To the river.
Parrot. What was his name? Arthur Le Perroquet?
No,
And we do get an inside straight potential.
Check, check.
Try to make it fun.
Looks like we're gonna 10
Yeah, we had a few of those.
and a 9. 2 pair. Didn't want to go for it with that 4-card straight out there.
It got everywhere.
20 minutes left on this level, then we'll roll straight into level 10. Blinds will go up to 600, 1200 with a 200 ante. 320 players remaining according to the tournament clock, from a starting field of around 730.
Excuse me?
So the question, I couldn't solve a math problem with pen and
give
paper.
You 10, right?
The question was actually like,
oh, okay, thanks.
if the whole world right now started shuffling cards, shuffling decks, after and like 1 second, the whole world, every person, 7.5 billion people, and it took us only, we were very fast at it because we've done it so much, 1 second to shuffle a deck of cards. After how much time would there be a 50% chance that the same deck has been in the same order? The deck in the same order.
God.
That's fucking...
And the formula is pretty simple, but you need, like I got to the formula, but you need to work with like 52 faculty.
Oh, really?
So like, you can't just
yeah, I really want pen and paper now, but...
Yeah, it didn't work.
It's a big number.
And then I couldn't do it with pen and paper, and then I put it into a program, and it worked, but only for like up to 15 faculty. And then I realized that actually if I had to solve it properly for the question she asked...
Big computer.
I would need pretty much all of human resources.
That's cool.
I needed another solution form, but like the first solution form was valid for like...
coffee cup or USB.
What?
No USB.
If there were 15 cards in a deck, basically. For 15 cards in a deck, I had the answers. And 14 and 13 and everything. But it was still fun.
The rail is kind of high as well.
It's really rewarding to like sit there for a few minutes.
Did you already decide what
That's
to
the
do
thing.
on
For
the
15
brick
cards,
river?
it took like
On the
7
brick river?
seconds. For 14 cards, how long it would take you?
No, I didn't decide.
Yeah, go in the tank.
So we showed you the stacks at the feature table. Here are the stacks in the tournament overall. Jeffrey Hakim came into play as chip leader. He is still tournament boss. Manig Loza has moved up into second. Stefan Schilhabel's dropped down into third. Gianluca Speranza and Michael Kolkovic are the other 2 players making up the top 5. First level of the day on day 2. A long way to go in this main event until we crown a champion here in Monte-Carlo. 312 remaining now, with 17 minutes and 48 seconds remaining on the level. Back to the main stage. Playing 8-handed here on day 2. A reminder, there are 6 levels to play today. It's the first of 6.
Previn Stocken opens his pot, 2,500.
Action on D'Anselmo on the button.
I really wish that that is not only Nicola D'Anselmo on his own t-shirt, but that the photo was taken as he was arriving today.
That would be so baller.
Pulled up on his Vespa, somebody snapped the photo, has the shirt printed, takes his seat. It's Monaco, you know, people here that could afford something like that to happen. And that's why you can't take a 3-bet from him seriously.
Poker would be so boring.
How about cards that have a screen on them, right?
Cards more.
The physical card. So not computer screens, but you get them,
okay,
and like,
yeah, like
it has like a very
projections
thin film on it,
Still
which
going.
just displays your card.
Changes, yeah.
That'd be kind of cool.
Then you still have the card thing, but you don't need to shuffle them the whole time.
So you keep
And
your
then
two cards
you
all the
would
time, and
just-
it just changes, shuffle.
And then dealers would like be there to tell us how to behave correctly.
Is this going to be on the test? That's
Just
all
with the
I want to
whistle
know.
instead of with the deck.
Speed up the game.
Will this be on the final?
I wish they had a way of doing
it's too
Zoom
much cheating
poker
going
live,
on.
where you like conveyor
Wouldn't there be
belts
more
kind
if
of
it was
thing.
electronic? Someone who
Have you
was
seen
really
that?
In the future,
good at
maybe.
computers.
Yeah, if
Was
they,
a guy,
if he did it like multiple layers.
He had a prepared deck of cards. It's kind
Right.
of like
It
there's
could be a
like a
thing.
code on the edges of the
with the
cards,
phone.
and he
in the
puts it
phone.
in his phone.
Quite complicated.
Yeah.
Actually, not
And the,
faster.
there's the camera in the phone.
But it's
so
great.
So when the dealer shuffles,
That's what Zoom tries to
reads all the sequence.
I
It's
reckon you
an
can make it
earpiece,
fast.
And somebody's like reading and can
Yeah.
tell him in the
Yeah, no
earpiece
You need AR
exactly
for
what
it.
cards are out.
Yeah.
AR. So augmented
Got to find
reality.
people who are
Like,
too
just
rich or
people
important.
are
Much better now.
project. You're playing.
Yeah, it's kind of weird with the box.
I mean, I think that would definitely be a better way to do it.
What if your heart was on the outside of your body? How about that?
That.
Maybe we'll talk about that one.
I mean, as long as if you have to play musical chair type things, it's gonna take longer every
If the
time.
chairs are doing it for you.
Yeah, but it's physical movement. Like you can only that much. Like you don't have that much improvement on that.
But think how long it
because
takes
you
to-
need to. Like if you start moving a body, you need to accelerate it and decelerate it.
But think
and,
how long
like,
it
you
takes
gotta
to
do that,
play an average
like,
hand. It takes 2 minutes, so even if you manage to get people
How
to
much
a new
did you start the
table
hand
within a minute, then you've saved time.
Well,
60.
around. When you get them blue ones behind.
Okay.
Yeah.
Never gonna happen.
How much the race?
I think too much could. One problem is that, like, currently on PokerStars Zoom, for example, they keep track of the software itself keeps track of evenly distributed blinds, etc.
Yeah.
And you would basically need then someone who tells everyone how to.
You'd need
Which
some
works,
kind of
but-
computer, probably.
Yeah, but you still then need some communication.
Of course you
with
need
the
a
person
computer
who
to
kind of
play on
know where you're
PokerStars.
going.
You don't need communication. You just need
Or
the
a
same
mobile
software that
device.
Stars has to
Right.
Zoom.
Right, but you need to know where you go, and
No,
then you
but
need to
the
look it
chair
up.
moves, so it's just in the chair, and you just
Oh,
like.
I think chair moving is not as good as you think.
Yeah, I'm not so up to date on the chair moving technology yet.
I'm sorry, is that going to be on the
Within a few
finals?
seconds, it's really hard, I think,
Yeah.
because it's just you can't just get someone from 0 to 20 kilometers per hour like without them feeling sick constantly.
Are they talking about live Zoom and the actual physical repercussions of zipping chairs
That's great.
around space
My
and
hands.
time?
It's been talked about multiple times, and I just don't think
Press the
anyone
sit
has
out
yet
button,
thought
and
of
you
a
can just, like,
practical
zoom
way
up
of
to the
managing
bar
it.
kind of thing. Very cool.
It's stupid, that's why.
So this is a 3-bet pot. Favia opened under the gun. Stocken, 3-bet from the hijack.
That you were having this thought, and I was having a really similar thought about how you can incentivize players to speak in during hands. And like, could you think of any good ways to do that?
Well, I want to run a charity tournament where it probably doesn't work in a charity tournament, but I want to run one where if you don't say a word for an hour, you get a penalty. Basically.
Nah,
That
but
would be like a very easy way.
That's such a loophole of someone just saying, like, after half an hour, just being like, hi. You know?
Yeah, that
One
would be
beer.
allowed. It's
One beer.
by
One coffee.
it's also not allowed. It has to be to
Isn't
the
the
table.
fact that like you make a rule that you get a penalty after 1 hour
fun.
kind of weird?
Maybe I'm just saying this is like a bad but like first solution.
Yeah.
A charity
We can
tournament
improve on
would
that.
be okay, because if people didn't want to talk, they could just not play. But in a normal tournament, some people are really like introverted, or if you're just having a really bad day and you don't
That's
feel
the-
like socializing, you just. You know,
That's fine.
That's
like,
the problem.
Probably 80%
It's-
of the time, I like talking with pretty much everyone, but then occasionally I just, you know.
That's true.
Yeah.
So it's-
Well, then 20% of the time you will get a penalty. It's fine.
that unsociable penalty, yeah. Keep the headphones on and ignore it, they just take your chips.
When you
like-
get having social anxiety, Jack.
Another thing would be something like extra chips for,
Or extra time bank chips.
yeah, something.
Because I always don't mind if someone's tanking if they're also speaking in an entertaining
Right,
fashion.
agreed, very much agreed. That's
Depend-
why I usually say something when I need 3 minutes to think.
What's your opinion on Kasuf then?
That's he said in an entertaining fashion.
I like him.
Well, some think he's entertaining.
No, I liked some of it, but partially it was just.
I like him
He
as
repeated
a,
himself.
I like him as a
he's
person.
repeating
You
himself.
just can't repeat yourself.
He's
the whole
repeating
time.
himself all the
Yeah,
time.
yeah, I
That's-
find that problematic.
Doesn't
Like,
get
he is a
funnier.
really nice guy. It's just
Probably is, but he,
I'm glad he's not there right now, because we'd still be on the second hand.
I mean, yeah, I really like him, but I don't like the whenever a conversation of should we do table talk or should table talk not be a huge factor, Kasuf's name is on the side of
that's fair
table
enough.
talking. I don't like him being the spokesperson. You know?
no, true.
Yeah, definitely. He was not the. We should say Daniel.
Yeah,
like
for
that
sure.
would be the
Yeah.
like prime
Yeah,
example
he's
of like a
nuts.
very talkative, positively talkative person.
True.
So I think
Or
most-
Kevin Hart now.
Yeah,
That would be,
yeah.
like, maybe.
I really enjoy it when
Daniel would
people are
make the
speaking about the hands. Like if they're in a poker hand, speaking about like
Yeah.
what do you got to flush, it just like adds another layer to it, and it's so much more entertaining to watch.
It's just, yeah, I'm just thinking it's hard to incentivize. Like, you can't say stuff back.
Yeah.
If you make this and this many people laugh this much,
Sure down.
because then everyone, it's going to be bad jokes just like throughout the whole day.
Excuse me?
God, you are just relentless. Just calm down, man.
Yeah.
Stockton consolidates his chip lead at this table.
Don't bluff the Norwegians.
So here's a bit of fun
They
for you
bluff
while you're
themselves
watching the
sometimes.
stream.
Yeah,
Your
you
chance
gotta
to
let
have
them
your say on who has the best hair in poker. Here are our three nominees, two of whom are sat at our feature table today. Charlie Carroll, Sophia Lovgren, or Igor Kurganov. Who has the best hair? Head to @PokerStars TV and vote now.
I think this is an unfair poll. What about Peter Eichhardt? What about Roberto Romanello? These are people that it's insensitive. That's what I'm saying.
He three bet me with 7-8 of spades. I call it King Jack of spades. It came King Jack 5.
What about Patrick Antonius?
And then
Look
4
at that.
spades
That
in
is
the
Igor
top.
back
Any
in
shot.
2013, and that is Igor
And it was pretty
today.
easy for me
Look
to
how
call.
well kept he used to be.
Top 2 and a flush draw.
I'm going to vote in this poll.
It's an Omaha hand, I believe. It's usually good when you
I like
have Omaha
that.
hand
It
and
feels
hold
so
'em.
much more special when it comes up in Hold'em, where you get like 2 pair and a flush draw.
We'll keep you updated on the scores as the day goes on.
But then if you lose the pot, then it's just like the world has ended.
I had the exact thing with Andrew going. For my third hand I played 2 pair and a flush draw. I had to bet fold the river. It's like, what's this?
Someone order food?
I ordered 2
Smells
bananas.
good.
Have you found a good place to order from yet?
They extended the food
don't give up,
menu
do you?
at the bar.
Oh, really?
They don't-
Yeah,
don't
they have
eat
a
it
salad
there,
bar
right?
now.
When I've asked for,
Do you mean the one they've had the whole time since we've been here?
yeah,
Since
the
we've been
salad.
here, yes. Extended this year versus other years.
You got me very excited there for a couple
But
of
when
minutes.
I've even asked for a piece of fruit at the table, they said they can't bring you food. The guy just wanted to know.
Yeah,
That's a
I've got
walk.
2 bananas.
Oh, they like you women.
There.
Oh, sorry.
Cameras are sensitive.
Polluting the environment.
Just trying to get everyone on tilt, you know.
Yeah,
I knew what would wind
What do
you
you
up.
think? What would work
caps.
to incentivize people to talk more?
I really haven't been able to think of a good one apart from maybe the time
I
bank.
have to put you down.
Getting more time banks if you're talking during a hand. And even there's just too many loopholes that can be found.
No, but there's still a line. Like,
That's
if
why
you're
I need-
talking, it's okay, but if you're like, you know, loud and aggro at someone when they're trying to think,
For sure.
that's worse than nothing by far. So.
I mean, I don't think you need perfect rules.
And
you can just
a lot
go
of
with
people speak
dealer's
different
discretion.
languages, so I think that changes quite a lot as well.
Well, you could do it in a way that it doesn't make other people who aren't talking have it worse by having a system where it's just like the 10 most entertaining people of a tournament get something afterwards.
Yeah, some.
Yeah, free Barcelona seats.
Problem is
Yeah,
if
they
you
get
do
more
it by
Twitter
voting
followers.
or like how that's decided.
Cool.
Like, that'll always be very,
They get sponsorship deals.
yeah.
They get Facebook fan pages.
But that also works.
It's like the Eurovision. How much are you playing?
60, I think.
Okay, that's okay.
maybe a tiny bit less.
Daniel, what was the restaurant you're ordering from, the vegan one?
Is that a Gibbons from Jack Salter?
It's a limp under the gun.
There you go, that's Daniel.
We call it a Gibbons.
Eichhardt's in on the button. Fabio calls from the small blind,
check
and
from
Christoph
the lady.
Vogelsang checks his options.
So that's what it was going to take to quiet everybody down. A limped multi-way pot. By the way, I'm not complaining that they're talking all this time, because if they weren't, everyone would be saying, well, why don't they say stuff? So good for them. They're keeping themselves entertained. It's a little deep, some of this conversation.
I thought the conversation about how do we get more conversation at the poker table was a bit meta, personally.
Yeah.
Action checked to Jack.
The pre-flop limper.
He bets into this pot of 4,800.
Probably just should be
2,300.
something maybe that doesn't involve added chips or time bank, actually, because it's too much interfering with the game itself. Like if it can be some other outer value, like very
like a cookie,
transparent and obvious. These people get on a free roll at the end of the trip, or like a 50-person free roll, 100K or something like that. Or in the case of the Aria 300K, it's like you have a higher chance of being invited again.
Yeah, I think
that's already
those
more
ones,
people than seats.
Once you get to the top of the tournament poker, then it's already incentivized to be chatty and to be sociable. But at the lower levels, it's
That's one of the reasons Daniel had such a success in his career.
Yeah, for sure.
So,
definitely.
So charming and talkative. It's very, very good front figure for poker.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's that kind of hidden rung that you don't really think about. Just like running good that you happen to be the kind of person that's super chatty naturally. It's so hard for some people.
But then you can be like the opposite as well and still be a legend, like.
Yeah.
Phil Ivey or.
It's very hard to have that now, though.
Patrick is pretty, doesn't say too much.
I think the only way to do it now is to just have immense kind of like fatal level success. Otherwise, you really do need a personality and behind.
Yeah, but even that doesn't get you that far anymore, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, yeah.
Ongu on Twitch says, Dr. Professor Vogelsang will get him.
The best. No, it's
Vogelsang facing.
That's really not possible. Like Federer.
A bet from Jack Salter, nearly pot size here in the tournament.
Like, yeah, but I think like I'm doing this better. I'm doing that better.
Exactly.
You obviously got lucky, etc.
What do you mean?
That we're talking about like what can be enjoyable presence or something at the table, being like usually talking. Like it can also be like a legend status or something like that of the game. And like Phil Ivey used to have that. Like he was just the guy. Like he doesn't need to say anything, but still like just his presence at the table because he's the best is just quite strong. And we were just saying that this is pretty hard to redo nowadays. Yeah.
Okay.
But like that was built up also because he was to be the best.
Even so, like Negreanu to some people, or like.
Yeah, Negreanu, but he's also still like just charming and talkative. Like the question is how to get there without the talking, you know?
Well, just win everything. Like Federer has that to a huge extent now.
But even that I think doesn't put him at to the
Ivy
status
level.
that Ivy could have.
Yeah.
Or used to have.
Well, yeah, it depends on like the people you talk to, right? I mean, it's I don't think Ivy had like such a high status among maybe like
very good presence
among like the younger players.
There's no one that people would want to go
players.
get their sunglasses more than for Phil Ivey.
Or
maybe
2010 for sure.
Yeah, 2000. Yeah.
Yeah, and if you like having him on your left would have been worse than anyone, right? If you.
In your assumption, at least.
No, I wasn't saying me personally, but just.
Yeah.
He used to be like Messi, Lionel Messi of poker. And now there are too many Messis around.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Ronaldo.
Pass.
Button raise here from Fabio.
Ronaldo calls.
The bird.
Well, his nemesis Preben Stocken's already folded.
Ace 5-4 with 2 clubs.
Is there anyone that you think that you'd meet that you'd be starstruck from meeting?
Struck. Yeah, Elon Musk. Yeah, still. Someone that if I
But like you
would
just
be
feel
like,
really nervous, you mean? Like if you went,
Elon Musk?
if they were,
Yeah, I would definitely be starstruck.
However you'd react to starstruck.
I know Liv was a bit. She met him and she was like,
Oh, she met him.
Hi. Just she was at the Gigafactory opening.
Awesome.
I mean, everything's relative, right? You could be a bit nervous around people who are well known or something, but starstruck seems like a big.
It's obviously not binary, but
yeah.
I feel like you just get to define what starstruck means.
Yeah. Well, I really wanted to play with Ronaldo when he was here last year or whatever it was. The big, fat Ronaldo, the old school Ronaldo.
I feel like he could have sat down and I wouldn't have recognized him.
But you're not into football at all. I'm not really anymore, and there's no other football player like that. But that guy is maybe like the greatest ever.
Yeah, I have an amazing hand with him on YouTube. It was in the charity event we played, and him, me.
I just type in Ronaldo Eagle.
Yeah.
That's
really
sick, even that to be in the title.
You'd
was
think
Ronaldo.
if somebody was your
Mostly
idol
a
and
lot
you'd
of
be
YouTube,
starstruck
but
from meeting
it's a
them, you
different
wouldn't
level.
call them fat, whatever their name is.
How'd that go?
I don't remember the exact details. It was, I wanted out. Like I was drinking a little bit, and I wanted to go out.
Yeah.
You know? And
yeah, get the disclaimers going. Get owned by Ronaldo.
I jammed like with a pretty bad hand.
Yeah.
Like queen 3 suited or something, 15 blinds in.
Yeah,
and
imagine how bad the actual hand.
Oh no, like he raised. I just called. The lady in the big blind calls, or raises. He jams. I call because who cares? And then the lady is tanking forever, and we're like, come on, get in. We both not have such a good hand. Just come on, get in there. Like just get in. Like, probably you're good. We're like, try to convince her for 3-4 minutes. She's like, not sure. We're like, okay, just tell us what you have, and we'll tell you if you should call or not. During it at the time, I like for fun while Ronaldo is talking, I switch my hand out with his. I have another hand, and like you notice it on the video as well. Like he like at some point looks at his hand, it's like what? Anyway,
I fuck with my head. I was like, oh my god.
Suited, I
Okay,
thought. And the lady has ace king, and she's tanking for like 20 blinds. And we're like, no, okay, you have to call. Anyway, we convince her in the end. She like really, okay, puts it all in, and the board runs out. I start winning with my current hand, so I switch it back with Ronaldo. So, like,
he sees this time
Ronaldo because
okay,
I wanna, I need to go. And
as well.
And anyway, Ronaldo has ace 5. I have like queen 3, and the lady ends up losing with ace king for like a ton, and it's really shaken by the whole situation. We feel so bad.
Yeah,
she's not gonna make that call again. 20 blinds, but the whole hand took like 10 minutes or something.
So the action here was
you can try out things like switching hands.
Vogelsang
You should do it.
led the flop, even though he was not the pre-flop aggressor.
Then check on the turn, and now another bet from Vogelsang on the river.
Once in Victoria Casino in London.
Oh wow!
It was a cash game.
It's my local.
They had like, I mean, he was drinking, and there was a showdown. They were playing. I'm not sure the Omaha or Hold'em. And there was nothing. I mean, and then you quickly just switched out 2 cards, and all of a sudden he had like a flush against the world. And he said, look at this some bad beat jackpot. And then you go like, what? Stop the game and everything. And he said, no, I was just joking. So they had to go check the cameras, and eventually he got thrown out of the casino. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Seriously?
Yeah, he tried to explain, no, I was just joking.
The Vic's a bit more relaxed. Oh, I bet he tried to get away with it, and then when they realized the cameras were
I know
coming.
him for sure. He was just joking around.
Oh, okay.
They had already shown the card that was so obvious. And the cards were
I
on
did
his face,
something
and he just,
similar
like,
during our
everybody's,
rehearsal,
like,
and you'll
talking,
hear
and he's
about
like,
that
just
on Poker in the Ears this week.
And he got barred for 2 weeks or whatever.
So this is the second level of the day. Blinds now 600, 1200 with a 200 ante.
Who would you be starstruck of?
I actually said this on the TV caching. The person in poker I still get starstruck by is Joe Stapleton.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
How does that work?
Good
he's
question,
just the one
Igor.
that I watched every day. Yeah. It was just such a large integrated part of my poker uprising.
And non-poker?
You think about it.
He's here, right? Are we doing this right now?
Huh?
Probably.
I definitely saw
define
James.
starstruck. Do you
I mean,
I guess you
start
said,
shaking?
I mean, no. I have quite a low emotional reaction to most situations, so for me, it's just.
I don't.
It's
basically
probably
don't
less
get
than a lot of
starstruck.
people, but.
Right, but
How much is it?
But
similar
still.
for me, but still, some people it was
Yeah, for sure.
Tears of
Raising
joy.
your heart
a little bit nervous because
No, I don't think I could get that with a
I put
human
too much
being.
meaning into it.
Like hyperventilating on the floor and kind of, no?
No.
So this is the first hand of the new level, level 10 of the main event. Igor's raised it to 2,400. Raise and take it.
Yeah,
And
For sure.
Yeah, definitely Obama.
Yeah.
welcome to the booth, the
Yes,
third
you're
member
How about
of
the
the
current
PokerStars
one?
TV commentary team. Say hello to Matthew Broughton.
Barack
Hello
Obama
to
is on my,
Matthew
like,
Broughton.
top
Hello,
three
everybody.
list.
How are you?
Yeah.
Hope you're well. Glad to be back.
Why would that be an obvious joke? The guy was the president.
So?
And he's just an awesome person. Like,
I don't know
I don't know
anything
how
about
good he
him.
was as a president or anything, but like,
I've only seen his media presence, which is cool, but to actually be able to make assumptions what he's going to be like in person, he's just going to be like a human being.
Yeah, so is everyone.
I understand.
Joe
But
Stapleton's like
I understand, but I just don't have too much of an emotional attachment to the American, to the president of the United States.
I don't. Yeah, me neither. But.
This
Would
is
you get it
pretty
with Trump?
deep stuff here, James. I mean, it's not interesting.
do you have
but
like a
it's pretty deep.
favorite blogger or something? Like that could be it as well. Like for me, it was first Brian Tomasic, who is like a writer who I think just writes absolutely amazingly on like whole scope. And I was about to have a Skype call with him. And I was like, before, like really nervous, like before a Justin Bieber concert, if I was a girl, probably.
Weird analogy, but yeah, we'll go with it.
And though on the other side, he is also like an introverted, like just work from home studier,
for
you know.
sure.
So it's like a 32-year-old introverted person. Not used to it, but I was quite nervous before.
So I think I get a lot of nervous anticipation from meeting a lot of people, but as soon as I actually get speaking to them, it's a bit more humanizing. You realize that they have their flaws.
You're doing words? I'm doing words.
I did that too. That was so cool.
Wait, that was even the same word.
I think there is one person I would be kind of.
Who would that be?
I think it's probably Putin.
Putin.
Vladimir
Oh.
Putin.
Yeah. I mean,
I was sure he was going to say William
kind
Shatner,
of
but I'll let it pass.
Nervous meeting.
Yeah,
Like
That would be
that.
I don't know what he looks like. Yeah.
Because he's like surrounded by such bigger security.
72?
Things like that.
72.
What do you think of him? Are you?
He loves power,
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah, he has much more power than Trump or like the president
Oh.
of any other country.
I think he has some interesting videos of Trump or something like that. He has Trump in his back pocket.
Enjoy this conversation now, because chances are they won't be having it when we're in Sochi.
He's, I don't know, he's obviously very bright, Putin, but then he's kind of old school. His views are a bit not what I believe in, you know.
Yeah.
So Kurgel's playing a hand here. He raised an
Like
early
Gates, for
position and got
example.
3-bet by
Way-
Stocken. He still has the table chip lead. They've gone to the flop, which is king high. Sebastian tweets,
has,
remember the hashtag
switched around.
PokerStars
He
TV, just
used to
tuned in
be
for the first time since like forever,
among
and I'm
the
so
youth
happy the
in
idea
Russia.
of live
So
hole
he
cards
was
throughout got
less
turned down.
popular before,
Sebastian, you are
but
the
his
one.
popularity
We knew there'd be somebody that would be happy. Thank God we finally identified
And I
it.
think
That's the feeling I get when
Yeah.
I speak to Russians.
I think he made Russia less federal, right? So to centralize power, which is probably not a good thing, but is
It's good
a
for
si-
him.
it's a sign of him wanting to have more power and wanting to centralize.
And at the same time, Russia
Everything.
looks stronger, and that's good.
Yeah.
You know, people like when they have
Yeah.
a feeling of power over, like.
I remember reading that in The Economist that the approval ratings for him in Russia are extremely high, like over like 85 or 90%, and so most people do believe like
I doubt that that's fair vote. Might be. But as far as I understand, it's a bit more spread. Like people in cities are usually a bit more disapproving, people in the country are a bit more approving.
Yeah, that sounds like blatant propaganda.
It's kind of like Trump, same phenomenon. But I mean,
10 diamonds.
People in the countryside usually or more.
Don't these guys realise I've been waiting an hour and 15 minutes to get on this microphone? Thank you. Betting a call, incidentally, post-flop. Now we get a free river.
Just so you know, Matt, the Undersea Monkey is ironing while watching the stream.
I saw that.
Ironing update, 5 of 8 shirts ironed, including 1 double cuffed.
Oh, good. Good job there, sir. That's not easy.
By the way, I know some of you may be having a few issues with the stream today, some sound synchronicity problems, maybe a little bit of lag. Huge apologies, but you may be aware that from time to time we have issues with power and internet in Monte-Carlo. Today is one of those days. It is a local problem that sadly we cannot control.
Yeah, don't forget, there's a few different ways to watch us, so do bounce around and give them all a go, because
Really
sometimes
fine
one
hands
is
and
stronger
winning
than t'other.
Bad start, right? Yeah.
No.
Do you get reactions?
I almost fell for it.
But then draw it back in slowly and all in.
So I was thinking, in the same way that you could incentivize poker players to speak in a tournament, do you reckon there'd be a way of incentivizing people in a capitalistic society to be good by making all the jobs that require some level of kindness and compassion the highest paying jobs?
I know too little about like how big economies work, etc.
I think
to
like,
be able to say.
Yeah,
problem
capitalism works quite well. Like, I mean, there is a reward for being kind and passionate by having, having more friends at your workplace, and maybe it helps you.
But that's not part of capitalism. It's part of just how humans.
Yeah, that's got nothing to do with capitalism. The problem,
or like survival, it's even like quite evolutionary.
Doctors, because they want to help. Like the ones that are really doing it for the deep down reason, like they're going to do it either way, whether you give them extra or not.
Yeah,
I'm not saying they don't deserve it.
But the problem with capitalism at the moment is that the people with all the money and all the power making all the big decisions aren't good people.
The problem is whenever you want.
Obviously that's a blanket statement. That's not
right. But
Charlie, whenever you want to fix prices, like salaries, like supply and demand are not in equilibrium anymore. So like whenever you say, oh, the price is like very high, then there will be like so many people who want to do it, and not enough spaces, and people don't do it exactly for the right motivations maybe also.
The question is how important the motivations are as well. I'm not so sure that like it has to be good. In the end, you get rewarded if you create efficiencies, or like you create good products, and that still works in some ways. Like where this is.
Okay, so
like you have many people have a lot of money because they like usually like finance some like very big companies that create a lot of value. I'm not saying that it's like an optimal system or something, but it is definitely good at like leading to I don't know, like faster and more technologies coming out sooner.
But that's just not necessarily going to be the optimal way, because like, we're just fucked at the moment. Like we're in a society where the people who are making the decisions aren't thinking about things like climate change, aren't thinking about.
Well, they are in some countries.
No, but they're not.
China or in many European countries.
And you can, if you think, I don't know, you gotta incentivize somehow more long-term thinking, I guess, to make that possible.
But think about
you can also do taxes.
All the corporations, like the reason that we're screwing up the planet is because all the corporations aren't incentivized to do things for the greater good. They're incentivized to do things for their good. So unless we change the capitalistic system, we're going to have to change what kind of people are at the top. Yeah, I'm very sure that it's the case.
Why do you say that the companies, that the corporations are not doing well at the moment? Like, why do you think that's the case?
Sorry, why do I think? What's the case?
We avoid much more CO2 emissions and so on than we did in the past. And like, there's a price on this, and companies.
Well, we're going to step away from the birth of the revolution, away from our feature table, because Thomas on the floor has a very important announcement for all the players in the main event.
We're here in Monaco for the PokerStars Championship presented by Monte-Carlo Casinos, and we just confirmed the number of players and the prize pool. We had 727 players, generating a total prize pool over 3.5 million euros. We're gonna pay the first 143 players. The 143rd finisher will receive 7,580 euros, and the winner of the PokerStars Championship will take home 500,800 euros. We wish you the very best of luck.
So the prize pool confirmed, 727 entrants, 143 getting paid, a min cash worth 7,580 euros, with more than 500,000 up top, plus the championship trophy.
That's a very small slither of it.
And right now there are 304 players in the tournament, Matt. A decent chance that we do burst that bubble today.
Yep, it has become a new feature, hasn't it, really, that our first day of broadcast quite often is also the bubble day. Sometimes we get there, sometimes we're right on the cusp, and sometimes we just get through it very easily.
Very quickly, a tweet from Keith Woodward.
I think
recheck my stream, thought I was listening to CNN or the BBC. Nope, PokerStars TV.
30 or 40 years ago.
Yeah, such a shame these guys are poker players, otherwise we could heal the world.
But it's still on the trajectory for us to not survive for that long. That's the problem.
No, I don't think.
No, I don't think that's the case either.
In the 60s and the 70s, like German companies, they dumped poison in the river, you know, in Donau and Rhine, just like, you know.
This is just not happening and not possible anymore. There are so many more regulations. And we
but Germany still use carbon, a lot of carbon.
Germany?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah, but I mean,
it's the only country in Europe.
I'm not sure it all is like directly related to capitalism. Like,
no, I'm not saying
it can be. I also know a bit too little about it, but like I would think that like classical capitalism sometimes stands contra like a lot of government regulations, because you just want like the markets to flow free, etc. And I think that would be a problem regarding climate change.
Sure, yeah.
But I think that like some government regulations can work quite well with general capitalism.
Yeah, exactly.
Drives, still like more progress. Yeah.
I wonder what the people who are following the live stream thinks about it.
Regulations are part of capitalism. I mean, there's nothing which says that you can put like a price on anything, on like CO2. It's like, as
Just
people like to say, an external like factor, and which needs.
But I feel like one big problem of capitalism is that it should be that you gain. Like competition should create a better product, and then with that you reach more people, and this is why you then like get more money or like your business. But currently it's a little bit more that it's a bit decoupled from the end product and more into if you can create something that sells well, because that's actually the direct thing more so than like a product that serves well.
Yeah.
Like if you create something that sells well, then this makes money. So this is why you're not as incentivized. Like one way of creating something that sells well is...
What does make you think that it's not the product, but like more the marketing, or what's that stuff?
Well, because you get more money if you get sales, right?
But
and
aren't we,
one
like,
way of getting sales is to get good product. But
So you're
another
saying
way of
that-
getting sales is nowadays with more and more tools is understanding like how to like hit
I would
the
actually
right
disagree
points.
about this, because I think you're saying that consumers don't make as good decisions as they used to make in the past.
I'm not saying not as used to. I'm saying
Or
consumers
able
have
because
never
of the
and are rarely gonna be making good decisions because we don't have right
Let's
information.
continue after the hand, maybe.
Okay. We have 20,000 in the pot, I believe. I think it's even right on.
So this hand saw an under-the-gun raise from Favia. Igor Kurganov 3-bet from the small blind and has continued this 9-high flop for 5,000.
It's nice to hear your voice, James. I feel like I've forgotten what you sound like.
I like Vince's tweet. Definition of irony, sitting around a poker table while slagging off capitalism. We'll get back to the seeds of the revolution after this poker interruption.
Wow, bit of poker. Bit of poker. Well, Igor Not slowing down. Re-raised pre, fired out post-flop, and now once again keeping his foot down, third of the pot in.
Yeah, so 5K on the flop, 10K on the turn, which is the ace of hearts. And once again, Francesco Favia calls. So we have got 50,000 in the middle. Favia has roughly 25.5 behind. He is the effective stack here. King of diamonds on the river.
Yeah.
Igor shoves on the Italian, who calls all in.
Wow.
Ace-3 against kings. He got there on the river. 2-pair for Igor. A set of kings for Favia.
Yikes.
No, not much, I guess, but I'll play the 25K.
And that will see Favia double up to over 100,000. Igor down to around 59,000. A below average stack. The average at the moment, by the way, with 280 remaining, is 78K.
Yeesh. Well, that's the flip around. Still players on our feature table over 100,000. Francesco, welcome to the top three.
If I enjoy it, I guess.
We have faith in Igor. He's still got 54 minutes at this level to get himself
ignoring
back up there.
the idea that it might have, our current system might have a direct negative impact on global warming, do you think that there still might be other benefits to incentivizing or other ways to incentivize
of hatred for that king in the Twitch chat.
Because even if it's not climate change, people are still getting...
I think
Nice start. Yes,
upsell.
yes. I mean,
like you gotta kind of create kindness, I think, by incentivizing it through through like egoistic things here. Like, I mean, what I'm talking about, like altruism.
Here we go again.
With people, and not everyone is convinced. Like,
Yeah,
not
I mean,
everyone
heads up
as
edges
much
in
that.
general. Like,
But usually people
I looked
will
at
do
the
the good
ROI
thing
of
anyway
like a tournament.
if they
you have
see
like
other like gains from it. You know, sometimes people will only do the good thing. It's way easier to convince someone if they think it's also good for them.
Exactly, and that's what I'm saying.
And that's
like,
what I'm saying. Exactly. Like.
So you agree that it could be a thing, like?
Yeah, absolutely. Exactly. Like if it's somehow more, I don't know, more well rated on like you have helped 7 people. This is your 7 monies.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's very.
Definitely you can have 5% or even more, but online.
We're going to have to run another poll, aren't we? Do you love stroke hate the table chat? Twitch can't seem to decide. Some people really wish they were part of it, and some people think it's boring.
Work on heads up, just
Could be worse, boys and girls. Could be much, much worse.
Yeah.
Heads up, and then if I'm against, like,
It's pretty important.
Yeah.
I feel like every time
I
you're
mean,
heads up
I'm
in like an
saying-
online tournament or whatever, you know, like.
But especially for high rollers, there's so few people that you are literally, if you're going to rebuy and there's only 30 people, you might hopefully be heads up, you know?
Yeah.
Decent percent.
Suggestion from Peter says if we just send Stapes out to the featured table, give it 10 minutes and the conversation would be about Tinder and farts.
People are the best players.
I'd say story checks out.
Even if I can lose at 1% instead of 4%, it's a pretty huge deal.
Yeah, definitely.
Were you saying even in big fields it's a big difference or not? You're only talking about small field high rollers, right? That your heads up edge comes into play as much.
I mean, I don't think it's a big thing, right? Like that, you just don't get heads up very often.
You do.
I don't.
No, I think you don't. I think it's. It seems like you get heads up often 40s there, but still like 1/20th. You gain like a little bit of better play 1/20th of the time. Still like, very hard
say
to play
in
off.
this tournament they'll play heads up for what, 400k or less than that, whatever, a few 100k. That's still like 10%.
But
of the
let's
price
make
pool
an
or something.
optimistic guess.
150k. How often do you get in there though? 1 in 350 times.
40 days, 10,000.
Yeah, let's make an optimistic guess that you get into this situation 1 out of 175 times. Or 1 out of 150 times.
Damn, I'm about to get crushed.
No, I don't think you
and
are.
then-
Like, let's take a 20-person tournament.
Yeah, no, in a small few tournament, it matters more.
Oh, okay. What was the argument?
But in this tournament, like whether you're a good heads-up player or not is completely
agree.
unimportant.
But I was saying in the 40-man example, it is a big deal. Especially say if you're playing one of them area things where there's like so top heavy, you're probably playing for 20% of the prize pool.
Yeah. I think it matters a ton on your yearly result, like maybe.
Just not having to drop people that you know you're better than, and then not getting crushed by the people who are better.
See, now people are bored of this conversation, James, and they want the intellectual stuff back. You people are just never happy.
Just wouldn't shot, even if they're not that good. They just don't, so you need to make sure you're good again.
I think there's more effective improvements you can make. Like, for example, stop doing the crane.
That's 14.
That would be one very quick improvement.
We're 8 players.
You're good.
Yeah, get hands per hour.
Have you seen Reiner's one now?
From?
Reiner could also do that, yeah.
No, you haven't seen his
Somebody
new
has
one.
an
I haven't
anti-up.
seen his new one.
How
New one's unbelievable.
Jack, you didn't put anti.
Is it longer or?
It's unbelievable. I'm just going to do this. Don't make me lose the chips, please.
No, you don't.
It's like this.
Or was it me?
But it's more weird than that. It would annoy you way more than me.
It makes me angry.
It was like that, and that.
I don't easily get angry, but...
I don't care about that at all, like how you put that.
No, I really don't like it. I'm just gonna raise this hand now. That's how angry I am.
But I'm in the big blind.
But at least I'm not doing it to tilt you.
I know.
Like I said, I got my routine. Like the camera fucked me up. I acted like 4 ways out of turn or something. Got my stuff going on.
58 or something total. 60.
Kurganov has raised. By the way, if watching this poker has put you in the mood to play some poker, we have got our bounty bonus tournament kicking off in a couple of hours' time.
I'm in. I'm worth $150, or is it euros? Oh, it doesn't really matter.
Dollars.
Thanks.
I'm not worried about
2,700 players registered. Remember to claim your free tickets via Poker School Online. And the bounties come into play when the tournament becomes a freeze-out because it's a free buy. Remember, there are unlimited rebuys and an add-on available for $1.10.
I think the word articulates are often just kind of strewn with...
Now remind me, is this the Zoom tournament?
It is, 6
So
Zoom.
that's what I love about the bounty bonus, is that whereas before when we played with a bounty, it was like the luck of the draw. If you got an out table, there you go. But now, everyone in the field, a good chance of bumping into myself or Joe or James at some point in the tournament. Get involved.
Do it because you don't need so many fillers within whatever you say.
But I don't think...
Meanwhile, Eagles raise, bounce back at him by Vogel saying.
Yeah, Christoph's made it 11,500.
Yourself using it like I just did every 5 minutes. It's not good. I'm trying to get out of that habit.
You cover me, Christoph?
Yeah.
Slightly, right?
Clearly.
Igor calls. He'll play the flop in position. That flop is 9-4-4. 2 spades on the board. By the way, if you follow Daniel Negreanu on Twitter, you may have seen him talking about a hand where he somehow dodged going broke with jacks against quad aces. Read all about it, as they say, on the PokerStarsblog.com. They've just tweeted a link to their live updates from the main event as the blog team keep tabs on all the stacks at the outer tables, all the big hands out in the field. Meanwhile, we are down to 272 players now from the starting field of 727. We did get that announcement a short while ago that 143 will make the money. Expectations that we will hit the bubble during the last level of today. A min cash here in Monte-Carlo worth 7,580 euros. The winner will get more than $500,000, 500,800. Total prize pool, 3.5 million.
Ka-ching.
The reason I was thinking that sales and so on isn't as important as it used to be is because we have so many viewing sites, and I think consumers are probably better informed because of being able to Google things and the internet. So
that would be one reason why they're better informed. Yeah.
But I think that's again, that's just like a that's a small detail, but it's missing out on the bigger picture.
So
but
and there are like actually quite a lot of things which are for free, which probably we would spend like a 4-digit amount on. Like if you couldn't use any services of Google, Google Maps, Gmail, Google, and like how much value there is. So
that doesn't
actually,
speak though for people buying the right product. That stands on the side.
no,
I think that's a great thing.
No, that's more like a separate thing. I agree.
Yeah.
This is like a different thing. I just wanted to say that I mean, we benefit a lot from capitalism as it is at the moment.
That's question.
And it's better than it used to be in the past, even if GDP didn't increase maybe as much as it used to be.
There you are. And that concludes that conversation.
Eichhardt's raise called by Vogelsang. Action on Jack Salter in the big blind. Still got 45 minutes to play at this level. 45 minutes till we take our first break of the day. Reminder that you'll find the Bounty Bonus Zoom tournament if you search Bounty Bonus in the tournament lobby on Stars. Claim your tickets from Poker School online, whether you're an existing member or need to register for a new account. And a reminder that later on today there will be the regular password-protected PokerStars TV free roll. That's not going to kick off until after play's concluded here on day 2, but we will tell you the password a bit later on the stream.
Yeah, we'll keep you busy all day long. Meanwhile, Mr. Peter Eichhardt is going to try and have a go at this one. 9,700 in the middle and a bet of 2,008.
So the continuation bet gets rid of one player. Not going to get rid of Jack Salter by the looks of things. We mentioned Daniel Negreanu's tweet about the Jacks versus Aces. Smitty says, speaking of Daniel, finally got to watch Kid Poker. What a great movie. Loved it lots. Glad you enjoyed it, Smitty. A reminder that if you are in an English-speaking part of the world, you can watch it exclusively on Netflix. So Queen hits the turn. Salt checks for a second time. And Eichhardt checks behind. And the King of Diamonds completes the board.
Yeah, first bit of passive play, having had his foot down since the get-go in this hand. Board getting more interesting. Now another check. What you going to do, Peter? I believe I'm right. Yeah, Jack has already checked.
I give up.
I win.
I know.
By a mile, though.
Wow. Trying to set a trap, but Peter was never going to fall into that one.
I'm not going to make you fall that for sure.
What a nightmare turn and river for Jack. Just absolutely scared off his potential victim.
You would have had 2 chances to try.
I wish I had a
If
jack
you
with
bet and he raises and you go all in.
Yeah.
Yeah, you had 2 chances to bluff me, but you didn't take either.
That would be the play. If you raise.
So Peter Eichhardt hovering around 95,000 at the moment. Jack Salter 65,000. One above average, the other below average.
How about that fat wallet? Is that okay?
Table chip leader right now, Preben Stocken with 155K.
Is that 500 euros or receipt?
Hey, look how filled is a palindrome. No, it isn't quite right. It's 272 out of 727.
Don't want to look like scared money, so
You kind of know where I'm coming
have
from.
to leave, you know, having cash out there all the time.
Meanwhile, we think that Jeffrey Hakeem, who started the day as chip leader, still holds on to the honour of being tournament boss, with 272 remaining, as Matt just drew attention to.
In a rather strange and confusing way. You're welcome.
No, it doesn't matter. Jack, are you going to Sochi?
No.
Okay.
Russia's dangerous.
No.
No?
Too much traveling would be the first reason. When is it again? It's mid-May.
20 to 31. It's like right after school.
Yeah, so I want to get to Vegas earlier than that. And I struggle with the time zones and jet lag, so I'd rather go to Vegas or North America early and relax a bit rather than go via Russia.
Yeah, if you want to do a whole Vegas trip, then timing is a bit unfortunate.
I mean, I've never been to Russia, so the plus side is I've never been, and I think it would be good. That's soft.
Right.
Downside is there's no way I'm going there, so it doesn't really matter.
Too
Doesn't
busy
matter
with
how good it is.
scoop. A lot of scoop going on.
Probably the 50k should be good as well, though.
Yeah, I'd expect so.
Maybe
I
really
think most
good.
of the tournaments will be quite good.
I think all
I
of
think
them.
the
I think all of them would be good, but the 50 potentially could be unbelievable.
It's actually a bit relentless if you think about it. We've got Monte-Carlo, Scoop,
Yeah.
Sochi, and then everyone goes to Vegas for the World Series.
And it's not like the last couple of months have been quiet.
So the RA people can't. Oh, they still
They
can.
can, like, I'll play both. But
I think
Oh, yeah,
you
everyone
do it
did.
also because you.
You try getting that
Yeah,
chat.
you're
In the
sponsored.
300.
And
yeah.
But
They
the
don't
last,
bring
last
any-
day of scoop.
they-
many
not
people
really.
do it with the scoop thing. I think pretty much no one.
Yeah, I got in the lottery.
You're in the draw.
No, you get to
yeah,
play
yeah,
the
so-
scoop main,
Actually, that was so
50
stupid.
and the
but-
300. It
Yeah.
all works, but it's...
I mean, you
But
only
it's
had a day,
very
right?
like exhausting, basically.
Yeah, I just
It's
they
as
told me
exhausting
that
probably as playing the other stuff.
only
too, I
cash,
guess.
right? You
Just that
can't
have
even
to
wire the
travel.
money.
Yeah, and the traveling.
Like,
no.
I'm
Someone
happy
else
to
to wire
travel
money.
to Russia for...
That's what they told me. Like it's only
And,
cash,
like,
or I
my
can't.
One
use-
meeting,
Oh,
please.
it
One
might be
meeting.
someone else that-
Come on now.
No, no, you
Have some
sure could
decorum. Who's chairing this
My
thing?
ex, she's,
What about wire?
You could wire for the 300k, right?
Yeah.
The deposit, yeah.
Oh, I don't know. I didn't. Yeah, at the time I didn't.
What were you saying?
my ex, she's from Sochi. So she's on me all the time. Are you playing any satellites? Are you playing satellites on stars to qualify? So she wants to go.
So
with
are
me.
you?
I played a few, but haven't played lately because it's gonna get hectic for me. My thought as
This can count as a satellite as well, right? We're doing well on this one.
well, yeah.
Not that far away. 7,600 euros. Kind of enough.
You're rooting for people to cash just so you can convince them to come such, you know.
So I can wear the patch
I
again.
like a bigger
Qualifying myself.
Yeah. No, it does. I would like to check out Russia as well. I'm pretty sure it's so different from anywhere I've been.
St. Petersburg is absolutely gorgeous. It's so beautiful.
But I can't handle the cold. So I go in the summer and it'll be
Go in
nice.
summer.
Sochi is warm.
It's like a holiday destination.
Yeah, exactly.
Sochi have palm trees. I mean, it's like
Probably like
What? Palm trees?
Yeah.
In Russia?
Yeah, in
Really?
Sochi, yeah.
Russia's such a big place.
Really
Black
far
Sea.
south. It's like by Georgia,
Sea.
basically.
Near the Dead Sea or Red Sea,
Black
or
Sea,
whatever it's
Black
called,
Sea,
that
Black
direction.
Sea.
Black Sea.
One of the seas.
They have palm trees. And I mean, it's like it's tropical.
I mean, the palm trees are made of bread.
They're like subtropical, so.
Yeah, some people will be surprised, I guess, when they get there.
But I mean, I think the cuisine is up in a bit in the mountains.
Yeah, it's
That's
like
good
it's
chili.
like half an hour drive to the beach area.
Is it a big city?
No.
300 something.
Oh yeah. So it's bigger than I thought. People or 1,000? Wait, let's clarify.
1,000.
1,000. Okay. That's big.
3 days, 2,800.
Sounds like you say re-race, but it's 3 race.
Kurganov folded under the gun. Peter Eichhardt opens the action from under the gun +1. $3,300. Christoph Vogelsang is interested.
I know we've said it, but this is a pretty sick feature table to just randomly get thrown together for us. Thank you, Luck.
Yep. I was.
Being a good boy.
Well, not in the moment when you arrived. I was just in my phone messaging someone, but
Is he still in?
otherwise I think it's going well.
So,
You have 11 blues?
Oh.
Or 10?
10.
10.
It's a good table. Quite talkative table.
Good, we're having fun too.
Nice.
We had that Russian Slav.
Oh no,
He
he's gone.
He doesn't speak, but he's really funny.
Yeah, I know, right? His face is just, yeah. It's so good. It's like Jungleman a little bit. He carries the emotion just like honestly on the face.
3-bet from Vogelsang and a tweet from Undersea Monkey. The ironing is complete. I repeat, the ironing is complete. You can all relax now.
Good job, Undersea Monkey. Well done. Well done. Very proud of you. Now, I've got 15 T-shirts here. Do you want to just quickly take care of those for me?
Cool.
Hashtag PokerStars TV. I can't cause the 3-bet. We're going to the flop. Jack 9-6.
Rainbow. Somebody saying give Negreanu a rebuy. He doesn't need one. He's just stretching his legs.
Yeah, Daniel's got a seat at the secondary feature table, just down the steps from the main stage.
I was just actually going to reply to a couple of questions. A few things that have come in about how many chips does so-and-so have, who's in here. Don't forget, hit up the PokerStars blog, because there are still a lot, not only a lot of players left, 272, but a lot of big-name players, a lot of the guys you'll know.
I'll tell you what, Matt, let me utilize the chip counts
on
the PokerStars blog. Throw me a name and I'll see if I can find them.
Okay, how about Davide Katai?
Davide Katai has around 110,000 chips. Average right now, 80k, blinds are 600, 1200. I repeat, Davide Katai has around 110,000.
Okay, there you are, those of you. What about Liv? Force's favourite, Liv Barry, still in the field.
Liv Barry playing around 127,500.
Okay. Vicky Corin Mitchell?
Victoria Corin Mitchell, probably around 35,000, so running on vapor.
Yeah. Okay. Faraz Xhaka, while you're in compliant mood?
I think if I started to grind online tournaments again hard, I would move to Canada or something. I really
Faraz
don't like being
Xhaka,
awake.
98k.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
So remember, if you go to the PokerStars blog and check out the chip counts, you can do exactly what I just did. Just search for your favourite player.
I'm guessing that you don't get that much action in high stakes anyway, so it's quite nice to have free running.
That was a very good a live demonstration of how to search for things rather than just asking me in Twitch.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do.
You're very welcome, everyone that's saying thank you. 2,600 from Francesco, who's been pretty quiet since he took that massive pot off Igor with the Trip Kings on the river up against the 2-pair. Igor not really recovered from that. And it's going to be down to the big blind of Igor, and right now the small blind of Charlie. Okay, bit of resistance for Francesco Favia. Don Chad on Twitter has misheard me, thinks that we're giving away T-shirts. No, I was seeing if somebody wanted to iron my T-shirts. So you haven't missed any opportunities for a competition win. Don't forget, plenty of those coming at you for the next 5 days. The old King Jack suited, not good enough. That's a complete guess, by the way.
So we have a competition for you every day here on PokerStars TV, giving you the chance to win a free scoop ticket. It's a very simple 3-step process. We want you to play a scoop spin and go. They are now running on Stars. And we need you to win a hand with a pocket pair. Any pocket pair will do. You don't have to win the spin and go, you just have to win a hand with a pocket pair. Then go to step 3. Tweet a screenshot or a boom link. Make sure you include the hand ID and hashtag PSCWin and send it through just before midnight tonight, local time. And what we will do is tomorrow we will conduct a draw from everyone who complied with those requests, and 3 winners who are drawn at random will receive a $109 scoop ticket. So very simply, fire up a scoop spin and go, try to win a hand with a pocket pair, send in the evidence, hashtag PSCWin, and everyone who completes that task will be put into the draw, and 3 winners will be drawn at random. We've got 3 $109 scoop tickets to give away today, more tomorrow, the day after that, all the way through till Friday.
Yeah. See, told you there'd be competitions, boys and girls.
9th, we're hiking.
Just really want to quickly address a question from Roland. He says, genuine, friendly question from a long-time fan. Is it tenable to not show hole cards in 2017? Yeah. I'm going to say yes, Roland, for 2 reasons. Number 1, because viewership is actually up in 2017, even though we are still hole cards down. Actually, record-breaking numbers, not to brag too much. But secondly, and principally, while we are still making TV shows from PokerStars Championship main events, we have to. Now, if that were to change, if we were to concentrate on just making like televised cash games or formats like Shark Cage, you know, made for TV stuff, then I think it would change. And I think in the future it will change. But right here, right now, if we're trying to follow a tournament through from beginning to end, and we need to keep a feature table for an entire day, for example, or we don't want to spoil stuff for the TV shows down the line, then my answer is yes. But going forward, 2018, 2019, I'm less sure.
There you are. Solid answer. Meanwhile, in this hand, Jack sort of raised it up, 3,600, get the re-raise from Charlie Carroll. And that's was that an all-in declared by Jack there? Yep. Job done with that move.
What did you get right?
Now I
got the read right. You know what I mean? I had the right read there. No.
I feel more comfortable addressing Roland's question than I do Alex's. All I can give you here is my 2 cents. Alex says, guys, with the main event fields being small recently, would it be worth having re-entries on different days? That really is a question for the big bosses, the live event staff, the tournament organisers. My view on it is in a championship main event, I personally am in favour of being 1 entry only.
Yeah, I agree.
I agree.
Especially because of the number of guys that we have that like qualify here through the spin and goes and the sit and goes, is you just don't want the big megabucks famous guys just to be able to keep re-popping when actually these guys, a lot of the field are only here because they've satellited in for a lesser amount. It feels like it's an even field that way. To me.
No way you had a live read. Come on, man.
How did it go?
Yeah, it went well, but whatever.
It just got through?
Yeah. I probably would not have said it now, right now. I would have.
Amazing anecdote from Randy Lou on Twitter. Nanonoko reveals that during the chip unbagging, a player was given scissors by the dealer and cut himself and started bleeding. And the dealer asks, what are you doing?
He had 5, 6, 6, 7.
6, 7, 7, yeah.
Oh, a lot of concern and love there. Man, you've got to be careful of those scissors, kids. Don't run as well in the corridors.
Like a third of his stack at least, right, as well.
So a quick reminder, we've got that scoop spin and go contest running, a chance to win a $109 scoop ticket. We've got our bounty bonus event kicking off in just under 2 hours' time. 3,100 players registered so far. Claim your free tickets from Poker School online. If you're not already a member, you can sign up for free.
You're going to do flat and check cool.
Yeah.
I mean, actually, in that position. Yeah, okay.
And is it an automated process? If a brand new person signs up to the Poker School, will they just immediately get their tickets in the client?
No, you have to crucially go to Poker School online and click on the link to claim your tickets.
I was being devil's advocate there just to make the announcement. You got to do a little bit of work, boys and girls. You got to actually kind of register and stuff.
Jake Powell is 11 of 34 in the Big 22. Stream run good is real.
Boom.
Good luck, Jake. And Megan sends greetings. Good morning, gentlemen. Hope you have an excellent broadcast.
Thank you.
We hope so too.
Thanks, Megan.
And Sebastian, who's been away for a while but is now back. The reason why we did not stream the Super High Roller here in Monte-Carlo, we were making a new cash game series across those days, featuring some great players like Charlie Carroll and Igor Kurganov, who are on our feature table today, plus Daniel Negreanu, Kevin Hart, Sam Grafton, Jake Cody, plus a couple of staked qualifiers. Had a lot of fun making that. I think the players had a lot of fun taking part, and you'll get to see those shows probably towards the end of this year, beginning of next year. Let's pick up the action here.
Nice.
Open raise from Stockton, 2,700. 3-bet from Charlie Carroll, 8,000. Do we have the 4-bet alert, Matt? Because Peter Reichart's just made it 15,000.
Well, probably not is the answer, Chicory. Oh, we do.
It was on day one. I had maybe like 20 days towards the end.
You still look pretty confident, that's the problem.
Was it mainly just because the guy was totally out of line?
Are you always that confident with ace king?
Have a strong read that he was
I think I just had a strong read.
Just felt right.
Oh, you actually do have ace king?
Yes, I mean, it's...
Have I got the read? We got
it wasn't like the most
obvious,
important.
Okay, yeah, nice.
But if it's day one, you know, you have below average.
Let us not forget that Charlie Carroll is the shortest stack here on our feature table.
I don't feel too worried when you're tanking.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
Whatever I have.
Oh, does that mean you have jacks?
Just keep naming every single hand you can
I think
think
that's the
of.
one way you'd be worried, but then as soon as I start tanking, you're like, phew.
You got tens?
Not allowed to say.
That'll be a yes.
Huh.
See, now I want to see.
Assume you're going ace queen as well. Some good cash games going on at the moment. All in all. All in.
All in. He's going to put it to the test.
You're right.
You got to be careful.
Oh, it wasn't the tens, it was nines.
All in all,
It's a race, and the all-in player is ahead.
A classic race in the first we've seen today.
Don't tell me if you had a 9, anyone. I don't want to hear it. I got the home advantage.
I think it's okay if he's the underdog, then you can say he had those.
Yeah.
As in the short set.
Wish you the best.
I wish you the best in a lot of situations in the world.
Just not this one.
Spade. You have a spade?
It really feels like it should be the ace king with a spade.
Pretty decent flop for Charlie.
Did you have the ace of spades?
I didn't have a spade.
I'm worried that he's chatting too much. He's tempting fate.
All right.
3 more.
Calm
Three
down.
more.
Slow down.
Yeah, let's calm things down now, boys.
If I'm going out, I want maximum pain.
Aces, kings, and queens.
I want everyone else to see it
of
first.
the non-spade variety working for Peter Reichardt.
Very slowly, like that.
Yeah, we should see.
Show all of us before Charlie.
Nice.
One by one, you can read us.
That was slow.
And that jumps him up from being right at the bottom of the table to middle of the pack. 52 bigs now for Charlie Carroll with 20 minutes left on the level. Peter, in fact, nearly an identical stack. It's 63.3 versus 62.9 now for Peter Eckhart.
Yeah.
No real surprise to see that going the way it went.
A reminder that we have our Twitter poll running as well today, just a bit of fun. We've got Charlie and Igor at the feature table. We're asking of these 3 players, Sophia Lovegren being the third, which has the best hair, Charlie, Sophia or Igor? Igor currently leads with 41% of the vote, Sophia 37%, Charlie 22%. If you head to @PokerStars TV on Twitter, it is the pinned tweet at the top of the timeline. Have your say.
I had my say. I went with Sophia. I'm going to be quite honest with you.
I went with Igor.
Really?
He looks like he's shampooed and conditioned.
I think that's too much hair for a man. That's it. I mean, that's all I have to say about it.
Fold.
Nice strong fold there from Jack. That's what we like.
Strong verbally and physically.
Yeah.
All in all.
All in all.
I'm
out of here.
I mean, if you said all in all, I'm going to have to fold here, and he'd already flipped his cards, I think I would have to be on the opponent's side there.
I was witness.
Too articulate for your own good.
I was witness yesterday to a player doing that
I need to
classic.
just pick it up and like, oh, fuck it.
Yeah, exactly. Shit, I'm all in. And there would be nothing...
I'll save my story.
You know, Petrangelo in the 50K yesterday, when it was a short stack on the cutoff, just goes like this to the dealer. And Rayner on the button just mucks his hand and then claims like, no, that has to stand as all in, right? Petrangelo's like, no, it's guns.
Yeah, if he did that, then it's all in, obviously. But just this, no way.
It's a nice little angle.
Yeah, I mean, blind versus blind, probably pretty good.
Mm.
King 9-3 on this flop as Vogelsang defends his big blind to D'Anselmo's open.
The shot clock chip was also interesting. Just being able to throw it in.
Yeah, I accidentally got someone with that in the 10K.
Yeah.
I wasn't looking though, it was really annoying. He just like went to turn over his hand and I'm pretty sure like 90% of the time you just see their face and...
Yeah, on my table, Mo bet the river, Moritz, whatever. He bet the river, knew he threw in the time bank chip, like not as an angle, just get time. And then he turned his hand over, and then I just went like that instantly. So like, I don't know who on the table saw, but then I was just holding it like that for ages, using the time to the river and like looking at both of us, you know? It was pretty funny. And then he got called and he was bluffing.
I'm never sure whether to interfere in those kind of situations as someone isn't in the hand.
How do you mean?
I think that was fine by
If him turning it over?
Yeah, so when Jack comes in,
I just covered the cards. I mean, it's...
Or if someone's about to muck their hand, they have the winning hand, or... Like, it's all kind of in the same grey area.
No, I wouldn't say anything then. If someone had the winning hand and just threw it in face down, I wouldn't say.
I don't see that as too much different.
Because I would feel bad on the other person in the hand, because, you know, he should capitalise on that.
Sorry? It's pretty close. A similar situation.
Yeah, I think that...
Yeah, but we're not used to these time chips and
I think
stuff.
kind of like always interfering or never
thing, and it's something
interfering
anyone
on
could
both
fall for. And...
Because then it's fair at least. Like it would be just bad if you were always interfering for someone more than for someone else.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I always
Which is
tend
why
to
maybe
stay away
never
from,
interfering is the best, because
Exactly.
then you're not gonna...
It's so hard to... Like you're playing God kind of thing.
Yeah, that's what the dealer
Just
everyone else is for.
No. At the minimum, it's the safe play anyway, so nothing. So just check every street until then.
I don't like saying stuff like that, because you went just and there's like a second in his mind where it's like, got him. And then you're quads.
I also feel obliged when I have aces or quads or
So
something.
checking out some other players in the field, here we have Davide Katai now on Benjamin Pollock and Patrick Antonis' table. I can reveal that that will be our new feature table after the break. Martin Jakobsen has now got a seat next to Liv Barry, who's playing around 150,000 now. Sadly, another one of the ladies in the field, Gail Bauman, is gone.
No. Gail.
That is Timothy Adams, one of the players who bought in at the start of day 2.
Hey.
Nicky Petrangelo.
Such a good surname.
2 more former champs, 3 more in fact, starting with Hussein Ensan, progressing to last year's Barcelona champ, Sebastian Malitz, and ending with the reigning champ of this tournament. Whoa! Stop the strobing. It's Jan Bendik.
Man, been on holiday much?
Not a TV-friendly jacket.
Yeah, I don't think that is optimal now.
What's Bruce Bagel saying about that one?
Oh,
yeah.
I can only imagine.
God's truth, Sheila.
The same way when you call someone's riverbed and they turn their hand over and you beat it.
Yeah.
Yesterday in the 50K, for example, like Federer, like really slowly, like sad look.
I hate it when people do that.
You can't do that.
Yeah.
Like, you have
No,
to
I really
just,
don't like it.
Instantly, like, no, you lost.
Because that couple of seconds is just like the exponential pain. The longer it happens, the more painful it is.
I mean, you can do it, but it has to be on purpose to mess with someone, and
But
it
sometimes
has to
you
be your
can't
friend
see.
in my
Yeah,
world.
exactly. Sometimes he throws over and you can't see what it is. I mean, it's like,
Right.
Is it a total bluff or does it have like a
like
a pair, or did he make a gut? I mean, so then you kind of like, you know, you're winning, but.
Oh, it was also though like no, the situation was he bet the river with a similar hand like Christoph, like very slowly turns over the quad.
This is a button by the versus the blinds, by the way.
I win.
Well, that's kind of quads.
Race from Francesco.
Quick reminder, by the way, that if you are planning to enter today's Scoop Spin and Go contest, you need to use the hashtag PSCWin if you're sending in your winning hand. The idea being that you win a hand in that spin and go with a pocket pair. Do not use the hashtag PokerStars TV or your submission will not be considered.
We've got 3 years, I think, 2 years. So one of the ones that I...
Well, since we know each other, basically.
Actually. Yeah. It's the only thing I've splashed out on. And
when you won the Sunny Million or something?
Yeah.
Really?
Exactly, yeah. I went into... It might have been after like my first live tournament win or something. I just remember going to the shop, the guy being like, and all of these marvelous designs and telling me about all the intricate details and histories of all the watches. I was like, can I have the blue one? He was like, yeah, no, I can definitely see that, but let me also show you this. I was like, blue. It looks so frustrating for him.
Aiden is asking us, Fabio said a word.
Made the sale.
It ain't easy to get a word in here,
I mean,
mate.
I guess when you're just extremely passionate about what you're speaking about, you want other people to share the passion.
Yeah.
And I did enjoy hearing him speak about it, but I was just like, so you know, just blue.
Oh. It's all gone quiet.
Yeah.
Now that Vogelsang has led the turn. A call from Jack Salter, a fold from Francesco Favia, heads up to the river. And that river card is the 4 of hearts, pairing the board. And you'll spot in the top right-hand corner that the field has dropped down to 256. A reminder that 143 get paid. That's when the bubble will burst. Probably the latter end of the day.
I'm saying this because I have slightly disenamored with the effective reach of science, or your perception of how much of the world we can explain with science.
I think, again, like, I think I was at the table with you when I said it, right? Like,
yeah, we didn't have time to...
misdefinition of science sometimes when talking about it like that. I think even like the things that speak against science is a process of like just evaluating things. And when then people say, well, but like you can't it cannot touch some things that are like not perceivable in those ways, so they work on something else, your understanding of them still relies on you using your physical brain to understand them, which is the arguments against science are also arguments against you actually like using your brain to understand it in another way. Like what else to use?
But I think that's not necessarily an argument for science, just that there isn't a better alternative. I think just accepting the limitations of something by saying there isn't a better alternative is still a reasonable argument to make.
The argument for it is just that it proves consistently to be very right and like able to like make advantage.
For sure,
we can predict so many things.
I mean, by a state of pragmatic, science is obviously the nuts. It's so perfect for the world that we live in, but I think that people tend to hugely simplify their opinions on something or get a very exact opinion on something that we can't quite understand.
Right, but that's kind of like strawman science a little bit, in the sense that there is maybe a set of people that say, oh no, we know already the answers, but like that's true, but everything is like still amenable. Like
For sure.
theories can happen. Usually when you have new experiments or new evidence, then you update it.
So
Do we take his microphone away then?
The applications of science instead
Bit
of
harsh.
arguing against science itself. But
Basically, like if there were more things to be shown of, I don't know what, but like something outer physical working, then that would be just integrated into science. If that was to be shown to be able to predict something.
But I think, I mean, my stance is that there are going to be some things that are just outside the realms of our understanding ever. And they're things that we experience, but they're things that we can't quite understand.
Right.
But we try to explain it using science, which gives us
that's different. You're saying it's out of our understanding of brains, basically, ever. But why would then something else be better than science at explaining it?
But I'm not saying that that something else would be better.
Okay.
I'm saying that it's better to say I don't know than to say I know and have the wrong answer.
But
all right,
like,
stop that now.
Science is
Stop
the
it.
art, like the whole.
Stop it.
It's all about saying I don't know.
Yeah, I
understand. Blah 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 blah. Sorry. This is normally a conversation I have at 3:30 in the morning, like, and it's been a very different night leading up to a conversation than this is happening.
And I think that's a pretty widely believed thing.
We're just moving the microphones further and further away from the feature table.
I was thinking you raised.
Salter called this big bet on the river.
Oh.
Queens and tens. Queens and tens. This, ladies and gentlemen, will be a chop pot. And you know what they say?
Everyone loves a chop pot. Wow,
That's the
first
reason
one.
I was raising was not
First
to get
one
you
here
off
in
the
Monte
chop.
Carlo.
It's
If I went all in, maybe I get some.
Breathe it in, people. Breathe it in.
Probably not.
Yeah, I was thinking like, oh,
I'm just letting you know.
this is ugly. Please don't go all in. Please don't go all in.
Well, after 5 seconds, the whole
like
time he must have been expecting all in or full.
I was like, yeah.
We're boring the
I was
audience.
like,
Too much
what's happening?
Gentlemen, sorry, I was just letting you know after the break. Your
Sorry about
go
the
back
tank.
downstairs. Table 3, which is.
Oh,
The funny thing
15
is, some of
minutes
the
are
Twitch
over.
viewers think that conversation
Damn.
was between me
Make
and you
space for
because
Big
it was happening
Daniel.
off screen. They think that me and you, they're saying that's the only problem is these commentators, they don't know what to talk
Say it
about,
was
so
not
they're just
interesting
talking about
anymore,
anything. Not us. We haven't said a word in about an hour and a
think-
quarter, kids.
feel like you would've
We
thought.
wish.
It's profound.
They've
I don't
understood
have, like,
Christoph
a
wins
good
every hand he
I mean,
plays.
like,
It's
yeah.
okay.
But then
I
what?
don't
But then what are you going to
Ronaldo
call?
of
Yeah.
poker.
You have to choose some.
I mean, yeah.
Table is
That's
I
better
can't,
than
I
next,
can't
so-
only call with nuts. I can't only call with
I mean,
fives or
yeah.
5-4s.
I mean, if you think that I fold a lot of tens on the turn, then
I think
I
that
got a
there are
pretty
many
nice bowler,
things,
right?
I know.
obviously, that we haven't figured out yet.
He's probably gonna go
But
all
like,
in
and
now.
I'm very curious
yeah, but you
about
have
it. But I
the
think
you have
the
the
best way to
extra
figuring them out
blockers
will
there.
just be
I
by
think you cool.
using methods that have so
I don't know. It's not really sport.
that have been shown to like figure things out very well, and also like having a structure on them that like improves those methods constantly.
So one of the problems I've been facing is that after delving deeper into the psychedelic
take it.
spiritual
Yeah, I'll
world,
take
things
it, like,
taking
once,
ayahuasca, when I've then reported
I mean,
those
I don't know why I
things
said
to
I'll take
a lot of
it.
my
You should
friends,
be taking it,
a lot
yeah.
of my very scientific
I was,
friends, they have a
expecting to release very much.
huge tendency to just
No, of course.
give me every single rationalization that comes into their head of why it might not be the case, which obviously is the first thing any good skeptical person should do. But also it comes with the tendency of not believing something even when there's anecdotal or experienced evidence. And I think that's just one of the scientific ways of thinking that I
Started
think
with
really
close
slows
to
people
100.
down.
Very quickly to Andrew. Go to the PokerStars lobby and search for the word bounty. If you just search for the word bounty, you will find the bounty bonus. Oh no, bonus actually.
Yeah.
Bonus is the
If you
better
search
word to look
bounty,
for.
you're going to find a lot of tournaments
Yes,
on Stars.
excuse me, bonus. Bonus is a better word, or bounty bonus, but bonus will get you there if you
2002.
can't find it. Sorry, I panicked because I sensed there was a 6-second window to actually say something to one of the viewers.
A reminder that you claim your tickets for that tournament via Poker School Online. If you're an existing member, log into your account, go to the promotions page, click on the link, download the tickets. If you're not a PSO member, register now, it's free.
Free? Are you sure, James? That seems like incredible value.
Charlie Carroll raised this pre, got 3-bet by Francesco Favia. Charlie has called that bet, and we have a 10-9-8. 2-diamond flop.
Good.
Check, check. 3 of clubs on the turn. We're only 6 minutes away from the break, by the way, and a reminder that we are going to mix things up and bring you a new feature table. A couple of former champs, Davide Katai and Patrick Antonius, plus Benjamin Pollock.
Boom. You mean I'm not going to get to find out how we solved all of the world's problems? Oh, no.
$3,800 the bet from Charlie.
I think no. It's like so hard to be losing, so hard to get good. Yeah. I didn't think of that added bonus.
Heads up to the river.
Queen 10 bonus.
King of clubs.
I think it was correct. Especially in this modern. Yeah, if it's a re-entry super high order, it's very different to a main event. And they do.
Cool chip trick. You practice that much?
You forget how good it's been.
All that 8,800.
In a similar spot to Igor, where I can't think of too many things that I'd beat.
You should fold then. Strategy.
Really never a good squad.
Now you're in the same spot. Now Christoph did the same movement as well.
I'm disappointed. I was so sure you were going to do the move then. Like 3 minutes left on the feature table before you do it. Before you're going to go, I'm on the Igor. All right, I'm all in. I was so sure that was coming.
All in all.
I can't see a hand I can beat.
You don't want to use that on the.
Bad habit.
I'm all in.
You don't want to use that on the TV table because then it never works.
Yeah.
You got to do it for value on the TV table, and then.
But when you actually.
Matt, tell me what I can watch during the break.
Well, James, coming up in the break, we're going to take you back to when Igor Kurganov, currently on our table and winning the hair poll, makes a great call against Ole Shemyan during the 2013 Monte-Carlo main event right here in this very room. Also, one of our famous top fives, featuring a controversial hand with Peter Eckhard running in with Andy Black.
I'm going to show my cards anyway, actually.
Thank you for the information.
For the camera.
You're very welcome.
Actually, no, maybe.
It came to me in a dream last night.
I've retired from
I can't show
showing.
my cards.
I've retired from all that bullshit.
Just 2 minutes left on the level, 2 minutes until
the job
that
of
break.
Science is also to explain the things that are happening.
As well as watching those
So if
features that Matt
something
just
is
mentioned, you can also register for the bounty bonus. Also fire up some scoop spin and goes, try to win a hand with a pocket pair and put yourself in a chance to win a $109 scoop ticket.
Yeah, remember, you don't have to win the whole thing, just a hand. Just win a hand.
Realm of science, like that can't be explained, it just needs to be felt. This is still you explaining it in some form.
But I don't consider that to be explaining it with science. So.
Uh-oh.
So
I had the word science, James.
Hashtag.
I was trying to remember how much I was raising to last level, but I think I just didn't.
Your process of you saying this cannot.
Oh, 1 in 525, 500.
But I don't think it is
one.
an evaluation because you're not drawing any conclusions.
Still pretty tight.
Apart from saying I don't know. Whereas if you try and evaluate,
and I think I only raised 3 hands that level.
I agree with that, but
then again, we probably only don't play that
many hands. You can't act on it, right? Like if you then you have to just purely say I don't know. But if it's not actionable,
these people should do a podcast broadcast.
1 minute
like,
left.
are more actionable.
That's
Because
so
like I
easy.
don't think you draw no conclusion.
Right.
The truth is, you
Oh,
say
no,
I don't
leaving.
know,
Okay.
but I will still
78. I thought about the same.
change something and like try
Get
to
a room.
experience it more because I want it.
I
I
lost
believe
that
it helps
one
me with
biggest
this or
spot.
whatever. So actually, you are evaluating.
I mean, evaluating it by saying
had
this
it
is what's
checked.
happened to me,
Oh, yeah,
but
yeah,
not
sure.
this is
I
how
lost
it's
that right
happened to
away,
me, or
and then
this
apart
is why
from
it's
that,
happened to me, or I'm
quite
sure it's
well.
happened to me because this is the case.
The thing is, like, I think
Yeah.
that we have
Yeah.
like just we're
Got it, 2,400.
our minds are not very
Oh, God,
good
yeah.
at
Yeah.
just evaluating things by
Oh,
themselves.
God, yeah.
Like we're only designed for these like
Oh, wow,
mid-range
yeah.
size, mid-number size objects, etc. And like we clearly have a ton of like biases
Oh, God,
and
yeah.
illusions
Oh,
and
yeah.
like just misunderstandings.
Totally.
And science has seemed to perform better than human minds by themselves.
Oh,
quite a
God,
lot,
yeah.
which is why
Oh, Matt, you forgot to mute your mic before making that phone call.
Oh,
it's hard for me to
all right,
rely
Mum.
on Will,
Okay.
but I feel
All
that
right,
was the
yeah.
case. Yeah, but very
Okay,
many
bye-bye.
things are being felt. Very many wrong things.
Are they still talking about science?
I completely agree, but a lot of situations, I mean, like the huge majority of scenarios, you have to rely on science. But I do think that that dependence that we have on it has just also faulted us in other areas.
Rinse to the break.
But I just think it's important to remember that it is a process and not saying
No, stop
I
now,
will
we're in the
use
break.
the
Stop it.
beforehand created knowledge to explain it. It's rather I will use some processes to figure out what the values of this are. Christoph, why, huh?
Vogelsang is 3-bet
Tell me.
Kurganov.
Why are you doing this?
Remember you when you were screaming at me in Nottingham the other week?
Yeah.
Sorry, I'll let you play the part. It was
Yeah,
a spot
I
like
do.
this, you were like, Jack! You seem like a good guy to pick on.
It's a good answer. That makes my ego make me calm, I think.
Kurgels calls. Vogelsang with the betting lead and the advantage of position. An 8-7-6 flop. It's straighty with a flush draw.
One can only hope that develops into some pairedness.
Thought I heard Igor say I check. I think the action is on Vogelsang. Hurry up. C-bet from Vogelsang. 6,500.
That was a long tank for the bet that we were expecting.
Into 18-4.
It's a good point Igor makes.
Ten of clubs on the turn, puts a second flush draw out there. Igor checks quickly. Christoph does nothing quickly.
Correct. Come on, Christoph. You can do it.
Especially if you B&Q it. I think we established on the last episode of Poker in the Ears that other DIY stores are available.
Yeah. Bye, roof rack.
So check on the turn, deuce of hearts on the river. And a reminder that you can subscribe to the Poker in the Ears podcast on iTunes. You can download from SoundCloud. And of course, we'll be recording an in-vision version of the podcast here in Monte-Carlo as Igor shoves river for just shy of 30,000.
I already had the feeling on the flop that you have it.
Man, I fear for the next 16 minutes of the break.
Love it.
I obviously have a strong hand. Because I wouldn't raise him light.
28-8.
He caught me with some 4-5 suited.
4-5 suited is more of a hand that you would have than I would have, I think. Right now.
It's science.
Yeah, but what about the spiritual side of the...
If I had it on the flop, I probably still have it, don't I?
No, I mean, like, you were likely to jam in there on the flop, so but how do you not have it?
So happy, though. Look at him. Look at the fun he's having playing poker.
Which I'm also blocking. Oh, I'm not.
"15 minutes left on the break." We don't normally announce that during a hand.
What's Charlie doing?
He wants to look into... He's getting information. He wants to know what Igor looks like when this situation is occurring. But he is. He is just taking a snapshot of Igor's face. Because of all the chat, when Igor talks like he is the boss, does he turn out to be the boss?
It's a pretty clear fold.
You said the word fold. That's good enough for me. Break.
Let's go. Ah, yeah. I checked too quickly on the flop. I did have diamonds. Look at that.
10-9 of diamonds.
Wow.
Gave you the old snap check when hit the nuts. I hate when I do that.
Yeah. It's a board which I actually like leading.
Interesting.
But I snap checked.
So that concludes play for the first session of the day.
It was like...
no, it was a snap check.
A reminder that when we come back from break...
For some reason, I felt you were strong.
We are going to have a new feature table. Here's how the first session concluded for these players. We'll follow their progress in the field. You can follow them on the PokerStars blog. Meanwhile, Antonius, Pollock and Katai coming to the stage after the break here on PokerStars TV. Third pair.
A lot of folks are going to slow down now, but no, not Shemian. He's just going to continue bloating this pot like the gluttony scene in 7.
He bet 16,100. Once again, Kurganov calls.
If Kurganov were ahead on the flop, he'd very likely still be ahead now.
9 of hearts on the river, and Kurganov checks a third time.
This is a super wet river card. Is Shemian going to get weird here?
He shoves. He overbets the pot.
Straights came in, obviously the flush. This is a sick bluff, and it's his best shot at getting Kurganov to fold exactly the hand he's got, sometimes even better. Right now, it's Kurganov's tournament life over second pair.
Your all-in did a different sound than it did before.
Uh-oh.
Plus your hand was shaking. That's making it tougher. I don't know. Normally it's because you're so happy that you have it. It was a friendly smile to me. Ole, ole, ole. I call.
Great call.
Sick.
Both hands have to be shown, guys. You gotta show both hands.
It's an all-in situation. Both hands have to be tabled.
Einmal so nicht klarkommen wie ich.
Live reads are not a myth. I've seen it.
Coolers. Hands you can't get away from. Clashes that can't be avoided.
Lucky, obviously.
Collisions you have to watch.
Is this a standard deck or just one with all the letters of the alphabet?
Straight from the freezer, here's our top 5 crazy coolers. Well, any hand that results in Tony G being silenced has to be included. At 5, Vanessa Russo has the honor of dealing the icy blow.
If you win the hand, you keep me quiet.
Don't believe you. That bluff I'll call. That bluff I'll call.
Tony just added unspeakable equity to this pot.
Vanessa calls.
Tony's bombed the flop, which may make Vanessa think he's on a draw.
An ace on the turn. Russo has top set.
Hello, nasty. As Tony G would say, ace from space, and Vanessa has gone from 0 to hero.
Tony G does have a flush draw.
10,000.
And bets 10,000.
You could shut me right up.
How?
Well, by being all in and winning the pot.
Punch in the face.
Can I just push a button?
That ace dramatically improves Vanessa's hand, but if she put Tony on spades, he just got there.
She just calls.
On spade watch.
I check.
Tony checks in the dark. The river. A sick card, the 5 of hearts.
Now you got to show some guts. Can you bet this, or you're going to make a really weak check now on the end? Go on, Vanessa. You can do it.
For Vanessa, best card ever. Full house over full house.
All in.
Call.
Ace is full.
Wow, very nice. That's the best. Very nice.
You got screwed?
I got a full house too in the end.
Wow.
And a flush draw. Sit, that shut me up. Well done, Vanessa.
Vanessa doubles through.
I got lucky, obviously.
Not really. I mean, it's...
We took turns getting lucky. I got lucky to get the aces. You got lucky on the flop. I got lucky on the turn.
I haven't won one hand when I've been good. So.
That silence won't last long. At 4 is a cooler from somewhere warmer, the Bahamas. At the final table of the 2009 PCA, Alex Gomez thought he was trapping Benny Spindler by slow playing aces.
850,000 out there. Once again, Gomez with aces. Oh my goodness, quads on the flop. Don't ever run bad. Strange, last time Gomez had aces, it was against Kevin Saul, and 3 6s came on board. He won a big pot. This time, 3 of a kind is going to come on board, and he's destined to lose a lot of chips right here. In 9-handed action, Gomez trapped Kevin Saul with 6s full of aces for a huge pot. Now he's got jacks full of aces, but this time it's not the best hand. Well, no, he's really just completely dead here. And now the question is, how is Spindler going to play it? 1.3. He is raising, wasting no time. You know, this is an interesting play here from Spindler. He's got 4 of a kind, and, you know, popular wisdom would say you should just call and slow play it. But what he's hoping for here is that his raise looks like a bluff, and that Gomez does have a hand like aces, kings, or something along those lines, and is going to, you know, play for it all.
Cool.
Well, he's just going to call. Now, you know, the funny thing about this is Gomez actually thinks he's trapping him. Right. He thinks he's slow playing his hand. He's trying to trap him as he thought and as he did against Kevin Saul earlier in this tournament. Now Benny Spindler asking for a chip count.
1,350,000 apiece.
6.
Let's see the turn card.
Now Benny can't really care how much Gomez has. It's just trying to like show weakness, if you will. It's a little bit of a sort of Hollywood move. Gomez is checking. And that's poker on a higher level, isn't it? Yeah, absolutely. Now Gomez is really checking in the hopes that Spindler, you know, is going to bluff at it. As we know, he's not bluffing. He's got 4 of a kind. And Spindler is really taking an aggressive approach to this hand to try to get as many chips in as possible. A big bet once again of $2 million. Pot up to $5.5 million now. Well, this is the opportunity now for either Gomez to be an absolute genius and make the most remarkable laydown we may have ever seen. Don't bet on that. Or he might just decide, all right, now's the time. Let's get all those chips in the middle.
I'm all in.
Oh, and he does. He's moving it all in.
I call.
He's calling. He's got 4 of a kind. Gomez says, completely dead. River card is totally irrelevant. Spindler wins a monster pot, eliminating Gomez. He's up over 16 million in chips now. Stunned. Look at the crowd. They can't believe it. Pocket ace is going down in flames. The river now just a formality. Spindler now is going to have a stranglehold on this tournament.
You get the feeling it's going to take Alex Gomez quite a while to shake this one off, despite taking home $750,000. Pocket ace is four-handed. I mean, we're supposed to win that pot.
Aces cracked in epic style. Well, the PCA has seen its fair share of big hands over the years, and in 2016, Philip McAllister rivered the biggest hand of all.
So Tedeschi's all in with a set of queens, but there's still monster draw action on the side.
The river card is the ace of hearts, a royal flush for McAllister.
No way.
300. Rubber is betting. It doesn't matter what his cards are. He can't win.
All in.
With his royal flush, McAllister shoves on rubber.
I know you're sick, but I don't know if you're that sick.
He's not that sick.
Flip a coin. Literally. Probably best.
Oh, look at this baller.
Rubber lets it go.
Folded a flush? No, king 10 clubs, yeah?
Royalized.
Painful way to bust, but at least they weren't heads up for the EPT 12 Grand Final title. Cue Jan Bendik versus Adrian Alan at number 2. All the chips are going in so quickly, it's hard to keep track. It started at 525. Bendik made it 1.65 million.
Oh, man.
And Alan flops a set.
I mean, maybe the ace will save Bendik from getting stacked.
I mean, they've been playing tight enough that I guess even more so than usual, you might give credit to ace, but I mean, this is horrible.
Yeah, I wonder if Bendik slows down now. Alan called pretty quickly, 1.6 million apiece, 6.6 million in the middle, a 10 on the turn. Well, we said it might take a cooler to end this.
This is ball game.
So Bendik checks the turn.
Cheeky.
Alan bets 1.5 million, a small bet into a huge pot. I would like to point out, by the way, that Adrian Alan is not drawing dead. 2% is 2%. A one-outer still has a chance. A raise to 4.25 million from Bendik.
Wow. Feeling quite nervous.
Just a call.
Well, they're saving it for the river. Nope.
Complete brick on the river.
All in.
Bendik shoves. Alan calls and it's all over. Jan Bendik has won the EPT 12 Grand Final.
Man, he's been around forever. Yes. Good for him.
Yes. Yes. EPT 9 Player of the Year. 3-time main event finalist. And on his 3rd occasion, he is a winner. From one Monaco champ to another, and our number 1 crazy cooler. At the season 11 EPT Grand Final, Adrian Mateos found himself involved in a 3-way, and not the fun kind. Well, we're heading over to the secondary table where we are on cooler alert.
Oh boy.
Ivanov opened with 5s. Pastor 3-bet with aces. Decision now on Mateos, who's got queens.
That's not going to be good for business.
He 4-bets. And Lasmar, our qualifier, has jacks.
Wow.
He folds. Christopher Frank.
All in.
Shoves with kings.
Oh, come on. Is this a standard deck or just one with all the letters of the alphabet?
I didn't look before.
Seriously? Boy, are you going to be happy and then immediately disappointed.
Ivanov has folded. It's back on Pastor.
Yeah, check this out, Johnny Lawden.
He reshoves. What does Mateos do now?
That. Feels bad, man, but I don't think he can fold.
What a ridiculous hand.
Having aces here and having them hold, that's how you become a grand final champion.
And is that?
500,000.
So sick.
Sicker than Lucille Auster on a Gravitron.
I don't know.
He knows he's losing in at least one spot, but his odds are also pretty sick.
I think I have to call. Yeah.
Mateos calls!
Got aces? No. I swear I fold jacks. I swear.
Cool story, bro.
Aces versus kings versus queens.
Well, none of the 3 ones, eh?
6 swept for everyone so deep in the tournament. Even aces aren't totally safe.
Juan Martin Pastor set to triple up. Christopher Frank likely to be eliminated. The flop. 10-4 deuce. The turn card. It's a queen!
I am so sorry. Buenos dias, Adrian.
And now there's a 90% chance we lose 2 players. Mateos goes from worst to first, and it's a double KO! Frank out!
Yes.
Pastor out!
That really sucks.
It's never happened. I swear I pulled the jacks.
Not now, Hattie.
Did anyone think aces were going to hold there? Wow. So, those are the most talked about crazy coolers. Keep watching for more countdowns on PokerStars.tv.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the PokerStars Championship presented by Monte-Carlo Casino from the Monte-Carlo Bay Hotel and Resort. I'm Matt Broughton. He is Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies. Welcome back. You know that last feature table, Matt, I know you could be blinded by science, but I didn't know you could be deafened by it.
No, it was painful. I had one of those Ally McBeal kind of fantasy sequences where I thought if Joe just dropped like from 10 feet above the feature table, just smashed onto the table, and all the chips went flying and just said, "Shut up." And that would have made my level more
I feel bad because we're like, oh, I wish they would talk more, but I guess it's a case of be careful what you wish for.
Yeah. Well, perhaps the good stroke bad news, depending on which side of the fence you fall, is that we have a brand new feature table for you. There you can see right now is who the chip leaders are. Jeffrey Hakim still top of the entire tournament with over 305,000. Liv Barry repping the UK, 220,000. Stefan, Gianluca, and Michael make up that top 5. We have a brand new feature table, and we can bring you those players now. It is Morten Mortensen, David Katai, Martin Lund, Benjamin Pollock, Patrick Antonius, Hideki Takafuji, Andres Makalakovs, and Alexandru Papazian. And you can see the big stack is Morten Mortensen, and the ever-attractive Patrick, don't call me Potato Head, Antonius in second spot.
That is going to be the highlight of this table, I think. I don't know what it is, but for some reason, poker doesn't need new stars. The old ones are just fine. Like, everyone be perfectly happy to watch Patrick Antonius and, God rest his soul, Devilfish and Doyle Brunson and Daniel and all the people that we've been watching since, like, 2002. We're perfectly fine with all those people still being at featured tables. There he is. A beautiful specimen of a man. My goodness. He could be on the cover of Playboy. Doesn't even matter. He does it for me.
Also, lots to remind you about. Don't forget, we've got our scoop competition going on. If you can win a hand in a scoop spin and go, boom us or send the winning hand to hashtag PSC win. Don't have to win the whole game, just a hand. We've got $309 scoop tickets to give away. We've got the bounty bonus coming up in about an hour and 10 minutes. There's going to be $150 bounty on myself, James, and Joe.
That's $150 each, my babies. Yeah.
So plenty to bring you. Also, we've now had the prize pool has been announced, 3.5 million euros. 143 players are going to get paid out. The min starts at 7,580 euros. Top prize just over €500,000.
Can I just say $500,000? Can we just say that?
But if you say over $500,000, just over $500,000, it makes it sound like it's way more than $500,000, even though it's like 800 quid on top.
Yeah, it's like me saying I'm over 5'10" though. I'm like 5'10.1.
Yeah, but when you're that hairy,
you look like you're trying to make it seem bigger. You know what I mean?
Like when you say you're 17 and a half years old.
Yeah.
Like why does that
just
half?
Be 17. Just be $500,000.
Anyway, there'll be some poker along shortly.
Okay, and see the camera here.
This camera here, it's actually not capturing your soul, it's just taking a picture.
In there. You put your cards in there.
So my guess is Andrei Meklakov's. Although I recognize that name, he's maybe not been on a featured table before. What flag is that, Joe? This feels like...
the red, white, red?
Yeah, that feels like an unfamiliar flag to me.
It looks like a delicious piece of red velvet cake.
Cake. So here's from Cakeland.
Cakeland.
We'll actually confirm what nationality that is. And then we'll get some poker underway.
I like Monaco too because it's one of the few places that we get players from Japan.
Yeah.
With that guy a couple years ago, I don't want to butcher his name, but he was really fun. They have this like vacation week called Golden Week or something that usually happens while we're here in Monaco. They get some time off. They get to come
35.
Play poker. And action is underway. Benjamin Pollock raising under the gun. So we teach people how to... Koichi Nizaki, that was the guy's name.
Well, remember that just came to you, didn't
it? Not any of the producers helping me out there. Nope.
Well, as the poker's underway, I think we should welcome our first guest of the day. Not a big fan of mine, but I love her loads. Vanessa Seltz, welcome to the booth.
Thank you very much. I am a big fan of yours, Matt.
No, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
Look, we can't just say that and leave Vanessa twisting in the wind. There was a miscommunication where Vanessa said, I would like to be on the air when Joe is on the air because it's fun. And they were like, Vanessa can only be on the air with Joe. Matt, get out of the booth.
So we're exiling him from the country temporarily.
So that's fine. I'm still going to invoice for all 5 days if that's right, Joe, but I'll catch up with you in London. You and James have a great time.
I apparently, by the way, have way more sway at PokerStars than I thought, and if I knew how much pull I had to get Matt fired, I would be using that for like much better things.
Yeah,
like
way sooner than this.
You know,
right?
like the card runouts or something, getting better at card runouts, or I don't know.
At the very least, a hotel room upgrade, or
yeah, I mean,
yeah, just having random innocent commentators just absolutely fired. I mean, get
well,
home.
innocent.
And my dad would be like, well, what went wrong? I went, there's just one girl. She just, I don't know. I guess she just really didn't like my style, my accent. I don't know.
Are any of us really innocent, though?
No. I mean,
he's definitely not innocent. The thing is, if you had said that, I'd be like, well, this is possible.
The funny thing is, when it was presented to us, we just kind of looked at each other and went, well, okay, I guess I'll just, you know.
It was just like, yeah, that makes a lot. That sounds totally reasonable.
Do you know what?
I definitely believe that happened.
I actually wasn't as insulted by the potential truth that you'd asked that. I was more disgusted that someone in the team didn't go, no, I'm sorry, Vanessa, that's not on. that's an unreasonable request. The fact that you said it and somebody went, yeah, sure, we'll just get rid of him. It's like, well, thanks, guys.
And that's true. Like, that did happen.
Yeah. That really was what happened. Everyone just accepted that, well, if she doesn't like
I went to bat for you a little bit.
Joe's like Switzerland.
A tiny bit.
He's saying he went to bat for me, he went to bat for you. Exactly. I don't see any bats anywhere.
Well, the thing is, no one gives an F about my opinion on any subject whatsoever. So
that's not
really
true.
You've got
at least 35 viewers here, right? Come on.
We do have some viewers.
No,
I think they're here for the poker, which is happening.
Yes. Let's talk about it.
Makes it 4,000. Ties in. Pollock's, he's gonna fold.
I'm just kidding, by the way. Not 35 viewers. There's a lot of viewers, and everybody tunes in because these are both wonderful commentators.
It's too late.
I'm not even being sarcastic. I'm very happy to be here.
That's a super complimentary all the time, even when there's not a microphone in front of her.
I don't even. There's levels upon levels of sarcasm, and I'm just going to talk
You
about.
certainly come to the right place for that.
Pepe's in here repping the year of Romania. And the year of the sneer.
I like Davidi's style. He just like very gingerly places the chips in front of him when he's making a bet.
And it's the exact opposite of what he's doing a lot of the time because he's crazy aggressive. So the fact that he is gently being aggressive, it's a nice contrast.
Yeah, it works for him.
Well, though this hand is now underway and this level, don't forget, you've missed a fair bit already if you're only just tuning into us. Here's what happened. 329 players returned for day 2. Some of the biggest names in the game, Daniel Negreanu, Jason Mercier, Antonius. And, of course, the boy LP all out there, sporting his new schnoz. One player made a brief appearance, was Barcelona 2015 champ, John Juanda. He was knocked out very first hand of the day when he took on Igor Kurganov. Bye-bye. But, of course, a ton of previous champs still here. Livbury, Ensign Hassan, the other way around, Moncheri and Sebastian Malitz. And, of course, last year's grand final champ, Jan Bendik, all still in with a shot.
So now if Hossein Ensan ever comes in, he won't want to be in the booth with you.
I know. Said, oh, that's the guy that said my name around the wrong way.
I would like you to
want him
remove
out of
Brout
here.
and Matt from the booth, please.
It's how he appears in my phone.
So this is interesting that we're sitting. So I was actually sitting in this very situation last year on day 2 of the Monaco main event, formerly EPT, now PokerStars Championship. I was there last year, and Patrick was on my table. I actually had the table of death last year. I don't know if you remember. This was my. I pulled up a picture because I took a photo of it because it was so insane. This is on day 2 of a main event. My lineup at the table was Dominic Niche, Justin Bonomo, Fabrice Soulier, Patrick Antonius, Ben Phillips, who was unknown at the time, but he's apparently quite good regular, myself, Anthony Spinella, another unknown, and Martin Sedenia.
Is this last year you're talking about?
Yeah, last year on day 2.
When you were on the feature table?
Yeah.
When I was a little unfair to you?
God, Joe, you're really just bringing up old things.
Well, no, look, I remember that about last year, but you had that table of death, but wasn't it one of the unknowns who knocked you out also?
No, I didn't get knocked out on the table.
Look, meanwhile, sorry to interrupt,
I remember,
but look,
yes.
meanwhile, we've got Benjamin is all in with his ace-king suited up against Patrick Antonius, dominating him with the ace-queen.
Blind versus blind situation. Those are ones where you're like, I guess he shoved in like 20 blinds and you're just like, or maybe he bet and Antonius went all in and he called. I mean, either way, but it's just like.
Morten Mortensen opened and then Pollock shoved from the small blind.
Oh, okay.
Antonius called. The original razor folded.
Got it.
Not looking good for Benjamin.
Just the 3 outs to save his tournament life.
Oh, he's got but chop. Chop for 2.
True enough, yeah.
Isn't that your hold?
That was a listener who wrote that in, but yeah, we have stolen that for sure.
Yeah. Does not happen. A very brief appearance at our featured table, but Benjamin Pollock is out of there.
That's unfortunate to see him go. He's a great player. He's a lot of fun to watch. I think he's always in there. He's one of those like silent killers, you know. You don't hear much about him, but he's really a good player.
People are sick of hearing me say it probably, but you know, he gets really close so often, and it's only a matter of time, I think, for him taking down a big one.
Well, it won't be this time.
Nope.
I got a flag update. Latvia.
Latvia.
It kind of looks like a kind of a burgundy version of Austria, but it is officially Latvia. Thanks very much for your attention. Right, I know you don't like me much, but can I swap you your glass of water precariously balanced next to my laptop for a brand new sealed bottle of even fresher water?
I would, sure. just because Joe took it from me, and I want him to have it.
Unbelievable. I mean, I know they say, you know, don't make life worse for yourself, but I thought I'd just I'm not going to be able to relax.
It just doesn't go much lower from here anyways, between us, so.
Exactly.
I actually, at any late night, like after partying that happens at my house, my one rule is always like, can you just not put your drink right next to my laptop? And I spend all night moving girls' drinks away from my computer, looking like a dad.
Are you all right with
Maybe
that?
you should stop watching porn while you're hanging out with a girl.
they all want music. They're like, can you put some music on?
The problem is it takes Joe 10 minutes to shut down all the porn that's already running in the background.
I have to do this. I have to go, don't look at my for 1 second. Sorry, I just didn't know you were coming over. Never expected to have a person here.
I mean, this is all like really funny in theory, but we obviously know that Joe never actually has people there.
That is correct. Well, I mean, I have a very handsome friend who will sometimes bring a date back to my house because it's a fun place to after party.
It's like the simulation version, like in the alternate.
Yes.
The alternate simulation Joe. He's the exact same, but with a girlfriend. Actually, you have a girlfriend, don't you?
I do not.
Oh,
not at the moment.
That's awkward. We should probably do the catching up maybe off the stream.
Right. No, it's fine. I'm used to it. You know, Fatima loves calling me out on the stream.
I believe it. I believe that for sure. These people would play poker a little quicker. We could talk about something else other than Joe's love life. But
yeah, and we're officially done talking about that. I mean, we've exhausted it. No, there was the time that I was talking, had a good flirtation going with a fairly famous, very attractive female poker player, and then Fatima was on stream, and I mentioned to Fatima that I was going to Holland. Because, you know, I'm like, Fatima, you're from Holland. I'm going. And she's like, oh, who are you going with? And I was like, someone. She's like, who? And I'm like, someone. And she, like, grilled me on the air. And this player that I was talking to happened to be listening. And eventually Fatima got it out of me that it was my ex-girlfriend that I was going with.
Oh, no.
And then she's like, so you're not together? I was like, no. And so Fatima on the air, I was like, so you're using her?
Wow.
And I was like, I don't really know what to say anymore. And then the girl I was talking to literally never spoke to her again. Like, I mean, like cordially, but the flirtation was over.
Wow.
Yep. Thanks, Fatima.
Thanks. Hashtag thanks, Fatima.
You played some tennis this week. There was like a thing.
Hold on, let's talk about poker for a second because
Great. We have a hand.
Yeah,
there's
a hand.
I thought they were all folded.
Yeah, no, the big blind defended because it's 2017 and he has 2 cards. But actually, I don't know. He looks like maybe a qualifier, so maybe he has 2 cards that are somewhat close together or high.
See what I can find out about any of the people involved here.
So, Vanessa, that was a bit of a loaded statement there, what you just said. Let's talk poker for a second.
Okay, all right.
So when you say it's 2017, are you being sarcastic? Are you saying it's because we're so knowledgeable now, we know that we're supposed to be defending very wide?
That is what I was saying. Exactly, yes. All the regs, the trend in poker now is when you're in the big blind, you know, when someone min raises, you usually, you know, you see people defending like, you know, Jack 5 offsuit or, you know, King 2, or I mean really like 90% of their range because they have the right pot odds. You know, it's often you have to call 2,000, the pot's already like 10,000 with all the antes in the blind.
Right.
So people are defending a lot of cards that don't look like good hands, you know. But so when I made this comment about the qualifier, of course, a lot of people that are less experienced aren't comfortable playing those kinds of hands, and they more wait for premiums.
Yeah, I would fold Jack 5 suited. I mean, maybe not to offsuit. But that was a min plus raise, right? So that was, you know, min raise would be 3,200. That was 3,500. Is there a big difference between those two
Not between
amounts?
32 and 3,500, no. I mean, we're talking about, you know, it's like 18% more of a big blind.
Do you remove 1 or 2 hands from your big blind defending range for those 300 chips, or is it?
That's probably right. If I were a computer, I would do that. But you know, yeah, exactly.
You're pretty close.
I was when I was younger. But
when you were young, you're still younger than me, and you always will be.
I
just
always
realized.
I hope I always will be.
You'll never catch up.
I'll never catch up, but I might, you know. Well, anyway.
You could outlast me, that's for sure.
This, incidentally, is not a qualifier, I can tell you, by the way, Alexandru Papazian.
Okay.
I can tell you, I've got the dossier on him. He's from Romania.
You're Romania.
Any other questions? Good, because that's all I know about him. Right. I can tell you, incidentally, that when we went into that break, we grabbed hold of our friend Charlie Carell because, as you know, we're having a poll about the best hair and he's last.
I think that's more than I would expect. My hair isn't something I particularly pride myself on. Igor just has like luscious locks, and just saw a picture of Sophia's hair, and it's just incredible. Yeah, I don't think that I deserve to be in the lineup. I think there should be a third.
And we see you at the end, you were trying to get a better look at Igor's hair there. Was that what that was about, or was it more to do with the hair?
No, I didn't know about the poll. I was not trying to look at the hair. I was trying to get a read on Igor. No, it's generally just something that Igor and I are pretty. We go into a lot is the live reads, and we like to try and get reads on each other.
But your hair is beautifully conditioned. Do you use a lot of product? Do you put a lot of time into it?
No, I come in with wet hair. I do this every now and again, and that's about it. It's like something that I like having long hair, but I don't do it for the appearance, as it might be quite obvious to tell. It is actually one of probably the thing that I get the most shit about ever. It's just like the most common joke that follows me around whenever I win something, or if I'm on like an interview or a podcast. Just like 1,000 comments of people being like, this will be original. If he's won so much money, why can't he afford a haircut or a wardrobe, or anything like that? But yeah, no, I'm not doing the hair thing for to win any kind of contest.
I feel like Charlie was incredibly aware of the fact that the camera was pushing in on him. Like you could see him getting more and more uncomfortable as the shot got closer.
Wow, and in fact, this is how the poll is going. We can see Charlie has really dropped now. My vote was for Sophia. Igor, I know, was James's favorite, and now it's a huge lead, 43%. We'll do a poll. Who thought we would give that much attention to the hair of one of the players from our former featured table? That'll be an interesting one to see.
That's your new poll?
That's my new poll. I'll be starting, because that dazzled me. I can't believe we gave more than 7 seconds to that interview. Very creepy. Very creepy action from Pete down on the floor, incidentally.
I was thinking the same.
I think about 7 players got knocked out in some incredible hands during that interview. Check out the PokerStarsblog.com for that.
It was the one incident on record of Patrick Antonius going on tilt, but we were asking Charlie Carroll about conditioner.
He seems to have recovered quite well.
Yeah.
Back to...
It's very brief for him.
Yeah.
Alexandru on the button. No. Battle of the Blinds. Morten Mortensen.
Ran into Chubbly on the elevator.
Oh, no. There was another one, but I've forgotten who that was.
Dogra.
Incidentally, in this lull in conversation between myself, Joe, and Vanessa, let me remind you at, well, actually, probably in about, I guess, 50 minutes' time, we are going to have the first bounty bonus. It's back. It is back for Monte-Carlo, and you can play against myself, Joe, and James. Just going to put the word bonus into the search in the PokerStars lobby. I can see that 4,600 people registered. Don't forget, as well as the money already in the prize pool, there is $150 on all 3 of us, myself, Joe, and James. And it's a Zoom tournament, so you will get a fair chance of bumping into us. So sign up. Remember, you need to get involved with the Poker School Online. Go claim your tickets there. If you're not already a member, sign up. And there'll be one every single day of our 5 days of broadcast here from the championship main event.
If I could make a request, if you knock me out of the bounty bonus tournament, don't write to me on Facebook 30 seconds later asking for your money.
Right, okay.
We'll get it to you. I promise. Has little to do with me at that point.
And also, just as a general guideline, if you have some really slim interaction with me, so maybe I like your tweet or I mention you, don't immediately send me a friend request on Facebook, because I will ignore it.
I accept everyone.
Yeah, I don't accept anybody. So no offense to all the really nice people. You're not my friend. You're just an acquaintance.
So Papazian, you're Romania. Making it 4,000. Lunda defends his big blind with Jack 5 offsuit. Or not.
It is in the range. But actually, maybe not, because he did, I think, make a 2.5x here. Which does make a difference.
You eliminate one more hand.
Yeah, exactly. And you see this a lot now with Papazian checking back the flop here. I think delayed continuation betting is something that I've been seeing quite often, actually. And it's interesting because, you know, usually when people check twice, they end up just folding because, like, a lot of things have happened where in poker, like, I think the really good players are kind of checking back those high card boards more with, like, obviously with, you know, some showdown hands like small pairs or ace highs, but also with, you know, their misses like 7 high or whatever, just because they know it's become very common. People are, I don't know if you noticed, but, you know, all the trends kind of work intermittently together, but basically the people out of position are betting a lot wider for value, meaning, let's say the flop comes, you know, king 8-5. It used to be where, or not even king 8-5, that's not a great example, like 8-5-3, right? And someone goes check, check. And then the turn's like a 10. It used to be where, all right, well, let's talk about this hand here. So he's sort of representing that he either has a flush, a slow played jack, or maybe even just a king, like a king queen. I think he's probably putting the big blind on an ace high or a middle pocket pair. You know, he could have a 6. I mean, it's just hard to, the king probably wouldn't bet this big though, just because he could have a 6 so easily. So it's probably likely that he's, yeah, so he did have a queen, or a king, so he did just bet with a king.
I mean, it feels like these days that half pot or right around half pot is like just the standard, I think I have the best hand bet.
For a lot of people, yeah, that's probably true. Yeah, I mean, that's the situation where for sure, and I think, you know, he makes the call there. It used to be, you know, going back to what I was saying, it used to be where someone checks back and then they bet twice, and it's just like, okay, they probably had the thing like the king high, like the king or the pocket tens, which was, I'm sure were good in that situation as well.
Good hand.
Yeah, but, you know, I think what's been happening is as people, going back to the, like, the 10, 5, 3, 8, you know, people are betting out with, like, third pair there for value because people were calling with ace high all the time, you know? So it's like, if someone's going to call me with ace high and I have a pair of 10s or a pair of 8s in that situation, and even maybe a pair of 5s, I'm very happy to bet out and get called by ace high.
It's the same reason that you're checking your really bad hands, right? Because you're going to get called so often on the flop these days.
Or on the turn. Yeah, exactly. So exactly. So in turn, what happens is because people are betting so wide on the turn for value, when they check twice, they chose not to bet, their hands are usually very, very weak. So what that allows other people to do in position is you say, okay, I know that this person, they're going to check twice if they're very weak. I don't have to continuation bet the flop. I can just see if they check twice to me, then I'm going to have a very cheap way to bluff at the pot because I know their range is like, at best, like bottom pair, ace high, or something like that. And so that's kind of what's happened because as people bet wider and wider for value, you just need to give people, you know, the first check, like you raise pre-flop, the first check is automatic because they're expecting you to c-bet. So that's not even like a real check.
Right.
But then you give them the opportunity to make a decision in front of you on the turn, whether to check or bet. And when they check, that's such an informative check that you know that you're going to get, you know, you have so much more information to work with now, whereas if you bet just on the flop, you're very blind. They have their whole range. You don't know what's going on. And so the delayed c-bet has become a much more useful weapon, I think, because of just how wide people are betting for value, and I think it makes their checking range on the turn very unbalanced and very weak.
And excuse me, position is just as important as ever.
Absolutely. I mean, position is always important for different reasons, but it's learning how to exploit the trends to take advantage. And so you're seeing a lot more kind of cheap bluffs. You know, people aren't really running, I don't know if you're noticing this, but people aren't really running 3-barrel bluffs nearly as often. It's more like, and it's smart because you want to play low variance in poker. In tournaments, you want to take as little risk as possible. And so if you identify a situation, you know, the way I think about poker is I think about, you have a game tree and you have like thousands of different possible decisions. And at any given time in the trends of poker, there are things that people in general, you know, the best players are doing everything well, and there are trends that people tend to copy each other. So there are things along in the game tree that people do very well sometimes, and there are trends that are very exploitable and very bad. And so you can see, like, if you picture like a tree that has different colors, and if it's like dark red, that means it's really bad. And so if you think about it, okay, most players play this one situation really, really badly. You think, okay, what are the actions in the tree that get me to that situation? and you take more of those. Like, that's kind of what I think about. I'm like, okay, people play turns when they're checked to or something, whatever it is, really badly. Let me put them in that situation more so I can profit more from that situation.
So funny because you describe that, I'm like, how do I not get myself into that situation? But what you're thinking is, how do I put other people into that situation?
Yeah, well, it's definitely both. It's definitely both. But I'm less worried about not putting myself into that situation because I don't think people are. It's really the best players that are exploiting it. So if I'm playing against other really good players, I'm worried about not putting myself in that situation. And that's just what we call balancing ranges. I mean, that's just another way of saying we want to be balanced in our ranges. But the game tree, like the whole idea of it is because you can understand that people are unbalanced, but if you don't understand how to get to that situation, it's not really that helpful. It's helpful when you find yourself in that situation, but it's way more helpful if you can actually create that situation more often for yourself.
But this is also like once everyone has sort of figured out what the current trends are. Who are some players that you can name who are going to be the ones who are figuring out like what the next branches on the tree are that haven't been filled in yet?
I mean, I think it's really, it's sort of predictive. I mean, I think if you watch super high rollers or something, if you see people make a certain type of play, like inevitably 6 months later, you know, the majority of people will be making that same play, but like not as effectively, but like they'll be mimicking.
Sure.
There's a lot of mimicking that goes on. So it's sort of just staying ahead of the trends. And
do you think people know what they're mimicking when they mimic it, or they just know?
I think they try. They know somewhat. But I think it's like, you know, there are certain situations where like people would never bet. Okay, like that hand before where Davidi, the flop was King Jack 4 rainbow, and it was Papazian had checked to him. It was just on the live stream, and Davidi bet really small and Papazian folded. A year ago, when someone checked out of position on King Jack 4 rainbow, they were almost always calling, because they were continuation betting more, and usually when they checked, they had a jack, they were slow played king, maybe pocket eights, pocket nines, ace queen. They were always calling a bet, but now it's like if they continuation bet, it turned into a similar spot where people don't want to continuation bet in the dark, so they're check folding a lot more flops. Davidi recognizes that. He knows, you know, a lot of players, like, it's very standard to check behind because unless you have King Jack or fours or Ace King or even King Queen maybe at minimum, usually, you know, you're going to pot control or something like that. So it's very hard for Davidi to have a value hand in that situation. So it used to be where, like, that flop would go check almost all the time. But I think Davidi is a very clever player. I think he's great at, he's actually less of a GTO, like less of a balanced kind of a player and more of an exploitative player. He's one of the best in the world where he sees what's happening and he exploits that. And I think he knows that's a situation in 2017. This guy's going to check fold a lot. So he says, well, you know, I don't know what he had, but I don't think it was very good. It was most likely not very good. But he knows it doesn't matter because this guy is not really going to get too out of line. And you know, this guy's probably going to check fold, so he risks 4,000 to take down a...
perfect for that sort of
exactly, and that's all based on trends, I think.
Sweet.
Wow, some serious knowledge there. I'm going to have to actually think about that one. A lot of that. I like the tree thing. That makes a lot of sense to me. I need things to be visually understandable. I don't know why. It's just how my brain works. It's like I play music and stuff, and I have to be able to see it in a way that logs in my brain, and I like that.
Yeah.
Like I say, it's not about where you are. It's you got to work out how you got there, because
well, who
then
doesn't
you can
skip to the pictures?
you can kind of cut it off, or like you say, even better is to constantly put people into a spot you know that they hate, but they haven't realized how they keep finding themselves in that spot. So you can just keep nudging them down that branch.
Exactly.
They go, oh my God, I'm here again, facing this kind of a situation.
Exactly.
Very smart.
Exactly.
Meanwhile, in amongst the last few hands, we welcome a new table. Benoit Lamb has joined us. We swap a Frenchman for a Frenchman. We saw...
What is this poor man's Ben Lamb? Come on. There's only one Ben Lamb in my book.
Also, an awesome tweet I just saw come out from Victoria Corin Mitchell that says, a poker player on another table is eating and having a massage at the same time. I'm tempted to hand him some nose clippers and a crossword. I mean, I like it. I don't entirely understand it.
I think just to have a total pamper day.
Exactly, just to completely like, yeah, mate. Don't worry about the poker. You're having a lovely time. Eating and having a massage at the same time, that can't be good for you on any level. Just leave you with that thought.
That would make me feel weird. I feel weird enough sometimes I want to get a massage at my house and like watch TV while it's happening. I'm like, yeah, that's combining too many pleasures. Like I should just really separate those things.
I mean, the guys playing poker and getting a massage is one thing. It depends. When they're like getting a proper, like the head massage and they're being properly thrown around and they're in a hand, you think,
Have you any idea where you are?
Remember Hillary a couple years ago in Barcelona? He was getting that really sensual, bald head stroke.
Went on for hours. Felt quite upset afterwards. This one, there's not a lot to tell. It was a raise initially from Papazian. Made it 3,600. Got the call from Davide. Also, Patrick came along for the ride. Everyone checked post-flop. Patrick has now opened the door here. It's a Queen 6 Deuce 8 board, 2 diamonds down, 14,000 up for grabs. You're up to date.
You know, he's going to make a big bet.
Yep. 9,500 into 14,000. We're going to watch Patrick for a while. Just because.
It really is.
There we go. They're like, well, we could show him or Patrick. Just cut to him right before he makes his move.
Zhang, another diamond on the river, the 5 of diamonds.
I'm scared to like predict hands because these days like some people have been playing so randomly that I can't. I would say that either Davide would give up on the diamond. I don't know, but on the normally like I would think that if he makes another decent sized bet, he probably had a slow played queen, but or like a pocket 9s or pocket 10s sort of a hand. If he makes another decent sized bet, but on the diamond, it's possible that he. I mean, you know, once he, I think. I don't know if he bluffs the diamond because he, I think, expects that people would expect him to bet with a flush draw when it checked him on the flop and he checked behind. So, I don't know. I think you're going to see, and I think sometimes he's just stabbing on the turn to try to take it down. But this is one of the areas where when I'm not playing as much, it's like hard to know people's frequencies.
Also, he doesn't give up very often.
I don't know if that's entirely true.
Okay.
Yeah, I think in certain situations, like, but yeah, I think this is a situation where once the diamond comes in, plus the straight gets there as well. Although he flatted, you know, when he bets this size, he can have pocket 8s. He can have, I think he thinks like a queen is good. But there aren't that many value hands that he can really. I don't know how thin he would value at this spot, but yeah, it's got to be a good queen plus. It's a tough spot, you know, for Papazian when he's got like pocket 7s or something like that, which is most likely pocket 9s, pocket 10s, something like that.
Well, we're gonna see him. It looks like.
So he did check back the nut flush.
The nut flush.
Yeah.
Nice one.
Yeah. I think that's the thing. I think it's a spot where he I don't know that he would bluff because I think it's like he's gonna get looked up a lot there because I think he expects, like I said, I think he expects everyone to expect him to bet the flush draw, even though I think it's a perfectly reasonable time to check behind with a flush draw on the flop. You know, I think it's actually a really nice spot to check behind. So, yeah, I do think that's a spot where he's going to get looked up a lot.
Well, it takes him to the top. Sorry, I was just going to say, takes him up to over 190,000 now. Average stack 94,000. I don't know if we've mentioned it. Remind you, we're at 800, 1,600 with a 200 ante.
So how do you spot that, Vanessa, to know when someone is playing something out of the ordinary? Because he's going to play it the normal way some of the time, too.
Yeah,
you would expect.
I think you just estimate ranges. You just say, okay, he would bet a flush draw. Like, people tend to underestimate how often people check back flush draws. So, like, I think Davide, and that's especially why he knew that he could get away with a bigger value bet there, was because he said, well, this guy is going to think that I would definitely check back my flush draws, or definitely bet my flush draws, and his true percentage might be, you know, his ace-high flush draw is a better hand to check behind, his ace-10. So I think, you know, his true frequency might be like 50-50. I don't know what it is, you know, something like that. But people tend to just think in terms of absolutes. It's really hard there are so many things, and poker's a really complicated game, and you're trying to estimate ranges. It's hard to do a weighted probability. You know, you're sitting there, you have 20 seconds to think about a decision. You can't do a weighted probability for every single piece of the decision tree. So people, instead, what they tend to do is they think in absolutes, oh, he wouldn't do this, or he would do this. You know, and so, you know, when really you might bet it, let's say you bet it 70-30, that's a better example. Okay, but there's still 30% of the time that you actually have it. And so that's why Davidi's able to bet bigger there, is because he's like, well, he's really going to think that I'm not, like I said, he doesn't have that many value hands. You know, he can only, for value, he can only have a very good queen or better. You know, he checked back the flop, so he doesn't have a set, most likely. So he's really representing, like, a slow-played king, queen, ace, queen, pocket eights, or a rivered straight or flush. He probably doesn't flat call with 7-9 suited. So it's really a flush, a good queen, or pocket eights. And so, you know, he's just like, oh, my range is very narrow for value. I can bet big and get called here. When in reality, that's why when you said Davidi doesn't give up much, I disagreed with you, because I think in that spot, I think because he's representing such a narrow range, he knows opponents are good enough in 2017 to know that.
Okay,
I think he actually would give up in that spot a fair bit.
I mean, I'd rather say something and be wrong and get great stuff out of you anyway. So I'm glad that you're like,
well, I'm not saying that,
that's awesome. Like, it's kind of like the entire game of poker is like a much larger version of that Louis C.K. bit. Of course, but maybe. Like,
yeah, exactly.
Of course, he would bet his flush draw.
Right.
But maybe he's gonna check it back.
Exactly. There you go. That was a great reference. What was it like? Of course, we shouldn't like molest our children. Like what?
I mean, it could easily be one of the examples.
I don't
There's
remember
like
what
one about
it was.
allergies, right? Like, of course we want to be
we don't want to
sensitive
kill
people with allergies,
right.
but maybe
they should all die. That's what it was. That's what it was. But maybe they should all be dead.
Maybe if you die when you eat a peanut, you're meant to die.
Right.
Yeah.
So
Viewers are not around, by the way.
Yeah.
Cultural reference.
Let us remind you what it is that they're fighting for now that we have the numbers confirmed. 727 players, a prize pool of over 3.5 million euros. 143rd spot is the first payout, 7,500 euros, and just over €500,000 at the top. I think I may have told you this before, Joe, I'm not sure. I used to edit a poker magazine, doesn't exist anymore, it's called Flush. And every month, the readers would vote for what filling they wanted Patrick Antonius's head to have. We would have a Patrick Antonius filling of the month, and my head of design would do like a little graphic of his head as if it was a jacket potato. And we go, this month, and it would just appear in news, this month's filling of the month, Patrick Antonius, tuna and sweet corn. And there'd just be this little Photoshop of Patrick Antonius made up as a jacket potato.
This magazine doesn't exist anymore, huh?
No.
Huh.
I took it over.
You don't say. This wasn't the hardcore poker content that the world was clamoring for.
Poker's fun, Joe. Yeah, I was trying to make it mainstream entertainment as well as poker. It was just a very small photo every month to keep me happy.
You know I'm on board.
Yeah.
With the corn and tuna.
And by the way, back to, just one more thing on the hand I think is interesting to note about, like, I think that in general, in spots, like a good tip is when you're playing against someone good, and they know that they're not representing very many hands, and they bet big, they usually have it, which is counterintuitive. Like someone really good, though. You have to be pretty sure they're really good, because I've made plenty of folds where I'm just like, this is such a bad bluff spot that they just like have to have it, and then they're just bluffing. So it can go the wrong way when you think about it, but you know, there's a lot of situations like that, you know, you're just like, oh man, there's like so few hands here. Doesn't make much sense, but not so few hands. Like when, you know, they can only have 1 or 2 hands, and you know, you have to call. But when there's like 10 or 15 hands they could have, and it's unlikely, usually I'm just like, well, it's unlikely, but it's like even less likely that they're bluffing. So
I need more absolutes. They always have it here. They never have it.
Yeah.
Always do this.
I know.
But maybe. Well, Patrick Antonius' head is about to be filled with a double espresso, Matt. I don't know if you heard that. They're just like us.
Just like normal people.
Yeah.
Only beautiful and rich.
Thanks, guys.
Well, you're one of them.
No, I know it was a genuine thank you.
It's hard to tell these days.
I assumed you were talking about me when you said that.
Yeah, talking about the heroes.
I'm just happy to still be allowed to stay in the booth.
I know. I don't know what happened to that. Security is on break or something.
There was somebody that just did pop in and went, "Is there like bad blood between Matt and Vanessa?" Then I was like, I just liked it because I thought I could do with a bit of controversy, you know, just get my name out there. It all kicked off during the PokerStars Championship.
Yeah.
When Nemesis.
We could do like a grudge match, a heads-up grudge match on maybe PokerStars would stream it.
Exactly, and then they pay us to do like really cool things. We could like have a windsurfing, like, you know, kind of competition between. I don't know what it is. We can't do boxing or tennis.
Maybe poker, maybe.
Instantly, only 15 minutes. Oh, not poker. 15 minutes left to get involved in the bounty bonus. Remind you, we've got $500 in there to fight over, but more importantly, is $150 on me, Waster, $150 on Joe Stapleton, and $150 on J. Hartigan. It's a Zoom tournament, so you stand a good chance of getting involved with us. Don't forget, it's also a free buy. So as well as coming in using your registration to Poker School Online, if you are not a member, sign up. If you're already a member, go collect your tickets. Poker School Online is the place to go. You will find yourself in that game. If you can't find it in the lobby, just search for the word bonus, or just search for bounty bonus.
I'm really glad we went over that again because I had actually forgotten to register until that reminder.
Good. Make sure, yeah, you do register, boys and girls. As I say, right now we've got 5,153 entries, going to start in just under 15 minutes. There is a 30-minute late reg available. Come play with us. There'll be one of these every single day. We are here for 5 days covering this main event, Monte-Carlo. And of course, there'll also be the standard free rolls at 9:15 local time.
All right, just cool it for a second. They're about to spin the deal jackpot.
What?
Remember that thing I made you play last night with your stars coins?
Oh yeah.
If you do real good in that, you get to spin this wheel for a jackpot. And then if it hits the jackpot, you win half of the deal jackpot, and then everyone who is at your table. Oh no, what is it? Somebody gets half of it.
Why is this happening to you right now?
A thing pops up to ask if you want to watch them spin the wheel, and so I like to see people win big money.
See, I lost my internet connection just at that point. I feel
Plus,
like really
play on PokerStars. Am I right? Huh? Huh? Play on PokerStars.
Yeah, PokerStars is great.
I love it.
I mean, PokerStars is great, but that wasn't. I mean, yeah, that's true. You can win. It just seemed like sarcastic again. I'm just on a different level. PokerStars is great.
It is both genuine and sarcastic at the same time, if that's a thing.
That's the beauty
it's
of being us.
sarcastic.
Meanwhile, Patrick Antonius, boys and girls, raised this to 4,200. Got the call from Morten Mortensen and Davide Katai. We had an ace 5-4, 2 diamond flop. Check, brought an 8,000 continuation from Patrick. Morten got out there. Davide still with us. And that's where we are.
I like Smitty gave me an idea here. He says, I hope you guys would play your own bounties and not let Vanessa play for you, lol. You know, I wasn't thinking of that.
I need a piece.
No problem. How much do you want? Is 90% enough?
Is it like a free roll? Like, what's the bounty?
Well, my bounty is $150, but I'm pretty sure that even if I win, they're not going to let me keep that.
This is Patrick Antonius is double barreling here and putting Davide and his range in a really difficult spot. Like even with a weak ace, this is just like a really bad spot. And Patrick just in general likes to size for value bigger, so I really wouldn't be surprised to see Davide fold here. Obviously not knowing what he has, but like an ace 8 or an ace 9 or an ace 10. Yep, I don't know anything about poker.
It's impossible to guess these things, Vanessa.
Yeah. But I mean, I would like a fold there with a weak ace, just because, I don't know, Patrick doesn't seem to get out of line very often. And on the ace-high boards, it's like really, I mean, obviously there's 2 flush draws, you could have a lot of combo draws, but I don't even know that Patrick Antonius double barrels all his, flush draw combos that often. Nope, yeah, I guess he was double barreling.
So Davide's going to get a free showdown, and his pair of 4s is not good.
Okay. Whew. Yeah, so he did have a hand. Like, I think, I'm surprised actually Patrick just had queen nine of spades. I'm not surprised that he just had queen nine of spades, but I'm actually, it's not surprising, but I think his frequency of barreling that is not like super high. But it's possible he's changed his game as well and just betting more.
That's what I was going to ask, is that, you know, we talk about how current trends and stuff, we don't see Patrick that much. Do we think that he is...
Yeah, I mean,
with the rest of the pack as far as trends go?
For sure. I mean, like a lot of, especially the older guys that are like, you know, probably just seeing, like, I don't think that's a great spot to double barrel. You know, I have this thing where I give people like too much credit sometimes. I don't think that's a great spot to double barrel because I think Davidi's gonna have a lot of just like ace. I don't know, like unless he folds an ace, I mean, that's like a leveling, or if he's folding an ace, and it's a great spot to double barrel. If he's not, it's not. But so because it's not like an amazing spot to double barrel because Davidi's gonna have a lot of pretty strong hands there. You know, you should really only be barreling your best draws, and queen nine of spades is not one of your best draws. You only have the flush outs. So, you know, the backdoor draw though at the same time is good because if a diamond comes or a spade comes, you can bluff. But it's possible with Patrick, you know, he's like, a lot of the older guys sort of see the way that it's going. They see people are betting more, they're betting big more, and they just kind of, you know, go for it. They don't really necessarily know all the spots where it's good or bad or whatever. And, you know, you do see that more often where people are just kind of betting. So, yeah.
What about a good old-fashioned, like, I took a stab on the flop, but I just picked up more outs, so I'm going to bet again?
Yeah, I mean, that's for sure, like, how a lot of people think about, you know, but I'm trying to think about what does my opponent have also. And so in that spot, it's just like, Davidi called, you know, ace 5-4. It's not a lot of second pair. Like, when you're double barreling with a draw kind of a thing, you're trying to get someone off of, like, second pair or a worse draw themselves or something like that. And I think, you know, obviously there are some second pairs that he can fold there, but I think a larger portion of his range is going to be strong draws or aces or slow played hands, stuff like that. So it's just a tough proposition. You can definitely get them off of some hands, but, you know, whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, that's the way you should be thinking about it, obviously. But I think for a lot of us, we're like, hey, like, it doesn't really matter what he has. Like, I'm just going to hit my spade, probably.
Right. But also, like, if you look at the sizing, too, like, when Patrick bets, like, the bigger, he bet 21 into 31. Yeah. He is really narrowing his value combos there, I think.
That's an excellent point. Yeah, there's, like, not that many value hands he can have and bet that amount.
Exactly. I mean, he could bet. You're allowed to bet whatever you want. It's no limit hold'em. But most likely, you know, like, probably. Right. But maybe, you know.
Of course.
Of course, but maybe, right, exactly, yeah. Of course he wouldn't bet 21 into 31 with just ace 10, or, you know. But maybe. That's kind of the logic you go through in your head, too. Like, when you're in that spot and you have, like, ace 8 and you're trying to, you're bluff catching, and you're just like, well, of course. He wouldn't bet this big for value, so I'm probably good. But maybe. Like, I've made some bad folds that way where I'm just like, of course I'm, you know, like, I want to, you know, bluff catch and make a hero call with king high. I'm like, of course he wouldn't, like, bet third pair for value. But maybe, you know, and then I just fold, and they're like, yeah, I was bluffing. It's like, yeah, okay.
So we've got Patrick Antonius is under the gun raise facing a 3-bet. And it looks like he is sticking around. Like his perfect bone structure. He is going nowhere.
It wasn't even.
Huh? Doesn't really even make sense.
No, that's what I said. He's just looking for excuses to talk about it because that wasn't even like a pun or a joke, or it's just like a.
I only do this to balance my range, by the way, so that way when I want to talk about attractive females, I can go bop bop bop.
No, I did think about that. Yeah.
Bop bop bop.
That's what I immediately thought of. By the way, when I first heard you make the statement. But I like it. It's important to balance ranges for sure. And you're right. It's fair enough. But you have to have a 1-to-1 ratio. So you have to pick a bunch.
It's pretty close at this point.
Yeah?
I mean, well, I actually might be unbalanced because I'm more comfortable. I'll catch less flack for saying it about men.
Right. Yeah, I noticed the best hair pull was 2 guys and a girl.
Yeah.
It's really some counterculture stuff here.
I was kind of disappointed that I wasn't included in that because I've got some pretty stellar hair. It's my 3rd best feature.
By the way, I know you're on this prop bet to never wash your hair again. How many months in are you now?
I washed my hair about 2.5 weeks ago.
Ah, Joe!
Look it up. You don't have to wash your hair. If you don't use product.
Man, I've seen your hair on a daily basis. You definitely do need to wash your
They're
hair.
playing like a pretty big poker.
Oh, okay.
Thanks, Vanessa.
Oh, poker.
Saved me.
Yeah. Yeah, Mortensen made the 3-bet. Came in with a continuation of that post-flop. Check after the 10 of diamonds, and now a 4th diamond. Screech to a halt. Wash your hair.
Vanessa, do you ever get super annoyed at a run out like this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Every time. I get annoyed at the 10 of diamonds if I'm the 3-better because you can't really keep your bluffs going because you're representing so narrow at that point against good players. Like because you wouldn't bet your kings anymore really, so you can't really bet your like bluffs. So you just like have to have it. And it's like super annoying. But the 4th diamond is great if you're the 3-better because now he can have all the big diamonds.
And even when you do have it, you're not going to bet it all the time. So it's right.
Like
so
he should be bluffing here because Patrick is gonna have like not necessarily top full usually. Like sometimes he's gonna have like 9s with no diamond or 7s with no diamond, and so it's a great spot to bluff. And it's a great check. It's a great check from Patrick because he's gonna most likely you know, either has a big diamond or, you know, his range is like he's representing big cards. So when he 3-bets, so he's either got big cards that he's representing or he's got a suited connector. So if he's got a suited connector, he either had a flush on the turn and then he would have bet, or he has nothing still. So he either has nothing, and then if he had the big cards he was representing, it's the same thing. He either has a flush or he has a really bad hand. So Patrick knows he's going to get a bet from the flushes. He's going to get a bet from some of the bluffs, like the black ace king or whatever, and he's never going to get called by any of the hands that don't bet. Like his range is so polarized, so it's a great spot to check raise. Everybody played the hand well. I don't know what Mortensen had. I think I would have bluffed if I did not have a diamond there, but I would have lost a lot of chips and gotten shoved on and been sad.
How much worse is it to check and then sometimes have your opponent check behind than it is to just bet something really small?
But in that,
maybe get paid a little more often.
It depends in the situation, because in that situation right there, like you could make an argument that like black kings might like call a tiny bet. Like that's the only hand that you might get the tiniest amount from.
Yeah.
But like it would be a disaster to have a hand like aces with the ace of diamonds or something like that, or ace jack with the ace of diamonds or something like that. You know, or okay, forget black kings. If he has ace queen with the queen of diamonds, he might make a tight check back. So that might be the hand. That's probably the hand that you lose money from, is like ace queen with the queen of diamonds, something like that. But Patrick has so many middle pairs in his range, pocket 9s, pocket 10s, pocket 7s. Even queen of diamonds is usually going to bet when you check, because they're going to try to get value in case Patrick has a middle flush. So it's just such a disaster to get a hand that would bet themselves, probably bigger than your tiny bet will be, plus potentially call a check raise all in. So I think it would be a really bad spot to bet small and not just check there, because you know you got to think about Patrick's range instead of the fact that he has top full. You know, he's going to have so many weak hands there, like pocket 6s, pocket 7s, pocket 9s.
I think a lot of people will maybe have the thought to check there, and then when it gets checked behind, they're going to go, I should have just bet something small. But you know, they're not thinking about it the same way that you explained it.
Yeah. I'm also not always right. This spot I'm definitely right. The other spot, like I think that's a much more interesting spot with the queen 9 of spades and stuff like that. That's a spot that I'm very open to discussing if it with other people if it's a good spot to double barrel or not, because you know, yeah, I'm not really sure.
Of course, Vanessa's very confident about the queen 9 of spades hand, but maybe there's another way to play it.
Exactly.
Well, the good news is that I get to stay, but we're going to let you go in a minute, Vanessa. Not for any reason other than I just think no one here really likes you. And they said, Matt, is there any chance that just you and Joe could do the next like 20 minutes?
Really quick before she goes though, what happened with tennis yesterday?
What do you mean?
We
did a tennis challenge. No one beat us. No.
It was you and Fatima?
Me and Fatima. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
I thought it
won.
was gonna be just you.
No, it was me and Fatima. We played. It was only 2 people that came out because it was early in the morning after the PokerStars party.
Right.
But we won. We won. It was fun though. You know, got out there.
Did you smash the people who played? Was there even a good match?
I don't like to.
Oh, you don't want to. Okay.
I don't, you know, it's.
It must have been a real murder then.
Blood.
I did not win by a lot. But yeah.
If I ask you, you can just say yes. If I go, did you destroy them? You just go, yeah.
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Okay. But yeah, still waiting. If anybody else out there wants to take me on tennis.
I'm sure they will after that last conversation. Right. I'm sure people are like, oh, well, that sounds like really good fun.
Well, if you're a great tennis player,
I would
should
really
get Patrick
enjoy
to play me.
getting destroyed by Vanessa at least one time.
Patrick would destroy me, but I'd love to play with him. Not just because he's, you know, ridiculously good looking, but
not right.
Just because he's a tennis player.
Of course, not because he's ridiculously good looking, but maybe a little bit because he is.
Maybe actually that's why he's a great tennis player, because people are so distracted. And so actually I would be, you know, at a much bigger advantage against him than other people.
It's like, you know, a blind person against Medusa. You know, they don't get frozen by those snakes.
Yeah.
And the hair.
Well, meanwhile, we'll release you back into the ocean. Do you want to stare at one more hand of poker? You are welcome to.
Oh, Patrick also, I saw him before the table, and I asked him if he had anything to tell everybody, and he just said for everybody to tell everybody that he senses everything and that he knows everything that's happening all the time. But I'm pretty sure that people already know that, so I'm not really, I don't know. I just, he
that's
wanted
not a tip, is it? I mean, that's just where we always thought he was anyway.
Exactly, so, but you know, I figured I should say it since I told him I would.
Okay, job done.
Anyway. All right.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Vanessa.
Thank you, Joe.
Sorry to be here.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. And Matt, it was fine.
Thanks ever so much.
All right.
Thanks.
See you later. See you next time.
Man, you should see the rider she demands. We had to get the brown M&Ms. We had to get a whole new microphone built just for her. Replica of
hands-free.
Hands-free. Unbelievable. Good at cards, and then they just get all kind of carried away with themselves. Meanwhile,
speaking of good at cards, though, she is.
Yeah.
Just the thought process. I mean, easily one of the best thinkers in the game.
The thing is also, I find this with you know, we are very fortunate that when we get guests into the box, obviously, a lot of amazing players, but there is a difference between the guys that are amazing players and the guys that are able to articulate it. And then you take it to the next level, which is for you as an individual, what actually gets through to you, what makes sense to you as someone listening to it. Because
and she gets through to you.
She gets through to me only because she kind of speaks in a way that is like pictorial. And it sounds really stupid, but I come back to the comment I made when she was talking about the tree. Mm-hmm. Now, I know that I play against some people and they aren't very good in ... Like, so it might be they don't know what to do when they've called a re-raise pre-flop and then I know they missed the flop. I know they hate that. But what I don't think about is what can I do to make sure that that happens to them a lot.
Right.
So what I need to do is think about it and go, if I know that they're not very good at that, what I need to do is make sure that I re-raise lighter in position pre-flop so they keep finding themselves in this spot, rather than just playing my hands as I would do. And then when I find myself in that situation against them, go, aha, I know they hate this. So I think that's what is always good for me is someone, it's not just someone who's able to teach, but someone who just by accident happens to teach in a way that connects with me.
Sure. And also, you know, who's really, really brilliant at it.
Yeah, well, that helps quite a lot. But there you go. Francesca Gunn, good day to you. Regular viewer and contributor on #PokerStars TV on Twitter. Don't forget, say hello to us. Any questions for us? Also, just found herself on J.Hartigan's table. Don't forget myself, Waster, Joe Stapleton, and James Hartigan, J.Hartigan. $150 on our heads in the bounty bonus that has now kicked off. You have still got about, I think it's a 25-minute late reg still going on there. Good luck, have fun, win some monies.
So there's a secret, by the way. If you double rebuy at the beginning, you can start with 3K in chips.
Oh. Okay.
So that's what I do.
Thanks for telling me that now.
I think you can still do it. Yeah, you get 2,000 chips for like $1.
Man, I wish I knew that a minute ago when I got it all in with jacks versus sixes. Oh my God, the guy's just hit trips against me. But the problem is, you can't win it yet because you have to wait until the rebuy period is over. Nice hand to you though, sir. I give props to FOKDMN.
Picking up the action of this hand, it was Mortensen raising under the gun. Papazian defends his big blind. There we go, look at that. We got some action on the screen there. It goes check, bet, raise, and a big check raise. Year of Romania.
Again.
What do you mean again?
Oh, is this the first one?
It's the year of Romania.
Right, okay. I think I must have had a dream where it was previously in a different year, the year of Romania.
Nope, it's just the year of Romania.
Right. And also, this is the point in our broadcast where we like to apologize to the people trying to play poker with us that we're not really paying much attention to, and the people trying to watch us watching poker, which we're not really paying much attention to.
We're really being bad at two things instead of just one.
Yeah, because being bad at one thing is easy, as we proved time and time again. But to take that to the next level, not so easy.
So this is a massive check raise from Papazian, and to me, this is a lot of times to be like, why so serious? I mean, if you really have a great hand here, why are you more than 3xing in position? But he's out of position, excuse me.
See,
there's the all-in.
Yeah.
Cool. And a call. All right, well, we're going to see him.
Yeah,
Jack 10. Is that right? Oh, it's a flush draw for Mortensen, and 9-7. Well,
the thing is, you said it to Vanessa, sometimes people are just playing their cards because everyone's so busy thinking of how not to play the cards they have that if you just play the cards you have, sometimes that's going to be good enough.
Yeah.
You know, it's ridiculous that you can end up like, you know, balancing your range by just playing legit what you've got every now and then. Strong, tag.
Mortensen, the player at risk.
11 ounce though. Eights or hearts to save the day now.
It's red, but it's not the right red.
And Mortensen is out of there. And Alexandru Papazian is now up to 175,000. Average stack right now, just a little over 97,000.
Mortensen is out. Aw.
Paul Walsh is also saying hello to us on Twitter. Hello to you, sir. Yeah. Good to have you all with us. As always, we appreciate your company.
Good game.
Stick around. Plenty of action to come over the next 5 days as we follow this main event.
Thanks.
From here, day 2, right the way down to when we crown a champion here in Monte-Carlo.
And you can see why Mortensen gets it all in there, you know, because I think a lot of the time he's going to think his opponent, I mean, man, even if you think your opponent's not very strong and they re-raise that much, I mean, you don't really have anything yet. Like, you're not even beating a lot of their weak hands with Jack High. But, hey, you got the flush draw. Did he have the straight draw already? Yeah, he also had the gut shot straight draw. Too many outs, I guess, to let it go.
No. He shoved it in before the turn, didn't he? I think the turn brought him the
yeah,
but he'd already got the money in before the turn had come down.
Right, but it was 7-9, so he had a gut shot straight draw at Jack 10, right?
Oh, sorry, yeah.
And hearts.
Of course he did. Of course he did.
If I have a pair and a flush draw, then it's easy decision because I think that some of the time my opponent's going to have absolutely nothing when they check raise that much. But you can see also, you know, 2 pair susceptible on that board. You think your opponent has an ace, there's a flush draw out there, so you play it pretty aggro. And this time you managed to dodge all those outs. Well done. Year of Romania.
Alan says, what do you guys recommend to build a $100 bankroll on PokerStars? I would say deposit $99. That's probably the first trick. and then play one hand of 51 and win that. And then you're welcome.
You may have more than $100 after that.
You might do. I mean, you might find that, in fact, you've exceeded your target. So that's, tick that off the old bucket list. You're welcome.
I feel like what I would do is get a job working for PokerStars, like as a presenter or like some sort of representative, and then when they want you to play, they deposit $100 into your account.
Make sure it's in your contract that it's got to be $100. Yeah.
And then you play with that. So that's what I would do. Honestly, to answer your question, seriously, my friend, I don't think I'm the best. I'm not very qualified to answer this question anymore because I used to say, play like a bunch of sit and goes. You know, but I think sit and goes are hard now, right?
Yeah, and it depends really whether you're just looking to try and make hard, cold cash as quickly as possible, or whether you're like interested in the game of poker, because spin and goes, you can get lucky on one of the big multipliers or one of those things. So if you're building up for pretty much nothing, I mean, first and foremost, make good use of this week, because this week you've got 5 days of us doing a free roll every single evening, 9:15 Central European summertime, and the bounty bonus. So there's lots of opportunities to get well above what you really deserve out of 5 days of playing games. We've also got tickets to give away. Don't forget, right now we've still got our scoop competition going on. If anybody wants to try and get involved in a scoop spin and go, win one hand, not a whole game, just one hand with a pair, you can boom or get the ID and the screenshot into PSC win, hashtag PSC win. And don't forget, during the rest of this week, we're no doubt going to do some little ad hoc competitions as well and give you guys bits and bobs. So there's lots of ways to build up. You've just got to be prepared to put some time behind it, play some free rolls, play some of our little games with us.
And speaking of Scoop, last night me and Matt played Scoop event number 1. If you want to find out how we fared in that, be sure to listen and or watch to this week's podcast.
That's fine.
Listen to and or watch this week's podcast, Poker in the Ears. It is yet to be recorded, but when it is, we will be covering Scoop event number 1. And Matt and I had a grand old time playing last night in my room.
Oh boy. We lived the dream. We were there. We can look back and say we were there, event number 1. That extra week when everyone got to play more poker than they deserved, we were there. People are saying free rolls are hard now. Yeah, free rolls have always been hard because people don't take them seriously. Some people take them really seriously. You've got huge fields, but it's free money. And it's like the dream, isn't it, is to come from nothing, never deposit. I mean, I think these days there are better ways of doing it because of the fast format games like the spin and goes.
My trick to free rolls, which I've never won, but my trick.
Hang on, right, okay.
Is you play just as dumb as everybody else in the beginning and try to get lucky. And then if you lose, you're like, whatever, I wasn't trying that hard, and I'm out pretty quickly.
Yeah.
But if you don't, then you run up a stack, then you can take it a little seriously later, like once you have chips.
By the way, incidentally, we're talking about free rolls. People are getting a bit excited. We haven't talked to you yet about how you get involved, because right now our focus is on the bounty bonus that still has 17 minutes of late reg. So I suggest right now you get involved in that. Incidentally, 10 years ago and now, I mean, that is aging pretty well.
I mean, honestly, the only difference there is one's in high def and the other isn't.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is if in 10 years' time the only thing that lets you know there's a photo of me and you, it ain't going to be about the aspect ratio. You know what I mean? It really... I mean, if either of us is still here in 10 years' time to be, you know, fondly remembered.
I'll take the under.
Well, if Vanessa has her way, I probably won't be back this year.
Sit open on 9.
Did we lose a player? What happened? Did we miss something?
It's probably still a reaction to Mortensen.
Oh, they had to say it twice.
Yeah. because of his name. "16 minutes of late reg." Sorry to keep going on about it, but it's too good to miss. Bounty, bounty, bounty.
Did I ever tell you about my idea for the character, the poker character named Late Reg? And he's like, "Sorry, guys. Sorry I'm late. I'm here. I just made it." Well, Reg. Come on, Reg. Always late.
I like it, Joe. I can think of 30 other people that won't just here in this room.
30.
Just here in this room, but I like it. Oh, wow. Wow. Our qualifier, Andre Malkukov's biting back at Patrick Antonius. That's going to feel pretty good. Take one of the big names. Just one little pot. That's all you need sometimes.
Yes, I wanted to address this tweet from Sebastian.
Why not?
Who says, "Isn't it interesting that Katai and Antonius are the two big dogs are going at it all the time? Why not concentrate on the others?" I think that may have been a small sample size.
Yeah.
Because I haven't noticed the same thing you have. There might have been two hands like sort of close together that they played, but if you can see that it really hasn't been an issue. But you know, let's see, a button is here, you know, they're a couple seats away from each other, so when Katai is in late position, it'll be Patrick's big blind some of the time. Every once in a while. So that could be one reason why. I think when Davidi's in the hijack. Let's see here. 1, 2. Yeah, when Davidi's in the cutoff, it'll be Patrick's big blind, and that's a likely position to raise from, and we know big blinds don't really fold these days.
This particular hand, Martin Lund has raised under the gun +1. A call from Hideki Takafuji, who's not really got at all involved since we came to this. We're nearly at the end of this level and not really been particularly prominent in the action. Papazian, not so the case. He has been very heavily involved so far this level.
Ace, 5, 4, 2 hearts.
Check from Alexandru. Round to Martin, who was the original pre-flop aggressor. Somebody suggesting that beard doesn't fit him at all. Well, I mean, you don't choose your beard, it just comes out of your face. I mean, obviously there's oils and combs, but 5,200, the call from Hideki.
This pot's getting big.
Alexandru from Romania. Let's it go. Man, I forgot how hard it is to multitask when you're in a Zoom tournament. There's just no time off whatsoever.
Sometimes you got to delay your folds a little bit.
Five of clubs. Still looking to Martin Lund to drive this, but he has checked. Takafuji on the button. And now a 3 of spades on the end. Wheelie.
Wheel. Can we talk about, it goes check, check on the river. 9 at 10 is going to be a 10 high, and a jack 10 with a missed flush draw is going to be good for jack high. Can we talk about avatars on PokerStars? Your little, is that what you call it, your little picture there?
Yeah, your little avatar,
little player photo. I'm already not a fan of people using their babies
yep.
or their children,
Yep.
but you know what really baffles me? Ugly babies. Like, some of these babies are just, I don't know if they're special or what, but I'm like, why would you ever I mean, maybe it's ironic. Maybe it's not even their baby, but they're like, oh, this is a really ugly baby, I think is funny. But geez, people, come on. Have some self-awareness.
Yeah. The thing is, what I've learned in life is there are a few things that you just cannot comment on, and one of them is people's babies.
You know, that's why I'm doing it.
Ironically,
Well, to the world
yeah.
at large. Like, I'm not specifically calling someone out, Alexander Pro 6, for having a really disgusting-looking baby.
And that's the beauty of it, is because also if you say, do you know what, some people have ugly babies, all the people with ugly babies are going, oh my God, yeah, I mean,
know
our baby,
2 or 3
our
ugly
baby,
babies,
our
yeah.
baby is gorgeous. But yes, there are some people, because everyone thinks their baby is gorgeous. I just shout, if somebody tries to show me a picture of their kid, they go, hey, let me show you a picture. I just go, ah! As
No
soon
matter
as they
what.
show me it, whatever happens. They never do that again, I can tell you. Right, meanwhile, our team on the floor have found some fantastic fashions, because sometimes one hat is simply not enough.
The double hat.
That's fantastic. Some other super. All right, Bootsy Collins in the house. Fantastic glasses. Well done, sir.
Elton John called. He wants his eyewear back.
Man, Tom Hall has been spending way too much time with Paul Newey, is all I'm going to say there.
Looks like a kaleidoscope exploded on his shirt.
I mean, moustache, scarf, gilet.
Tattoos.
I mean, that's just crazy. Wow! Good
There
Lord.
he is.
Hey!
Gary.
it's Gary! Igor Yerashevsky. Remember thinking he was going to win it and did not.
Yeah, I like the jacket, but do you have one that looks more like wallpaper from a 1970s Miami's dentist office?
Let me just look in the back. So, yes, yes, yes.
Raise 4,600. Fifth one.
10 minutes left for late reg. Incidentally, if you want to come and claim, there is $450 just in bounties. Never mind the money actually in the prize pool.
I've eliminated several people already from this tournament. How many have you eliminated?
1.
Goodness.
James must be out already, or he'd be asking us how many chips we have.
Yeah, you know when Hartigan's doing well or something. How are you? How many wives have you got, Joe? None. Oh, I've got one. Yeah, I've got one.
I've just got the one
married.
still, but.
Yeah. Kids? No, yeah, I have. Yeah.
Got one of those too.
House? You got a house? Oh, yeah, I've got a house. This was raised up by Alexandru on the button. Got the call from Martin. We're going to go first names on this particular orbit.
I like it.
3,900.
Only one of them is repping the year of Romania, however.
Yeah, well, you can't have everything. We're off to a turn. We've got King 10, 5, 4. 2 spades, 2 clubs. 20,100 in the middle. Check, check. A deuce on the river. It's all kind of fizzled out. Somebody's got to win this. That much I guarantee. Yeah, and it is not going to be Alexandru. Worth revisiting the chip count on this feature table, incidentally. Patrick still top of the table, 234,800. Represents 117 bigs. Alexandru Papazian is second with 159,000. Davide Katai, 157, because we have now ticked over into the next level. You can see we are at 1,000, 2,000 with a 300 ante. The short stack is Benoit Lamb, excuse me.
Benoit Lamb.
Benoit. And everyone else kind of okay. Martin going to have to worry about what happens if he doesn't get to the end of this level with an improved stack.
I run so hot in these bounty bonus tournaments. It's I've like flop top pair every time. If I call with suited connectors, I'll flop a straight half the time.
4,400. 784.
Well, good for you.
Yeah.
Yeah?
4. 4,400.
Under the gun raise from Patrick Antonius. 4,400 with the aforementioned increased blinds.
Raise 12,000.
Okay, so now we're going to see a situation.
We're going to see a situation.
Well, I was
it.
looking for the Katai Antonius situation again, but we may not get there.
Yeah.
Antonius may very well remove himself from this hand should the action get back around to him.
Raise 30,000.
Ooh.
4,500. 6,000.
Davide is coming in with the 4-bet to 30,000. That's cleared the table off somewhat. Just our boy representing the year of Romania, Alexandru Papazian. I'm going to suggest that Alexandru Papazian has a very swingy game. A lot of variance. Seems to be involved in more than his fair share of hands.
Happens all the time in the year of Romania.
Well, that's the only way to get there. By swing. Someone did mention earlier on that Alexandra has the look of someone in witness protection.
Well, they said a woman at witness protection, which I found pretty funny.
We've got to jump to our featured secondary table because we have some action brewing between Liv Brie. Oh, this isn't our, excuse me, this is just one of the outer tables. It's not our second feature table. And this is Liv up against Emil Patel. We've already got the full board has been delivered. It is a 9-2-6-8-7. Liv has bet 21,000.
Two absolute heroes involved here. Emil, very, very accomplished poker player. Will this bet get through, or will he be the wall?
We don't need no education. Ooh, Boomla.
That is a raise.
That is a bit, that's a 70,000 raise. Liv has given up, and I can tell you that in that first level after the break, she has lost about 100K. She was second in chips, I believe, if memory serves, when we came back.
Looks like she is just now realizing that. Whoops. Back to our main featured table. Makelkov's made it 4,500, called by Antonius and went check on the flop. Looks like Antonius is ready to take over as the aggressor.
That's 6,500.
Bets nearly exactly half pot.
8 call.
Huh?
Makelkov's.
If you say it 3 times, he will appear and put ice cream in your ears. Wow. That big 6. Oh, gotta have a kicker. Gotta have a kicker. Simple as that.
If you're gonna live in the butcher shop, I'm gonna treat you like a piece of meat.
And Andrei Malkukov's now very comfortable with 87,300. Benoit Lamb still the short stack here, and Martin just ahead of him, 25 bigs for him. 17 bigs for Benoit.
Look at Davide's cute little smile.
Davide's having a wickedy time.
So Pavel in chat on this free roll says, or the bounty bonus tournament says that, time to get 500. Well, sir, if you're referring to me, well, maybe in whatever currency you're from, $150 is worth 500. But also, still the rebuy period.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 500 guarantee, but that isn't just all for one player. We don't guarantee that all for one player.
And if I could continue going through the reasons why you're wrong, you didn't have me covered.
Right.
It's still the rebuy period.
Yeah.
And you can't bust me if I fold. Thank you. Thank you.
3 for 3 really on the...
Thank you for your comment. Ain't gonna work.
Good times. 4,700 from Davide.
Sorry, did I hear all in? I did. Lunda, all in.
Yeah. Second shortest stack on the table.
No, Mr. Lundegaard. I did not want that undercoating.
Easy. Easy when they fold, isn't it? No sweat. Get some chips. Have a quick reminder of how things are. Slight changes. Jeffrey Hakim, for the first time, no longer solo leader. Got to share that top spot with Leonardo Villela, Manning Losa, and Christopher Frank representing Germany in third and fourth spot. And there is Patrick Antonius, 217,500 on our feature table right now.
Yeah.
I got some bad news for you, Joe.
What?
You know our good friend Kurganov, Igor, out. Krista Volgasang took him down. Oh my God, more bad news. Charlie Correll also out.
Oh, that is bad
Some
news.
of our flamboyant friends from earlier on, they gone.
I like that kid.
Igor, taken down by his good friend. There's no friends at the poker table, Joe. Benoit getting involved here, raised it up, got the call. It's now slowed down. We get a Queen of Diamonds for free. 12,100 in the pot.
Well, my first double rebuy.
And it looks like Benoit is good enough. Didn't like the way board ran out, and quite understandably so.
Yeah.
It's a horror show. Well, he's improved, but he's not out of the woods. Meanwhile, we are heading to another of the outer tables, just as I get a really good hand.
The Merstock!
Now, he has just chucked out 23,500 here, and he is up against Tom Hall, who I believe we have just heard call.
That's pretty big pre-flop. 23,500?
Yeah.
Jeez.
That's unusual. 10-6-5. Something around 12,000 does the job.
Looks like it was only 18K pre-flop.
Right, okay.
Not 23. Still big pre-flop though. The Merce Dog. I miss seeing Jason.
Well, there he was. It was on your screen right now.
I mean, before that.
What, like in the minutes before we didn't go and look at him?
Like, I feel like I haven't seen Jason play a hand on one of our tables in a long time.
Oh, really?
He wasn't in Panama, was he?
No, I think you're right. This one is a raise from Benoit. All of a sudden, he is in the action.
I got chips now. Deal with it.
Papazian is going to defend his big blind. Jack, deuce, 8, rainbow, and okay. I wasn't expecting that. I didn't even realize that Patrick was still in the hand. Apologies. I've been told by little bird that he'd folded. That was a test, and I failed.
You lose.
I understand now why you lose, but I could never do it. Being asked if we're in the money. No, we are not in the money. 208 people left. We've got to get down to 143 before we start handing out the cash. 7,580 euros is the min pay.
Have we announced the arrival of that player?
What, Salvatore Candido?
Yeah.
No.
I guess that was it.
Repping the Swiss flag. Nice international spread here.
6 days, 5,000.
Latvia, Romania, Japan, some Scandies.
10
Raise and take it, Patrick Antonius.
Hello to Tony Turner Alvarez. Always nice to hear from you. Asking if Lee Jones will be on to sing later on. Yep. Yeah, he's going to come and blow the entire season's budget on royalties by singing some of his favorite songs that, one, aren't really worth the money, and two, you don't want to hear. This is going to be a small blind attack here. Blind on blind. Papazian and our new friend Candido.
All right.
Digging the denim.
Nope.
Ain't gonna work.
Canadian dress shirt.
No Canadians here, I noticed, so far on our table. It's a shame.
How'd you notice?
Well, just by the flags. I just meant, no, I don't mean here in Monte-Carlo. I just meant in general, that we've not bumped into any Canadians.
Not yet, but we will.
Gonna happen.
That's right, everyone. It's going to happen. At which point,
you're gonna do that thing.
We're gonna learn a little history.
984 rainbow. Oh, sometimes the simplest poker wins. A raise, a continuation takes the pot. Hope you're having fun in the bounty bonus. Don't forget, if you have already played and are out, you can always join us for the free roll later on. Haven't announced how to get involved yet, but we will talk about that later. It will happen much later on. It will happen at 9:15. Central European Summertime. Sest, as I believe it's pronounced.
7 points. 8 points.
Raise.
I am beginning to wonder if this guy really is from Romania or not. He does appear to be suspiciously in disguise.
You know what it reminds me of? Do you remember the film Sleeping with the Enemy? Julia Roberts,
Yeah.
Patrick Berger, and she sneaks in to see her old mother who's in hospital. And the guy who's the drama teacher glues the most unconvincing beard and moustache onto Julia Roberts that you've ever imagined her wearing.
That was back when movies didn't they didn't really have to have much of a story.
No, just like a tiny bit of a story, and then just sort of have some fun around it and dress up.
And then an ending.
Man, they were simpler times.
This lady runs away from her husband, and then he finds her.
This is my first.
Thrilling.
What do you think?
Last night.
I like it.
Sold. Who's in it? Julia Roberts. I love it.
See, I imagine they just opened with that. So we're thinking
Right.
Julia Roberts. I love it. Do you have a story as well? Yes. Well, that's a bonus. Because I was just going to say, yes, let's make it.
Do you remember that movie, The Player, where they keep pitching movies and every single person who pitches their movie pitches it as starring Bruce Willis and Julia Roberts?
Yeah. Meanwhile, poker.
Is there?
Mm-hmm. How many chips you got, Joe?
I've rebought like 6 times. So I have just under starting stack.
Right. Okay. Good job.
Once I take that one really bad beat, then it's over. Now, Matt, you witnessed this last night. Now, we won't talk about results, but you did witness me getting it as an 80% favorite multiple times.
Yeah.
Whatever they need, they get. And that's what happened. I had about 8,000 in chips, and I got into a massive pot 2-pair against an overpair. And they hit their card. Not an overpair. Yeah, whatever. Doesn't matter. Bad beats. Who cares? Moving on. Poker. Malcolm Cobbs made it 4,500. Called by Lamb. Malcolm Cobbs continuing for 5,000.
That'll do it. I don't know how you do it, Joe. Joe has this magnetism, just like a really, really attractive woman, just like walked in the room. Just like, of course she knew Joe. Just like, of course she knew Joe. Just smiled at Joe, just sat down next to him. And Joe just doesn't acknowledge it, just soaks up.
I mean, I acknowledge it.
Just enjoys the ambient warmth and closeness of a pretty woman.
She is a dish. Oh, do you have work to do? Is that okay?
And then that's it. It doesn't happen to me. People come to me and they've got bins and they collect the rubbish.
Well, they specifically asked that you leave the
They
area.
ask that I not be here if they come on. I guess that's how it works for Joe, is I'm the other side of the scales. Is for Joe to do what he does, it needs for someone like me to do what I do.
There's got to, for every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction.
Yeah.
Matthew.
So for every attractive woman that's sitting next to you, I get an apple. So I've got a really plump apple on the desk right now. So I guess as soon as they gave me this apple, I should have known that a very attractive woman would be in shortly to sit next to you.
By the end of the day, the week, you'll have an entire orchard.
Yeah, and you will have had the best week of your life.
Mm-hmm. Several rounds of antibiotics.
Patrick Antonius staying at the top of our table, 231,100, and just a short while ago featuring in the top 5 players across the 208 remaining players here in this main event. Day 2. Remind you, we're here all the way through until Friday's final table, when we will crown someone a champion here at the PokerStars Championship Monte Carlo.
Look, somebody's got Scary Gary as their avatar.
Oh,
Was that his name,
nice.
right?
Yeah.
You can run, but you can't hide. Rich.
I've got a great Rick and Morty t-shirt. You know, I bought you one. I bought myself one, a different one. I might save it for the podcast record.
Cool.
I think you'll like it.
Blips and chits. That's the one you got me.
That was it. Yeah, Fear and Loathing. Yeah, that's good. That was a good one. Davide is at it again. 4,700 from the hijack. Just the blinds to get through. Patrick is out. Takafuji is going to defend on the big. I feel dreadful when I look down at my game and all I see is in the chat box is like 6 instances of waster, it's your turn. I'm so sorry. Anyone that gets stuck on my table, I'm trying to do my best to give you some attention. So the blind defense and now check to the aggressor on an ace-7-5 ball, 2 diamonds in town.
Another ace on the turn. Raise. Fold. Check that call. Ace.
So if I give you this apple, do like pretty girls come and sit next to
See
me?
what happens.
All right.
I better take a bite out of it so it's really mine.
Keep it. No, that's mine. That's actually from my lunch. Give it back.
Well, that's why it's not going to work.
Oh, I see. So even though I handed it to you, because deep down I wasn't really giving it to you, no pretty lady.
I never took possession of it. Now, I was going to say, I think it goes check, check here a lot.
Yeah, I think that's a fair shout. A queen of spades for the river.
Good time to slow down. If you got the ace, it's really hard for your opponent to have something to call you with. If you don't, good time to just check it back.
Now, 15,000 into 22-4.
There we go. Now we heard from him.
Yeah, true to form. Sing when you're winning. Mr. James Hartigan has revealed that he is currently 4th out of the 1,167 players in the bonus bounty. Bounty bonus, even. The BB. Oh, I'm being asked if we can answer a question, please. Yes, we will try. We are multi-tabling well beyond our abilities, but try. Hit me up, Catty. What's your question?
It was a question asking if we could answer a question.
So what's the answer?
Yes. Thank you for your question.
Job done. David is really going to town on this decision.
It's like Takafuji's going to burst out laughing.
The old ace queen, he's going to just explode any second now.
I don't want to say anything, but pay me off. Pay me.
It turns out I did see Katie's question. It's just it was something I considered not worthy of answering.
Oh, so the answer is no. We cannot answer your question. Thank you for your question.
Sorry, Katie. Can't answer that one for you. Wow. Over 2 minutes thinking about this one. I mean, let's be honest, Takafuji has not done much.
It's situations like this that I say that Davide doesn't give up too easily.
Yeah. Yeah, even though what's her name who doesn't like me, never going to agree with you on that one.
And she's probably right, but I'm just saying this is why there's the call from Katai.
Full house.
Fives, flops a set of fives, turns the boat.
Kaping.
Now it's okay if you want to laugh.
Nice answer. Flop much? Well, we're having a lovely time here in Monte-Carlo, but there are other places to go as 2017 continues. Why don't we take a look at Sochi, boys and girls? 'So there you are, the 20th to the 31st of May. You can qualify now, of course, on PokerStars. I think it's going to be a very interesting stop. We had Panama was a brand new stop for everyone. Macau and Sochi on the calendar.
That place is so chi.
Nice.
Did you see this tweet from Radovan?
Tell me.
Just listened to Poker in the Airs from 2 weeks ago. Shout out to the pencil dude. How is Monte-Carlo?
Yeah, Pencil Dude was one of the guys on the stand-up that myself and a gang went to watch Joe perform in London. And one of the other guys on the bill was a guy who stood up and talked about pencils, which actually, from a surrealist point of view, was much funnier than some of the people who thought they were actually funny comedians. Good to hear from you, Radovan. We're having a good time here in Monte-Carlo. We're just easing into our first day of 5 broadcasting here as we follow this main event all the way through to its conclusion at the end of the week. Hope you'll join us for as much of it as possible. Play along. You got the bounty bonus. You got the free rolls every evening.
Your boy Graziano in his Canadian dress shirt taking on Patrick Antonius. C-betting into a pot of 15,000, 8,000. And Patrick is here to stay. Graziano getting the old hucklebuck.
A 9 of hearts on the turn. 31,400 to fight over.
Here we go again. I want to be more than friends.
$61,400 to fight over a 7 of diamonds on the river.
Now, we're about to go on a tournament break in the bounty bonus.
Right.
Do not be fooled. There's still 5 more minutes of the rebuy period when we get back.
Right.
Then there'll be another break. But during that break is when you have to make sure that if you're going to add on a rebuy, don't miss that.
Okay. And then from that point forth, knockout Waster, J. Hartigan, who's got a lot of chips, and Joe Stapleton, and you will pick up $150 in bounties. As we get a check here from Salvatore. Opportunity knocks, or is it a trap to walk into for Patrick Antonius?
Bounties are live, that's correct. After that, in about 10 minutes time. Quick shout out to Feed the Geese on Twitch. Thanks for joining the broadcast. You can see the action so far in this hand. How we got to this 61,400 chip pot. Graziano's finally taking his foot off the gas. And Patrick says, that's okay. I've got a foot.
I'll drive. $35,000, half the pot. And you mentioned earlier on, a half pot seems like Standard, I think I have the best hand here.
Bye-bye. Feed the Geese also adds that he thought that the waster was particularly hilarious on this week's Poker in the Ears.
Thank you very much. That's very kind of you. I appreciate your kind gestures. Everyone enjoy the break. We can give a little bit of focus back to the poker just for a short while. Also, somebody asked me, when is the free roll that I spoke about? That is in about 4¼ hours every single evening, 9:15 p.m. here in Central European time, summertime. So right now it is just 5 minutes before 5 p.m. So 9:15. So every day at 4:15 in the afternoon we have the bounty bonus, and every night at 9:15 here we have the free roll. More about the free roll a bit later on in today's broadcast. To remind you here, all the way through till Friday, when we bring you our cards up coverage of the final table here at the PokerStars Championship, Monte-Carlo. Do remember to keep us company, hashtag PokerStarsTV if you want to catch up with us on Twitter. Keeping an eye also on twitch.tv/PokerStars. There's some new stuff going on as well. I don't know if we're quite ready for yet more ways to chat to you guys, but those are mostly how we monitor your chat. Any questions for us, feel free to bounce them in. Davide under the gun +1 makes it 5,200. Being asked how we sign up for this free roll. Do not panic, we will give you all the details we need. It isn't not yet activated, like Robot was. Stay tuned.
I'm all in.
Benoit Lamb gets it all in. His last 35,500 after Davide Katai raised it. And he seems very happy with that. And he's out of immediate trouble. 51,000 for Benoit. 25 bigs, just ahead of Martin Lund with 24 bigs. It is Salvatore Graziano, who is the shortest stack here with 35 minutes left on the level. And then we will hit a break. Average stack now 111,276. So 4 of our players here pretty comfortable, 3 of them not so. And our qualifier, Andres Maplakov's, sitting in the middle of the stack, 82,400 for him. A happy lamb, says Mifrala in Twitch. Yes, he looked incredibly happy to have picked that up.
Did you do this tweet from Amy?
No, I was waiting for you.
Shout out to Staves. I'm back watching some high-class poker and listening to your nonsense. So he's watching 2 poker streams?
Yeah.
At the same time?
Yeah.
It's impressive.
I think that's meant in the nicest possible way.
Oh, I thought he was watching 1 high-class poker stream and then another one with me on it.
Maybe so. My nan, you know you're in for a quality anecdote. My nan, who...
Congrats on still having a nan.
Oh, no, she died 17 years ago.
Sorry. Too soon.
Congrats. Yeah, too early, Is before she died, obviously. She used to do this thing at Christmas where she would wrap up presents, but for some reason she liked to wrap things in other things' packagings. So you would open your present, and there would be like a box of cakes, and you go, "Oh, Mr. Kipling Fondant Fancies, thanks, Nan." She go, "No, no, no." She goes, "Just bit of nonsense, bit of nonsense." And you go, "What?" And then you realise you had to open the pack of cakes to find inside was a toy or something. So you just had to get to the point where if you got a really weird present, don't react until you've worked out whether that's the gift or if it's just an extra layer of random packaging where you'd get, oh, a crook lock. No, no, no. It's just a bit of nonsense. And then inside would be your deck of cards.
So she was doing it as a bit.
No, she was a little bit wonky upstairs.
Okay, because I think we talked about this once. It was with Howard or somebody that because our grandparents grew up in a time where like things were scarce. Like my grandma used everything, so if she got a new toaster, she would take the toaster box and wrap up Christmas presents in it.
Yeah, yeah. One of my nan's favorite ones with washing up gloves, you know, like the marigolds. She would cut the fingers into strips and use them as elastic bands. So she would cut the fingers off and lose those little loops.
Oh my God.
Because why would you want to buy rubber bands when you've got these perfectly good washing up gloves to cut?
Let's pick up the action here. Ben Lamb, not then, that Ben Lamb, made it 4,500. Called by Makelkoffs. My coffee's kicking in now, and my mouth is not catching up with it. Graziano also along for the ride. Lamb bet the flop, but then Makelkoffs raised. Good old flop raise.
Yeah.
To 15,000, and that's where we're at right now after Graziano got out of the way.
Yep, our qualifier in position and exerting full pressure on Benoit Lamb, who's still happy. He's a happy guy, very happy guy. Just not in a great spot. Dave Fulo on Twitch saying, I once got an empty box and it was told it was an Action Man deserter. Nice. Good job.
Feed the Geese's parents used broken TV as the stand for the new TV. I feel like that's pretty common. That happened in my house for a while also.
That's fantastic.
That's a Jeff Foxworthy, you might be a redneck if you got a working TV on top of a non-working TV, you might be a redneck.
Meanwhile, Jeff is on Twitter saying live, not live, WTF. I don't know what the confusion is. We are live. We are coming to you live, no delay. Cards down coverage. There'll be cards up on Friday for the final table.
What could Lamb be having an issue with here? A small overpair? Probably not sevens, but something like eights. I feel like, you know, you don't love this with ace king, but you don't think about it this long.
Yeah.
You know, like two overcards, you're either like just folding them or calling to get to the next card. Well, there's the call.
He's called it. He has made it so. 7 splash down on the turn.
I check to you, Razor.
Yeah, I don't think that Andre...
Not much thought went into that.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be playing particularly non-straightforward poker. He's just solidly going about betting what I think he probably has the best of it.
Yeah, that looks like a overpair to me, like a Jaxie type of move.
I agree, sir. I agree. And the problem is that Benoit is running out of chips. He can't keep going fishing. If he had some sort of multi-draw, if he had some overcards with the diamonds, or if he had some part of the straight, maybe, I don't know. I don't want to get too carried away trying to get ranges going because there's just so many options. But pay to see that turn.
Can I put them both on jacks here?
Yeah, I will allow that.
It's got to be nines, right? Nines for Lamb. Tens. Makelkoffs, did you ever watch Friday Night Lights, Matt?
No, but I plan to because I understand there's lots of attractive people in it.
You watched Breaking Bad, right?
Yeah, of course.
Remember the poor man's Matt Damon that shoots that kid?
Yes.
This guy, Makelkoffs. Say in a second. It helps if we're looking at him. Action's not on him, so.
Right.
Looks like a cross between that guy and Chris Moneymaker.
I like it. I like it a lot.
Folds aces, wow.
Whoa, what?
Wowee.
What?
I mean, he's afraid of sets, and he's going to be behind sometimes.
Yeah. Well, it was a tournament. I mean, the problem is he's short. He's now down to 15 big blinds, but you can understand why he would feel foolish perhaps to run into an opponent playing so strong. Now it all makes sense. It was just a freak.
Look at it's Landry. It's Landry and Chris Moneymaker.
You really got to work on your timing here, Joe. I mean, where's the button that controls which camera? That, I mean, actually, do you know what? I mean, that's just gonna happen.
Did we see the other hand?
Kings.
Oh.
That's what I mean. Is when you said it all makes sense. The strength that Andre was playing it, and I said I think he's going to be playing pretty straightforward. We know he's our qualifier, our Latvian player. He made that move very quickly, didn't he? That bet.
I really admire Takafuji's ability to fold aces there. I'd be like, I call. He's like, set of sixes. Yep, GG.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's why I say I do understand that. You know what? The guy is being strong upon strong upon strong. He's acting fast. He's just keeping coming. Do you go, I just don't think I'm good enough. Something happened to you in the bounty bonus by any chance?
Yeah, you know, he's got it in aces versus jacks versus tens. What hand do you think wins there?
Tens?
Correct!
Time to remind you that as well as the bounty bonus, as well as the free roll later on, we've also got our scoop competition going on. Don't forget that you can pick up one of 3 $109 scoop tickets. You just need to play in a scoop spin and go. Don't need to win the whole thing. Just win a hand with a pocket pair. That is the criteria. Any pocket pair. Either tweet us a screenshot or the boom link plus the hand ID. And very importantly, you must use the hashtag PSCWin. PSCWin. Don't send it to our normal comms channel. It will get lost. Got to do that by midnight tonight. And then 3 winners will be drawn at random. And you'll each receive a $109 scoop ticket. So again, even more ways to help you build up your bankrolls for nothing here.
It's a scoop spin and go.
Yep.
And what do they have to hit?
A pair. Win one hand with a pair.
Hand or the pair. That's it.
That's it. That's the only criteria. So no specifics. Not got to win the whole thing. Just a hand. There you go. Simple as.
Easy to do. Hey, I'm at Hardigan's table.
No. How many chips?
He folded. He's gone already.
Oh, is he gone?
I didn't have a chance to slag him off.
Can't even see how many chips he's got.
He's got 21,000. Well, 22,000, really. Must be nice. Must be nice to have your 80% favorite hands hold.
Incidentally, look, we've not celebrated this enough. This is the prettiest room in poker.
It really is. And I wouldn't say that if I didn't believe it. I mean, I refuse to say things I don't believe, so.
Everyone, the 2-minute break and the add-on period in the bounty bonus has begun. Well, actually, it will do when all the hands are complete, but I think we must be getting pretty close to that. Don't forget, rebuys are still available until then. I've just clicked everything that has the word auto in it. Meanwhile, back at our table, a raise from Patrick Antonius under the gun +1 has been re-raised. A 3-bet from Alexandru Papazian.
Turtle Frenzy on Twitch has explained the aces fold, by the way.
Okay.
He folded aces because any low pocket pair becomes a 3 of a kind he loses to. If for some weird reason he has 6s or 7s, he needed money in the pot because his chip count was low. He needs commitment to make money. You don't make money all in shoving pre-flop.
Thanks very much for your answer to a question we didn't ask.
Unless your opponent has kings, in which case,
yeah,
you do.
Yeah, because if he got it all in pre-flop, aces versus kings.
I mean, kings probably fold pre-flop, right?
Well, Alexandru against the short stack of Ben. No, I think.
You don't think kings fold pre-flop?
No, I don't think so. I think that's how you make. I think a lot of the time you make a lot of money. I'm also being asked if there's any quiz for today. No, I think we're just going to play it straight. But I have got an absolute doozy of a game for you guys. I hope Tuan checks us out at some point. I've got an absolute doozy of a game that I'm going to play with you guys over the next couple of days at some point. I've, as always, done a lot of work in between events to make sure that you guys have some fun with us this week. Oh, did we miss a 4-bet? I think we missed a 4-bet from Patrick pre-flop. And that's how we find ourselves with 77,400 in the middle. Apologies when we miss these things. We are multitasking. Yeah, look, a raise, the 3-bet, the 4-bet. And now a check from Patrick on the Jack-Jack 8 flop. Good luck in the bounty bonus. The bounties are now live. Sorry to keep going on about it, but it's 150 bucks on all three of us. Not cumulatively, 150 for me, Joe, and James.
Make sure you click the add-on if you want it. 4,000 chips for $1.10.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Check brought the deuce of hearts. Things slowing down here. Drunk Tilt is saying Lamb will never fold aces again in his life. I don't mind it at all. I just don't mind it.
I'm impressed. Like, I'm going to go broke there a lot with aces.
Yeah. And the thing is that the aggression and the confidence coming from Andre could so easily be read as one of those much bigger crushing hands. Interesting. And again, it's easy to make all these statements after you've seen what the hands were.
You have his king?
Don't try and call Patrick's hand.
I don't speak to you. Pair of eights.
Eights and jacks with the king on top for old time's sake. Man, I can't wait to bite into this apple in 24 minutes. It's been sitting here, not like an attractive makeup person, but like an attractive apple.
I mean, you can't
bite an attractive makeup person, but an apple.
Or so the court has said.
Well, not anymore. Not after the last two.
Not after the 60s. Hey, Naughty Senpai on Twitch says, are the pros participating marked in any way? Some of them have tattoos.
Yeah.
Others have a birthmark or identifying features.
Yeah.
So yes, some of them are marked.
As children, they bang their heads on radiators. They have some scars.
Some scars, yeah, or a glass coffee table.
Yeah.
That's a popular one.
Patrick Antonius, incidentally, you might have seen a graphic there, up 202,000 since the start of the day. He is now a huge leader here on our featured table. No doubt across the field of 192 players remaining. 304,100 for Patrick now. Average stack 116, so it gives him 152 bigs here with 23 minutes to go.
Here we go, Davide Katai on the button. That's not getting folded ever. Makes it 5,200. And Benoit Lamb is all in. And shows aces. That's how you play him. That is exactly what the guy on Twitch was saying. You don't win by moving all in pre-flop with aces.
No. I mean, I know, I appreciate that.
He managed to win with them this time around.
In black and white is up to 38 grand, but I think that's the exception rather than the rule.
Because I bet you Patrick Antonius folded kings there. Excuse me, Davide Katai folded kings there.
Yeah.
You're Romania.
Good. I'm glad you keep reminding me because I will forget to celebrate that. $4,500 from the Romanian Papazian.
Much more reasonable raise than Davide Katai's 5,200.
Foolish, that's the problem, it's foolish. Be careful with all those new chips, Benoit.
Crippin' Dudes on Twitch says 4 cameras on one table, lol. I know, right? Because that's way too many or not enough. I don't know which.
I'm not sure. I mean, it's exactly how many we need.
Yeah.
So it's hard to know whether that's...
I'm not sure what his lull is at.
I don't know
is
if
that
it's
too many or not enough.
Is he like, oh my God, that is so perfect that he's laughing?
Maybe. Lull, you nailed it.
He's just happy. Four-way to this one. The raise from Alexandru not taken particularly seriously by 3 players. Want to see exactly how this develops.
Yeah, I like this multi-way action. Well, there's an all-in.
Shortest stack getting the last 30,400 out the front.
Oh, that's an overbet all-in. Interesting. Patrick calls. Romania's out. Graziano with his sad eyes turns over. King, Queen, Antonius is dominated.
Trying to just chew casual. Good favorite, but at risk.
Club on the turn gives additional outs to Antonius.
Yeah, 12 outs.
I think this is going to be really, really dirty for Graziano. No.
Wow.
Somehow manages to dodge.
And he is back in it, and he is back in it in style. 40 big blinds now for Salvatore Graziano. Patrick Antonius takes the hit, but still got more than $250,000 in a world where the average stack is just shy of 120.
Nice move with the overbet shove there.
Absolutely. Well, time to shower some love on some of our qualifiers. This is Valery Lubinets. He is a farmer. He is from the Ukraine. He is playing his 4th PokerStars event. And he has got an absolutely tremendous table draw.
I'm a farmer.
Oh, and I've just got sat next to Daniel Negreanu. Well, I mean, that's the experience you hoped for. Or
cool.
is it?
Yeah, what a great experience.
Kirilo Kudama, also from the Ukraine. He is a tennis coach. He gets in the Federer hat, slightly telegraphs that. This is his first major tournament. He wants to be a professional poker player. Well, you're in the right place to start that career swing. And Robert Pankowski from Poland. Works for Orange.
Met him the other night at the qualifier party. Awesome dude. Loves the show.
Very short in chips, so hoping that he hangs on. Can also tell you that Kirilo also just lost a pretty big pot to Nick Petrangelo.
Hey, Nicky Petrangelo, say hi to your Mars for me.
You need to send some positive vibes to our qualifiers, because we do love it when the qualifiers go deep.
Can I go to the bathroom with a microphone?
You can go to the bathroom whenever you want.
I know.
Yes, you cannot.
But if he waits 17 more minutes, he won't have to miss any hands.
Yeah, it'll be for free. A lot of random love for Roger Federer for no apparent reason. In Twitch, glad that just mentioning his name has brought forth all the love. I nearly read out my hand there in the bounty bonus. Don't do that. This one is a raise from Martin Lund, been called by Takafuji. We've got a Queen 5-4 double diamond flop.
45.
I am absolutely dwindling away in the bounty bonus. Lack of focus, I'm afraid. Somebody is going to get 150 bucks off Waster. I just thought, didn't we have little targets on our faces before?
We used to, yeah. A little bullseye.
That's a shame. I think that was quite handy, especially because I don't have a name or an avatar that makes it particularly obvious that I'm worth 150 bucks. Although
It's a secret.
Most people seem to have known it's me. They're all pounding on me.
So Lunda the Razor here. Takafuji, our new favorite player.
Really?
He's on board.
It's hardly played anything, Joe.
I
mean,
just like Japanese guys.
Oh, okay. Is that what your profile says on Tinder? Check, check. Poker's going to win this one.
Pair of queens. I just like seeing players from countries we don't normally see on tour, and that rising sun on the flag, I love it.
Yeah, simple. Simple, that flag, isn't it? Don't need to make things complicated.
I also like the Japanese people in general. They keep their affairs in order over there.
Tidy.
Yeah.
Respectful. Being asked by Miles, why aren't the players' hands shown? We can't show you the hands of these guys because obviously they're just one of many tables and it would be unfair. So you're going to have to stick around with us. And then on our last day of broadcast, when we are down to the final table of probably 6, then we will bring you a whole day of cards up coverage for you to drool over. Lick the screen.
Matt, what's a weeb?
A what?
A weeb.
A weeb. A weeb. I don't know.
People on Twitch are calling me a weeb.
Weeb.
It's probably a bad word, and I've just said it like 7 times, so I'm going to stop till I find out.
No,
what
I mean, I know dweeb, but I don't know weeb.
I'm a dweeb that's not cool enough for the duh.
Kind of makes sense. Raise from Patrick Antonius, and that will do the job. And everyone should stick around because I'm going to make an announcement in a few seconds that you're going to be very keen to hear. Finally, we are going to reveal to you the password for today's free roll. Again, remember, every single evening at 9:15 Central European Summertime, there's the $2,000 PokerStars TV free roll. Search for PokerStars TV, or just TV, in the tournament lobby. Turn off your filters. And today's password... Why do we do this to ourselves? Avenue des Spins.
That's cute. Nobody's guessing that one.
All one word, Avenue des Spins. We will make sure it sticks around on the screen for a long while. But that is the password you need to get involved in that game. In about 3 3/4 hours. So another opportunity to pick up some free cash.
Love it.
Build your bankroll. Start living the dream. I think I'm going to go all in and hopefully get called. Come on. Everyone keeps folding against me in the bounty bonus.
So I guess a weeb is someone, a Westerner, who loves Japanese stuff.
Oh, okay. I don't think I've heard that before.
I like sushi and vending machines.
Harajuku girls.
Yeah, sure.
9-10 up against the ace-7. Oh, he's hit the 9. This could be all over for me. Eros Pista has won. Well done, mate.
What place did you finish in?
I have no idea.
I think it's a 500 something.
508th. Yeah, I didn't do particularly well. Hopefully tomorrow the commentary schedule will be slightly more favoursome that I play. Last time I got really lucky in that when we did the bounty bonus, it always seems to fall when it was on my break, so I could kind of like focus on it and give it a bit of a proper shot. But congratulations, Eros. Well done to you, sir. Now I should be turning my attention to the free roll.
It's going to be really tough for somebody to bust me, Matt.
Why?
Because I'm 5th in chips.
Are you sat out? Oh, good for you, dude.
So there's only 4 people who can bust me.
Once again, just in case you happen to step away, top left of your screen is the free roll password for tonight. Avenue des Spins. Now my brain is worrying at what the potential next 4 days might bring in passwords. I tried to learn Japanese when I was a teenager. I have no idea why, just to probably appear interesting.
I'm turning Japanese.
I really think so.
Yeah.
I'm going to get a doctor to take your picture so that I can look at you from inside as well. Actually, it's a bit hole-popey.
There's a little Neil J in there once he got rid of his glasses. Turned a little squinty.
I mean, this is going to sound dreadful, but you know Minority Report where Tom Cruise puts that injection under his jaw? If Neil Johnson did that to himself, that's what might come out the other end. That's tremendously insulting, and I apologize. Incidentally, I can tell you that with Patrick Antonius taking a big dent recently, and some more chip movement in the field, we have a new chip leader, Andreas Platt. German player, attractive young man.
Kitty clap.
And he has got 355,000 chips.
Yeah, Hamburg is actually good, yeah.
In fact, you can see as well, plenty of exits in the field. 184 now left in the game. 143 will get paid. Still got 2 levels to play on the day.
Poker.
I believe it's pronounced poker.
Poker.
That's closer to it. Again, just to either be trolled or to genuinely deal with people's concerns. Again, that free roll, if you go to the tourney tab in the PokerStars lobby, turn off your filters, and then in the search box, if you just put TV, you will see that all 5 of the free rolls are there listed as announced. Today's is now registering. Already 1,398 people have found it. Avenue des Spins, all one word, lowercase, top left of the screen, is your password. Good luck. Have some fun. Come play with us. Come play with us. Join us. Join us. A raise from our qualifier, Andrei Makhlikovs. 4,500. Gets the call from Alexandru Papazian on the button. Also Salvatore Graziano. And also Davide Kitai. So we have got 4 players checking out a 10-8 deuce double club flop.
It's almost a family pot like my family. It's missing my dad.
Ooh! And at least 3 of these people wouldn't recognize you on the street.
Oh man, this guy using the wrong hashtag. It says haven't been watching for a while, and now it's all different. What's new? Hashtag to replace EPT Live. It's hashtag PokerStars TV. And yes, a flush does still beat a straight.
Yeah, we didn't make that many changes. Davide Kitai came out firing 7,800 after Salvatore Graziano checked. Gets the call from qualifier Andrei Makhlikovs from Latvia. And now onto the bearded button. That sounds dreadful. Alexandru Papazian.
He looks like the last man on earth.
I have traveled across the desert. Oh, and this is my seat drawer. Oh.
You're good at the joining in the improv, but there's a TV show called Last Man on Earth.
Oh, right. Well, that's no good to me.
What just happened?
Have you won?
Not yet, but I'm getting there.
I'm getting the funny feeling that Alexandru Papazian is going to do something quite dramatic. Obviously, his limited options are fold, call, or raise. So I guess what I mean is he's going to raise here.
He's going to do one of them.
There was a fantastic comic series, quite saucy, about a decade ago, The Last Man on Earth. That was quite interesting. I'll leave it to your imagination. Wow, here we go then.
On to Latvian Moneymaker.
29,900 back in your chops. He did start this whole thing off. He did continue. He has, dare I say it, been playing quite straightforward. Not really meant as a criticism at all, but we've not yet seen him make any funky moves that haven't been completely backed up by his cards. Is this another overpair? He's going to let it go. We're not going to get to know. That's being asked, would you put the free roll password? It will ask you if you fire it up, if you like double click on it, it will say register, or you can just register from the lobby. And when you do that, a little box says enter password. Bang, easy as that. Type it in, hit confirm, play poker.
Join us. Come on in. Start your bankroll. You know how many poker players, professionals, start off with saying, I want a free roll?
One. No,
no, more than one.
I'm going to say more than one, Joe.
Correct.
There you are. Keep it down, Joe. Join us.
Can hear Daniel. Love it. Love it.
He's not even in the country. He's just making one of his video blogs. 5 minutes left on this. Meanwhile, talking of the D-Neg, we've got a D-Neg-tastic break. We're going to be reliving some of Kid Poker's best hands from the 2013 Monte-Carlo main event outing. So don't go anywhere in the break. Enjoy the bounty bonus if you're still in it. That looks to be a raise and take it for Patrick. Up to 271,000 now. Chris is asking how much play is left today. We've got a break coming up in 4 minutes, and then we have got 2 more 1 hour 15 levels back to back. But if we get to the bubble, obviously we then get into all this hand-for-hand malarkey. So it might not necessarily be exactly by the book on the clock.
Things could get a little funky.
Because we've got 180 left and we pay out 143. So, you know, as a general rule, you've got a 20-minute break plus 2 1 hour 15 levels. But no guarantees on that. Things may slightly skew.
James, you know how many people could bust me in the bounty bonus right now? Correct. Number 2 in chips.
Woo! Man, you understand the game of poker and the mechanics about winning it.
There's no way I'm good here, right?
Andre has raised this to 4,500. It's working its way around the table. What an effective raise. Just one call from Salvatore Graziano. If I had to make a guess at what nationality Salvatore was, I would never have got to Swiss. I would have got through easily 15 or 16 countries before I would have got to Switzerland.
I mean, it does border Italy pretty heavily. So, you know, there's a lot of crossover there.
I guess so. So with 14,400 in the middle, a check, a better 6K, the job is done.
Job done.
People are curious to know whether the next break is sponsored by dinner or is it too early.
Adam says Papazian weirdly reminds me of a bearded Ola Shemian. So, you know, Ola Shemian.
Shemian has been there. He has gone to that kind of length before. Hand 95. Cashier number 1.
And I believe with this hand, we are going to be, oh, so close to number 1 in chips in the bounty bonus.
Wow. Get a screenshot.
Not till we get there.
Chris is saying, well, does that mean there's a potential post-bubble bust-out bonanza today? It just depends how close we are to the end of the level. At the very end of the day, if there's time, then yeah. I'm sure there'd be more than a few players who'd be very happy to get through the bubble and then decide their fate before the end of the day so they don't come back with some dwindling stack tomorrow. We shall see. It's quite nice, isn't it? We don't really know. It's quite nice to have a little bit of, might be a shorter day, might be a longer day. Might get through the bubble, might come back tomorrow and go immediately into the bubble. We just don't know.
What's nice is that there's no right answer here, so we can't get it wrong either.
See, you're wrong when you say that.
All right, well, there it is, the Katai-Atonis matchup we've all been waiting for. It's going to be the last hand of this level.
Check, check brings a king of diamonds. It's a pretty poor Badugi hand, but it is a Badugi hand nonetheless. Everyone, you king high, good luck. 13,800 up for grabs. I can't believe that this battle that we've been looking forward to has gone check, 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 check.
These two aggressive beasts.
These crazy players from outer space. It was a raise and a call, check, 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 and now we are
it's like
check,
if
check to show.
Freddy versus Jason was just a slap fight.
Exactly, or just like some slight pointing and name calling. Well, believe it or not, the pocket threes are good for Davide Katai.
We're keeping the same table.
And that's going to take us into a 20-minute break.
Huh? Let's grab a green screen for your player profile. Just take 1 minute. A green screen, okay, sure. Sorry.
Let's remind ourselves how these players stack up as they head off with their man bags into the break. So Benoit Lam and Martin Lund, bottom of this table. Patrick has got 110,000. The guys are going on a break. We're going to do the same. Join us in 20 minutes when we continue our main event coverage here at the PokerStars Championship Monte Carlo.
So blinds currently 100 to 200.
Daniel may be the shortest of the table, but he's still got 65 bigs.
Under the gun +1. He min raises to 400. Alec Torelli from the US calls with 5s. Dario Sammartino calls as well. He's got pocket 3s. Folded around to Danny Palafas in the small blind. The Romanian calls. And Luca Pagano, Jack-7 off. He's getting good odds. He calls as well.
Yeah, everyone's pretty justified making this call. Pot odds kept getting better and better.
Queen 5 deuce with 2 clubs. A set of 5s for Torelli. Negreanu was the pre-flop aggressor. He has ace high in a backdoor club draw. And he bets 1,150.
Over half pot into 4 opponents. This bet should come free with a drink at the bar because it is a little nuts.
How does Torelli play his set?
I think part of Daniel's rationale is that he does have that backdoor nut flush draw, which means he can probably rep huge on the turn.
Torelli raises 2,500 total. Sammartino gives up the 3s. Palafas is out. Luca folds as well. Daniel calls.
Daniel's now put in 25% of his stack with no pair and no draw. He's going to need more runners in the New York Marathon.
Well, Daniel's going to be loving that card. He now has second pair plus the flush draw. Torelli obviously still big favorite with those set of 5s.
Daniel's going to think that's the best card in the deck for him, but we know it's the same as any other club, except the queen. That would be bad. And it looks like Daniel's going to donk lead this. Don't let the name fool you. Even the pros do this sometimes. That's when you bet into the last aggressor.
Blue chips.
Torelli's bound to be a little confused by this.
Daniel's bet 30% of his remaining chips. Torelli may well just put them all in. No, he just calls.
He's either trapping or he wants to reevaluate on the river.
The river card is the ace of diamonds, giving Daniel 2 pair. And he moves all in. We could be about to lose Daniel Negreanu.
Sick part is he thinks he's value betting.
67. 7,075.
This wasn't a great card for Torelli either.
Got ace, queen of hearts or something?
This will be an awful line for a bluff, so Alec might think he's beat here.
It's like I want to fold.
Really?
You have a what?
I want to fold.
You don't have a fold?
No, I want to fold.
Oh,
I wanted to
did you have ace, queen of hearts? Is that what you have? 'Cause that's kind of what I put you on.
Fold the damn turn.
There is an argument if you call the turn, you have to call the river.
Ace, queen of hearts might get half. Go for the high, I'll take the low.
Might get half. That's good. I mean, it's really hard to be bluffing.
That part's true.
You're special, though.
That's what I've been told.
Alec is getting almost 3-1.
He had fives?
Ding.
And he lays it down! He folds the set!
Show like a red 9 and you're my hero.
I'll show you one card, that's good. Let's see.
King of clubs.
Wow! What a card, right? The obvious can't be bluffing card. Show the ace of clubs.
I'm so sick you have 3 aces.
Yeah, okay.
Let's pick up the action at our featured table. Josh Prager has raised from under the gun +3 to 800. Called by Daniel Negreanu. Also called on the button by Dario Sammartino, so 3-way to the flop.
Negreanu's got Sammartino dominated.
And it's all clubs. The second nut flush for Negreanu. Top pair for Sammartino and Prager. Prager with the third nut flush draw. Action's been checked to Sammartino.
Daniel checking for a little deception.
9.
900 is the bet.
Sammartino betting with less than 1% equity.
Prager calling with less than 1% equity. Negreanu calls as well.
Daniel just calling to try to keep both these players in the pot.
Ace of spades on the turn.
Both Daniel's opponents pick up dead draws, but no one can really be all that happy about that card.
Prager's checked a second time.
Like drinking too much on a date, that card is an action killer.
Negreanu now bets 2,700.
Sammartino's got second pair in a draw that's difficult to hit, and sometimes it won't even be any good.
He folds.
Prager's draw will at least be live a lot of the time. Still, a lot of players are going to fold here.
He calls. Club on the river will be disastrous for him.
As would the case 10.
Unbelievably, it is the case 10.
Terrible card.
Prager checks. How much value can Negreanu extract here?
He's about to make a call to the law offices of Val and you. Seeking damages in the amount of?
7,200.
Prager may end up convincing himself here that because he called the turn, he's got to call the river when he improves. Sure, he called thinking sometimes the 10 would even be ahead. I don't know how often Daniel turns up here with a hand worse than Queen 10.
Got the ace of clubs over there? Huh?
Daniel's not afraid of him having ace-X of clubs because he'd have called already.
Prager calls.
Flopped it.
Negreanu wins a pot of more than 25,500.
$675.
Negreanu back in the action. Suited ace-5. Makes it 675 to play. Folded to the blinds. Otranto in the big with pocket queens. Re-raises.
To what? 10 and a quarter? Yeah. That is so adorable. I love when you do that. It's so cute. Well, I mean, obviously. That is adorable.
Strictly speaking, it was an under-raise from Otranto, but no one seems to have noticed, so let's just get on with it, shall we?
Well said.
Ace-high flop. Negreanu takes the lead.
Flops colder for 2 queens in the north side of the wall.
That's gonna bet like 300? How much?
No, not
7?
that much.
You guys, I love this stuff. This like extreme small ball. Oh.
Learned it from a book. I read
You read it from a book? And you took it to a new level. I love it.
I like the small bet in general because Daniel's not the kind of player to raise here as a bluff too often, and he's content to call down small pairs.
Another ace on the turn.
Not too much. You scare me.
Just a little.
How much is that?
11.
All right, sweet. Keep it small, keep it small. Small ball style. Give that man his money.
I can't tell if Rounders quotes are back in yet or not. Ruling?
Out.
Oof.
Clubs came. Hey, flush came. Just letting you know.
Full house for Negreanu.
It's time for the value one.
Value bet?
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, boy.
$2,600.
Please tell me Daniel says Razy Daisy now.
Nope, I don't buy it.
Okay, now it's time for me to reassess the situation.
Please do. Take your time.
Daniel stuck 6,000 on top.
Daniel's the kind of player who very rarely turns his hands into bluffs.
Do you have ace king?
I call.
Otranto calls.
This is good.
You know nothing, Jon Snow.
Nice hand.
Thanks.
And Daniel has completely pulled his stack out of the toilet, which, by the way, in Monaco, they clean themselves.
I'm not surprised where I am. I always felt like I was going to be successful at whatever it was I did.
When you think of poker, most people think of Daniel Negreanu.
When I met Daniel, he was already a legend.
I think Daniel Negreanu is the most notable, most recognized, most famous poker player in the world. Okay, let's start from the beginning. Both my parents came to Canada with $5 in their pocket and really just worked their way up. My dad was my Superman. We just had a perfect, loving family.
Oh my God.
When he started having success, we knew that he was always going to be a winner.
In Toronto, I was a bull. I just pushed people around. And then I'd go to Vegas, this big, cocky 21-year-old, like, yo, I'm gonna bust everybody here. And no.
He ended up going broke. He learned a lot of lessons, having to start over again.
I'd started down a path of self-discovery and introspection.
You don't get to be the World Series Player of the Year without being astonishingly talented.
There was just something about him. It's unexplainable. When I hear people saying, I can't do this, I can't do that, I'm like, oh, really? Oh, man, do I want to shove this in your face.
He went through a phase where his kind of ego ran riot.
I win! I love nothing more than being under the lights, on center stage. This is my comfort zone. Sometimes I say things where I do cross the line, and on major issues, I stood alone. I mean, did anybody buy that that's all I had to say? No, I got a lot to say. But I'd rather be that kind of person than someone who has no opinion at all. To avoid criticism, say nothing, do nothing, and be nothing. And that's not the way I live my life.
Blinds are up to 6,000, 12,000 with a 2,000 ante. Action on the feature table has been folded to Daniel in the small blind. 8-9 off. He limps. Juanda in the big has King-Jack.
Juanda could raise this. He could also check his option.
Those are raising chips.
Yeah, been a while since I heard from you. It's been so long. I was waiting for you to raise me one time.
I don't know what I was doing. I knew you were going to call anyway.
Yeah,
I still raise.
That's a great reason to raise, Daniel.
Top two for Juanda, bottom pair for Negreanu. Action's been checked to John.
Great spot for a C-bet.
He continues for 50K.
Daniel might think a pair is good here a lot.
He calls. Ace of hearts on the turn.
Terrible turn for both players.
Negreanu checks. And Juanda checks behind. A 10 on the river.
Another bad card for both hands. Daniel can check for showdown value or turn his hand into a bluff.
And that's what he's doing, betting 85,000.
Johnny might be able to sniff this out, only because I think Daniel might play a jack the same way, and a jack is most of Daniel's range.
Jack, king something. Turn it into a bluff. Nope. Such a good product. What can you be bluffing with here? You must have something here.
What do you have, like ace-7? Something
no,
like that?
Much better.
You have 2 pair? And you're thinking with 2 pair?
No, I'm like top set. Will you be betting 2 pairs? Yeah, that's...
You can beat 2 pair?
That's the thing, yeah? You might be betting 2 pairs.
Not sure Daniel would bet 2 pair, and even if he would, there's exactly 3 2 pairs that John's beating.
Nah, you'd be worried that. All right, Paul.
Wow!
Nice bluff.
It was a nice bluff.
No showing cards.
Show me the bluff.
Can't do it. No, I've showed every hand. I get to choose which ones I show. It doesn't work like that. I don't have to show every one.
I had such a big hand, he had no idea.
Yeah, so big, yeah.
I should have bet the turn.
Yeah, probably.
I'm not telling. I don't have to tell every time.
I had such a big hand.
It's not in the rules.
James, would it have killed you to react to the condom wrapper?
Oh, was it you who left that in my room? I figured that the maid had been emptying bins and had just dropped something on my floor. I'm like, F me, the staff here. That's why I didn't leave a tip. I didn't leave any money.
It's been a long time since I did one of these. Raising UTG.
In this hand, we're going to sweat with David Van Plu.
What'd you do? Call me? Attaboy. None of that crazy stuff.
So we know Vamps has queens.
Good call.
But we don't know what Negreanu is raised under the gun with.
And under the gun, we do have to pay it a little bit of respect. By calling, we get to deceive. Right now, we're mostly repping suited connectors and pocket pairs.
There's a king-high flop. Negreanu continues for 4,200.
King didn't have to hit him.
What I used to call the ace-queen flop. He comes king 8-3 or king 8-4, king 8-deuce when I had ace-queen. Back in the day when I played limit hold'em. Couldn't fold.
Van Plu calls. And there's another king on the turn.
I like that king a little bit more than the first one. It's harder for Daniel to have one, plus he just checks, so I think we can bet this if we want.
Van Plu does bet 9,000.
9?
Daniel Negreanu calls. We go to the river.
Gulp. I'm suspicious of what Daniel can call here with that we're actually beating.
5 of clubs. Flush just got there.
Not a good card for us. It also eliminates all but a few of the hands we could have been beating.
Action's been checked to Van Plu. He could just check behind.
Going for the thin value that was happening right here. Like 2 jacks or something stupid, or you got... What do you have? 2 jacks or pocket 8s. 8's full. That would be good.
When Daniel starts talking, it feels like he's looking for a check, so maybe we just bet small.
How much is it?
20,000.
Yeah, that wasn't small.
You don't have the king of clubs. So that means you don't have kings with a flush draw. So you either, only hand that beats me is 8's full, or if you floated and then made the flush. So I don't think I can throw it away. But you're not bluffing. Maybe you have king queen. I gotta call you.
If you are a king, then it wins.
Yeah.
Daniel does have a king. Ace king.
Somebody take Grandma to the bowling alley because that was a slow roll. I don't think Daniel's ever folding there. Not sure what took him so long to call.
Negreanu up to nearly 115,000 in chips.
Go, go, Canada, go, go.
Yeah, thank you. Nice flop. Poker School Online is the place to learn poker or improve your poker skills. To join, simply log into the PokerStars client, visit the school section, and choose your school password. Poker School Online is packed full of free poker bonuses, allowing you to practice and play in real money games on us. Take part in our regular monthly promotions where you can win seats into bigger PokerStars tournaments. There are free scratch cards where you can win daily tournament tickets via Scratch and Match. Each day, you'll have 2 free cards. Just scratch off the cards and you could win a prize. Another popular challenge is our Beginner's Bankroll promotion, allowing you to work your way through our poker missions, improving your game, and earning your free poker tournament tickets along the way. And if that's not enough promotions for you, there are unlimited tournament tickets and $5,000 free roll tickets you can earn via our Refer a Friend promotion. Simply refer a friend and you'll both receive prizes. Once you've built your confidence, it's time to compete in the Poker School Online. Skill leagues with $44,000 in prize money up for grabs every month, with up to $5,000 going to the winner. And if improving your game is what you're looking for, we have poker courses from Hold'em to Omaha, cash, sit and goes and tournaments, along with quizzes to test your newfound knowledge. There's live poker training where you can watch pros play poker in real time, view their hole cards and ask questions directly. See the live training schedule for the next session. Our poker forums are always buzzing with questions, advice, and tips. You'll find all types of players from beginners to pros discussing all areas of poker. Now you've heard what's available, it's time to get involved. Simply join Poker School Online. You may even be eligible for our welcome bonuses full of tickets and cash. Welcome to Poker School Online.
Why are they not sending us to Marbella?
I want to be there.
Welcome back to Monaco in the PokerStars Championship presented by Monte-Carlo Casino, and so the evening session begins. 2 more levels to play today and every chance that we hit and burst the money bubble. It's James Hartigan alongside Matt Brown.
Hello, where's all the players gone?
Well, they have not come back from break yet. You may see there's still 2.5 minutes left on the clock, and the clock has actually been paused during the latter end of the break. The situation right now is that 173 players remain from the 727 who started, and these are the chip leaders. It's Nicky Petrangelo, who's out on top at the moment with 380k. Start of day chip leader Jeffrey Hakim still in the top 5. Former chip leader Andreas Klatt has dropped down to 2nd place. We're keeping our same feature table for the final 2 levels of the day and for our world famous bubble coverage, assuming that we do close in on the money bubble during the last level of the day. They did confirm earlier on a field of 727 players. That's a prize pool of 3.5 million euros. That means 143 players getting paid. A min cash worth 7,580 euros and a top prize of more than $500,000, and the 4th PokerStars Championship trophy. This is the 4th event that the tour has seen this year, the first on European soil. And I guess, Matt, when you consider that this was the evolution of the European Poker Tour, strange that it's taken us this long to have an event in Europe.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. We've been so busy talking about all the new, brand new, funky locations. We need to still tip our hats to the glory that is Monte-Carlo. And I don't know how many years it will be before it doesn't still feel special to come here, because I just think at a genetic level it's kind of imprinted into us.
And of course, the next leg of the tour, the next 2 legs, will be in Europe. We have Sochi coming up at the end of May, a brand new event with a huge guarantee. I believe qualifiers are still running for that one. And of course, we'll have 5 days of main event coverage on PokerStars.tv. And of course, Barcelona after the summer, after everyone's come back from Vegas and relaxed and cleared their heads and had a bit of downtime from poker. Always a huge event, and this year's is expected to be bigger than ever before.
And of course, the big question, though, on everyone's lips is, are you still in the bounty bonus?
Alas, no. I believe Joe is the last remaining commentator flying the flag in the bounty bonus. As far as the Monaco main event is concerned, as far as things here in Monte-Carlo are concerned, we have played 4 levels so far, and during the last session, the 3rd and 4th levels of the day, we brought a new feature table to the main stage, headlined by the man, the myth, the legend, Patrick Antonius. He got off to a great start, busting French pro Benjamin Pollock. He then won a biggish pot from another former champ, Davide Katai, getting his stack up to nearly $250,000. A few members of Team Pro survived those 2 levels. Daniel Negreanu is still in. Jason Mercier still a force to be reckoned with. Liv Barry still has chips, hoping to survive the bubble and make it to day 3. Everyone who makes it through day 2, bags and tags, comes back for play tomorrow, and a reminder that we will be covering the action tomorrow from noon Central European Summer Time, following every day of this tournament right up to the final hand, which will be played on Friday. Cards Up coverage of the final table, of course, at the end of the week. Here is the lineup on the main stage. We've mentioned Patrick Antonius. We've mentioned Davide Katai. Matt, obviously you were watching all the action over those last 2 levels. Who stood out for you?
Well, Papazian has been very interesting. He's been a little unusual. He's certainly played more than his fair share. Takafuji not really got going. Benoit Lam has been all in, and a couple of times he just seems to be having a lovely time. But very interesting is Andrei Malkakov's. He's a qualifier. He's been playing mostly pretty straightforward poker, but he's been getting there and he's been getting some big stacks. But now we see the blinds and antes are going up. And this is where the guys with experience like Davide, like Patrick, I think will be able to put more pressure onto these players. And all of a sudden they'll look down, here comes the bubble, and they'll be short stacked. So I think this is going to be a very key level for the guys that are, perhaps in unfamiliar territory, shall we say.
We play 75-minute levels on days 1 and 2 of a championship main event. This is level 13, the penultimate level of the day. Blinds right now are 1,200, 2,400 with a 400 ante, and cards are in the air once again. Action folded.
Salvatore.
Graziano opening the action by the looks of things. Daniel on Twitter, hashtag PokerStars TV, by the way, says the set works so well on the stage at Monte-Carlo, looks very dramatic. This is a great venue, the Salle des Etoiles at Le Sporting here at the Monte-Carlo Bay Hotel and Resort. It is a fantastically beautiful room in which to play poker. It exudes all the glamour you'd expect from Monte-Carlo. And of course, just like Blofeld's volcano and you only live twice, you've got the crater that opens up.
Yeah, it was always the real tough question when people would say, I've always dreamt of coming out to one of these events. You know, where is the one to come to? And you go, it's so hard because we love going to Barcelona because it's such a fantastic location. Obviously, the Bahamas is always hard to beat. But then you go, but for sheer spectacle to come here, this is just such a dramatic location. And when they do open up the roof, it's, I mean, there's nowhere else in the world like it, so certainly something to be savoured. You do get the sense, I love walking in, and if you're behind people that are coming into the room for the first time, clearly, and they all kind of walk up and they see the tables, they see the players, and then they kind of get to really actually appreciate the size and height of the room, and it's there's no way it doesn't get to you.
So that last hand was raise and take it for Salvatore Graziano. This hand starts with Alexandre Papazian raising under the gun. Oh no, my apologies, he has actually folded. Oh no, he has raised.
No, you're right, we'll get there,
I thought I heard him say raise and then the word fold appeared on my screen, but no, he's made it 5,000.
And it looks like that was good enough.
So 2 raise and take it. So right now, average stack is 126,000, around the 50 big blind mark. 30 players to lose until we are in the money. 173 remaining, 143 share the 3.5 million euro prize pool. And should we get close to the bubble, should we kick into bubble mode here on PokerStars TV, we will activate Neil Johnson. He is back with us on the tour. Last time we spoke to you was when we were in Panama. Obviously, we didn't do a stream from Macau, but during the last 2 legs of the tour, obviously Neil was unwell. Pleased to say he's well on the road to recovery. He's back with us on location and hopefully back with us in the booth for our world-famous bubble coverage.
Also, just want to quickly respond to a few people that are saying about where do they find the free roll that we finally announced the password for in the last level. The easiest way to go about finding it, I would suggest, is head to the PokerStars lobby, head over to the tourney tab, make sure you've got your filters turned off, and just pop into the little search box, just TV, just the letters TV, and that will bring up all 5 of the free rolls due this week, and then you can register with our password, which I'll get up on the screen. It's a bit of a strange one.
Yeah, we've named, I think, them after streets in Monte-Carlo this time around. Obviously, the free roll doesn't start. This is one of the consequences of being back on European soil. The free roll doesn't start until after we're on off air, around 9:15 this evening. So don't expect us to be playing in the free roll. We've had our fun in the bounty bonus tournament, another one tomorrow, of course. But hey, still every reason to play. $2,000 in the prize pool if you play that game on PokerStars this evening. So the last hand, raise and take it for Papazian.
Yeah, you've not had much luck so far, have you? Let's be honest, since the level started. Not a lot to talk about.
When you say that, I see a red triangle of death here in front of Martin Lund. Katai opened with a raise to 5,700. Lund has shoved for 29,400. Action back on Katai, one of the former champs in the field, one of 2 former champs at this feature table. And Davide folds to the all-in. Well, let's introduce our next guest commentator here on PokerStars TV. We saw him buy in at the start of play today, but the fact that he's with us in the booth tells you he is not still in the Monte-Carlo main event. We welcome from Team Online, Randy Liu, Nanonoko himself.
Hey, what's up, everyone? I got a confession. Actually, you know where Davide Katai is sitting?
Yeah.
That was my old seat.
Ah. Oh, in that case, Randy, you can answer a question. Obviously, we were intrigued by your tweet from earlier on today. Which of these guys managed to slice himself while opening his chip bag?
That guy right there.
Ah,
the pink hat.
Martin Lund. Okay.
Yeah.
was it bad? Was it pretty hardcore?
Because he got to the table last. He has his bag of chips, right, unopened. And the dealer gives him a scissors, just because it's hard to open those bags.
Yeah, yeah.
And then next time I look, he's bleeding all over his hand.
Oh.
And then the dealer's like, "What are you doing?"
I'm bleeding.
Yeah, I don't know how that's even possible.
I'm pretty sure, wasn't there, James, wasn't it like a kind of a highlights reel once of Phil Ivey spending a good 20 minutes trying to get into one of those bags? I think we might need to try and find some middle ground between like impregnable and accessible.
They're tough bags.
So yes, we've got Randy with us in the booth. Randy, obviously over the course of the weekend, we were filming the PokerStars Championship Cash Challenge Series. Obviously, we're not going to give out any spoilers because those TV shows won't air for a while, but you got to play in that game. By the way, big shout out to our 2 challengers, our qualifiers, Alex and Mila. Thank you very much for coming to Monte-Carlo and taking part. But just generally, did you enjoy the experience of being in that game?
I actually met both of the qualifiers, and they're both really nice people and very enthusiastic. They had a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun. Everyone at the table had fun. No one was miserable and playing super serious, right? And you know, of course, I try to splash around a little bit, and it's going to be good. It's a good show.
And I'll tell you what, this is one small, tiny, tiny, tiny spoiler. Randy really struggles with pot limit.
Yes. End of story.
So I guess how long were you actually at the table, Randy, and how much did you get to appreciate the play of the other competitors at this table?
I almost made it to the end of the level. So I did get to see some of the hands that went down between some of the players. So hopefully I can give you some better insight. I can tell you that Takafuji is the one who busted me. Kings against my queens. Pretty standard given I was a short stack. And he's still there, so he's doing something right.
The awesomely handsome Patrick Antonius is going to raise here. And obviously we don't really see Patrick on tour much. He plays very few live events, but seeing as this one is literally on his doorstep, I guess it has that incentive.
I mean, you know, he doesn't play many turns, but when he does, he's the chip leader at the table.
You'd think he'd bother to turn up to a few more, because I think he could be quite good at the game if he applies himself.
I think he is quite good at the game.
Well, you know, we'll see. You know what? Time will tell.
If he doesn't cash this event, yeah, he's terrible.
Yeah.
So Antonius opens to 5,500. There has been at least one call. And that call has come from Salvatore Graziano in the small blind. Ace, ace, jack on the flop.
Now, generally speaking, this does hit the pre-flop raise or more. So I expect Antonius to continuation bet here. If he didn't have anything, he's going to try to represent those ace, kings, ace, queens and stuff.
6. Gets a call on a stare down.
6,000 apiece. King on the turn. The board gets straightier.
I mean, it was a pretty quick call. Given that Graziano came from the small blind, I think his hand's a lot stronger than normal. So I think he has an ace or a jack here a lot.
We've got a double paired board now.
I strongly suspect that Antonius is not going to call this bet. That's just the vibe I'm getting. I think if Antonius had like an ace, he would have bet the turn a lot of times, unless he's reaching a little bit. Like, if he had ace queen, he probably want to bet again, because if his opponent has like jack 10 or queen jack, you don't want to let him draw for free.
Still mulling it over, yeah.
It's got like king queen maybe. Jack 10 type hand. It's tough because Graziano called from a small blind, so I don't think Graziano's going to have like 7-8 suited. Things that the big blind would normally have. The small blind, they generally play a lot tighter, especially when you're playing against such a tough opponent out of position.
Well, he is gathering in readiness, but still doesn't appear to have convinced himself which way to go.
By the way, the free roll we were talking about earlier on, password is now on the screen in the top left-hand corner as Patrick calls this bet of 14,000. Pocket sixes.
Wow, nice call.
Pocket queens for Patrick Antonius.
That's why he's very good. I think he's going to make it.
I think you're right. You know, I want to review my previous statement. I'm with you now. I think not only does he have potential, but I think he might have just reached it.
I mean, when you got pocket sixes there, you got to turn your hand into a bluff. It was a good bet because, as you see, Patrick took a while to make that call, and it was a very tough call, not easy at all.
Kind of, it feels a little bit unusual to come out the small blind with the sixes. I mean, I guess the problem is I was about to say it kind of seems strange to come in with a small blind, but then still be playing it aggressively. But I guess, well, what else are you going to do? Like give up if you don't hit?
Yeah,
it's like it's a kind of a weird spot.
He pretty much, I think Patrick, if he was doing bluff catch, it was always like pocket 2s through 10s, like 100% of the time if he wins that pot. Because, you know, if he had 2 broadways, well, the guy has showdown value. So
yeah,
it was. I expected the guy to show up ace queen a lot, but.
Well, I mean, the thing is, you said it, the small blinds, you kind of feel like that's going to connect with him because it's not going to be the small hands that the big blind's coming in with. But Patrick somehow saw through that. Magic.
I think the hand played pretty straightforward until Patrick called the river. That was not normal.
Yeah, that was where things got a bit
That was just good poker there.
Wow, Katai gives Lund a walk. So yeah, for those of you having trouble finding the free roll in the PokerStars tournament lobby, we always give this advice. Switch off the whole filters thing. Just turn that off and then use the search bar and type in either the letters TV or PokerStars Space TV, and it'll bring up all 5 free rolls, including tonight's, and then you can register using the password that is on the screen. Avenue des Pins. I'm assuming that is the road with the hairpin bend?
I guess so. And it has like some nearly poker terminology hidden in there. Avenue, just spin it up.
Got my ante? You got my ante?
So analysing the numbers, Randy, and considering that I think we're paying pretty much 20% of the field here in Monte-Carlo. Exactly, 30 away, 2 levels to play. Pretty confident that we are going to see the bubble hit into the second half of the final level of the day.
Well, your experience with that, I usually don't get that far in a tournament. So.
Oh.
Is it nice to be able to see what this kind of part of a tournament looks like?
You know, I like to watch the televised stuff.
Harsh. Sorry, harsh.
Try to pretend I'm there.
I'm interested, Randy, because you were one of the people we mentioned bought in at the start of day 2. And obviously you're coming in with a stack of 30,000 when the blinds are 500 and 1,000 for 30 big blinds. Is it a plus EV move to buy in for 5,000 euros for a 30 big blind stack?
I would say that the later you buy into tournament, the less plus EV it becomes.
Yeah.
I wanted to play the cash game thing, so that's why I bought it. Otherwise, I would have been there at 12 o'clock.
So you're basically saying it's our fault?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying if your scenario's changed a little bit. But
he's not saying it, James. He's just implying and inferring it.
But generally speaking, I think you should try and register as soon as you can. Otherwise, you're leaving it up to variance. You know, I got in a situation where it was just a cooler, but, you know, if I had 100 BBs, you know, we might have just saw some flops, and I might have lost a little bit less, and a lot of things could have happened.
Yeah, it's a funny one. I think it's become quite common now in the main event, especially with people who are playing the super high roller on day 1A or the one-day super high roller on day 1B, that they'll just come in and pony up the 5K at the start of day 2, but...
I mean, I prefer to play at the start, but,
yeah,
you know, I still want to play the main events when I can.
Something better than nothing, right?
But, you know, one of the main reasons why, like, really, why I register on day 2 is that I beat half of the field already. That is a big one.
Well, we have got action on one of the outer tables, and it's action involving Jason Mercier. He is all in, and the lady in seat 3, the lady sat directly to Jason's left, is deciding whether to call this shove. All in on the turn, a Jack 10 6-4 board with 2 clubs. Karen Oliver is the player who's deciding whether to call Jason's all in.
It's a really big bet.
Meanwhile, it really doesn't help us that this guy's vaping.
And apparently there's still a third player live in his hand as well to be worried about.
Oh.
Yeah, you can see the bet in front of the player in seat 1. Then Jason's shove, the red triangle of death in front of all of his chips.
She still has to worry about the seat 1, right?
Yeah.
Fold. Show us. Show us.
Jason Mercier is a player who does not believe in giving away free information, Randy.
But today maybe is a new day, right? No?
Oh. Yeah, in your dreams.
Maybe tomorrow.
I tried. Maybe if he actually heard me.
I've got a funny feeling that might not make any difference. I mean, I'm not saying 100%.
I think we have to pay him some money.
I think you have to pay him a lot of money. Knowledge is power, Randy.
That's why we're watching the whole cards here, right?
Sadly so.
Let's get all the showdowns.
So we're back on the main stage, back at our feature table, headlined by Patrick Antonius and Davide Katai. Action is on Katai.
$58.
Raised to 5,800, and this happened the last time Davide opened. Lund shoved over the top of him, all in here for 42,300.
Spots.
Good timing.
Well, he probably knows someone of Katai's caliber is going to open a lot. It's pretty easy to shove on someone who raises a lot with like any pocket pair, you know, like big cards.
Yeah, back up to 54,500 for Martin, so 22 bigs. Just ahead of Graziano, short stack Benoit Lamb. It's going to be a tough level for anyone with less than 100,000. This is going to really be like, the pressure is just going to really start mounting.
You know, I get the vibe that Patrick, with that chip stack, he's going to want to put more pressure now as we approach the money.
Thank you to Razorheart for confirming what I suspected. The E in Lunda is not silent. So as Katai opens, let's see if Lunda shoves again. No, he folds. Round Patrick Antonius.
Oh man.
The fearful 3-bet from Patrick Antonius in position.
Gulp.
The thing is, Katai, he likes to battle. I've seen those hands, you know, and yeah, I don't think Katai is trying to min cash here. So if he wants to go to war, he will.
Well, the last time we got overly excited about Davide and Patrick getting into it, they checked it down to a showdown at the very end. And
that aces and kings or something?
I can't even remember. It was, we'd been waiting for this specific battle to kick off, and when we finally got what we'd hoped for, it turned it into a bit of a damp squib.
Maybe Katai is like, you know what? I'm going to wait for a new table. Who knows? But he's thinking about it.
I mean, that's the thing. You've either got the short stack shoving on you or the big stack just kicking back on you. You're like, do you know what? I don't know.
Just waiting for the middle stack to get you too, right?
Yeah. It's like there's no good spots here, ever.
So Katai folds. Antonius still bossing the table with around 135 big blinds. Katai, on the other hand, hovering around the 40 big blind mark. A pretty awkward stack size when it comes to trying to play 3-bet pots. Meanwhile, Victoria Coren-Mitchell tweets that Elke has just joined her table. In Vicky's words, just like the old days. Lovely to see him. 727 players, now down to 166. Confirmed. $23 off the money now. An opening raise from Patrick.
It's almost like from the moment you said you expect him to put the pressure on, he's like, that's a really good idea, Randy.
Yeah,
it's
he
just
knows.
like, here we come. Get some momentum going. Get everyone into the habit of just folding to him and keeping their eye on that number of players ticking down.
Well, to be fair, when I started the day with him, he was already doing that from the start get-go.
So it's a pretty easy guess.
So he hasn't slowed down.
It's funny, going back to our conversation about late regging the main event, Randy, of course, Patrick Antonius has one of the best late reg stories of all time, and this was back in 2005 when people didn't really do that kind of thing, and Patrick didn't do it intentionally. He missed his flight and arrived in Baden towards the end of day one, but was able to turn things around, and of course, that's where he won his main event title.
The one time he late registers, huh? Let me guess, you register on time for this one? Bad move.
He's doing okay. Queen, 8 deuce, 2 hearts.
Where Antonius has given up the betting lead. Checked over to the button.
Are you less likely to continuation bet, Randy, if you're called in 2 spots rather than just 1?
Yes, in general. Especially if it's not the big blind that comes on. If the big blind comes on, I would continuation a bit more because the big blind can have any 2 suited cards because they have good odds. But this guy I called from the small blind, so that means a lot more. I would be wary that generally these are not good boards to see bet if you just got like ace-5 high, because like someone usually has like a king, queen, queen, jack, 8-9 type hand that's just not going to fold.
Wow.
Patrick.
Check raise on the flop. So Maklikov's made it 16,000. And Patrick check raised enough to put his opponent all in. The qualifier calls 6 deuce of hearts, a pair and a flush draw against ace 10 of hearts. It is literally a flip, 50-50. Maklikov's with 13 outs. The hearts are working for him. And of course, aces and 10s are good cards for him as well.
I wouldn't know which hand I would want in this spot.
Pick one now, quickly. Come on.
I picked the 6 deuce. It's Antonius.
Unbelievable.
Let's see if it's run good day for Patrick Antonius. Manages to hold on the turn. Now becomes a 70% favorite. Same outs needed for Maklikov's. Any heart, any 10, any ace. The river is a diamond, and so we lose. Andrei Maklikov's misses out on a cash here in Monte-Carlo, falling to Patrick Antonius, who moves over the 400K mark now.
Wow. I thought he snapped called a set or something.
Yeah.
But I mean, ace-10's a pretty good call there, too, of course.
Wow. Well, we can see from the numbers it was, as James said.
Would you like my pick though?
Flip.
I got it right.
How do you do that, Randy? I mean, that's impressive. I would have taken the ace-10 all day long.
Does he look like a man who's going to lose a pot?
That is a very good question. Wow. That's a good day at the office. 173 big blinds. Yeah. I do hope he doesn't back off at all and just keeps pounding away here, because it would be just fantastic to see him just eat all of these chips.
That was a really big pot, too. Which is a bet and a check raise all in. There was like 30 to 40 big blinds for that.
Well, it was the bet of 16,000 just all in for his last 78.
Yeah.
So with Maklikov's going out, that takes us down to 162 players. And that means we are fewer than 20 off the money here in this main event. Lunda raising under the gun. This is not Oloshemian. This is not Jason Mercier. This is Alexandru Papazian from Romania.
Now I can't get that image out of my, just merging their 2 faces together. Ole Mercier.
He was created in a lab, incorporating the best elements of Shemian and Mercier as poker players, with added Romanian from the Negreanu gene pool.
Scary. Re-raise. 3 bets of 14,000.
Katai is in the big blind. He passes. Action back on Martin Lunda.
Well, Lunda's kind of got the all-in or fold situation. His stack size is really short, so you usually don't want to call re-raise here, unless you got aces.
Yeah, it's an all or nothing, isn't it, really? It's just, you're just going to get yourself in such an awkward pot if you call here.
It's just basically, does he got her or not?
And it's one of those where, because you're aware of your stack size, you think, well, my opponent knows. Oh. Yeah. So you've got to...
Is it a real count or a fake count? The count and fold? It's common one.
I think it's my vibe is it's a real one. I'm plumping for a real one.
So I think if it's a real one, then it's got like an ace jack. I think it's most likely, or like
It's more than 50, right?
ace queen or ace jack. Almost.
It's okay.
Yeah. I think he's gonna fold.
Yeah, I was going to say if that's the case, he can't call against Martin's range, can he?
He's got that why did I 3-bet look. There's some flaws in the lab.
Well, this is the problem, isn't it? You 3-bet a guy with a stack that size, you know one of two things is happening. Either he's folding to your 3-bet or he's shoving on you.
And you know what to do, yeah.
I mean, the thing is, isn't that fine, though?
It is.
Do you know what I mean? It's like, you know, that you just go, that's the situation. You've still got to do it the same way every single time, and sometimes it works, and sometimes you let it go.
Yeah.
The fact he doesn't even need to tank, he just wants to know, and he's like,
Yeah, just in case, you know, someone's paying attention.
Yeah.
So we are losing players left, right, and center, and I can tell you that British pro Tom Hall is exiting the arena, taking Paul Newey's shirt with him. And he's one of several players to have hit the rail in the last couple of minutes. We are now down to 159 players.
Wow.
16 away from the money.
Here comes Patrick.
Yeah.
Never got asked that in my life. I mean, there, you can see them. I have him covered.
Who asked Patrick for a count of his stack?
Takafuji, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, generally, it's a bit weird when the guy's got a mountain of chips and clearly has you covered by some margin to ask for a specific count.
I mean, he's got like 4x the second.
Yeah. I mean, you could just say a billion. A billion. As far as you're concerned, mate, I might as well have a billion. Don't worry about the specifics.
I've never been asked that. Did you hear that? Patrick's like, just let me keep taking your blinds.
Maybe
Stop
the guy.
asking questions.
Maybe the guy just wants to know, like, how much you got. Yeah. How's it feel? Does that feel nice? Yeah.
That's legitimate too.
So Antonius is open to 5,500. Called by Takafuji. Called by Papazian. Lunda in the big blind. Folds, so we are going three-way to the flop. By the way, we suspect that Patrick Antonius is not just chip leader at this table, but is also tournament chip leader right now with his stack of 411,000.
Yeah. That feels about right, considering the last time we checked in with the field as a whole.
864 on the flop. A reminder that you can follow the action out in the field, follow the action from the outer tables via the PokerStarsblog.com. We'll try and bring you significant action, the exit of notable names, double-ups from famous faces. But if you want an overview or specific hand reports, the blog is a great accompaniment to our coverage from the featured table here on PokerStars TV. So the last time Patrick didn't continuation bet, he check raised to put the other guy all in. Takafuji does the betting, 11,000.
I hope he's scared to bet a hand like 6-7, thinking he's just going to put me all in. Do it again.
Pazian folds.
I give you credit.
Oh, what did he show?
Ace King.
Wow. Yep.
And plus now.
Takafuji will not show his hand as he adds to his stack. Second in chips at the table, 53 big blinds.
I'm really worried about Benoit Lamb. He's down to 6 big blinds. I don't think we're close enough to the bubble that he's going to be able to sneak in. What have we got? 159. 143 get paid.
Yeah, the clock has been paused. We might have reached that point in the tournament where they just ask all of the dealers to be across all in and calls and make sure that a member of the floor team are informed every time there is an all-in situation.
To unforeseen circumstances, we're going to have a 50-minute break now.
Oh.
And
Did I hear that there's going to be a break now?
I think a 15-minute break has just been announced.
Yes, the tournament staff have confirmed that they are going to take a 15-minute break from the main event here in Monte-Carlo. So when we come back... Oh, hold on 1 second.
Wow, this is so live, isn't it?
Well, apparently they've just done a second announcement saying, scratch that, we're not taking a break. So stand by, because you might go on break again in a moment.
Right, okay. You let me know. You let me know when you hear it. Well, you let me know as soon as you hear, James.
Anyone else notice that Patrick's got a banana from now?
I mean, that's cheating. All that potassium.
So confirmation the clock is paused. Confirmation that Patrick mullered that banana in about 15 seconds.
That lad knows how to eat banana.
So it looks like we're ready to deal here. Just waiting for confirmation from the staff that we're good to go. We are restarting. The clock is being unpaused. No break. We do play on.
Wow.
And one other piece of news from the floor is that Daniel Negreanu is up to 91k, which is the highest he has been today. He was a short stack coming into play. Still below average. The average stack right now being 137,000. Daniel hovering around 90,000.
Well, there was a break. It's just it only really lasted about 50 seconds. So everyone's still enjoying the break. Are you enjoying your break, Randy?
I'm enjoying my break.
Good. Everyone just relax. Just take a breather. Okay, that's the end of the break. Everyone back to work. Nice hoodie. Well, that was curious.
Tell you what, you don't want to mess with Patrick. Now he's got banana inside. And by the way, you'll notice that James Mitchell, a UK pro with a very impressive list of results, is now at our feature table, raising here to 5,100. Not to be confused, by the way, with James Mitchell Staples, a member of Team Online.
I forgot about James Mitchell Staples, yes.
That's his actual middle name.
Yeah.
So this guy's playing for him in spirit.
And when he was in Rosvedov, I got his name, and I didn't even know at that point that Jamie was there, and I just went, we got James Mitchell Staples. Another Staples, I thought that's really going to upset Stapes. He's already, you know, there's already a lot of things with his name in it. Not another one. But yeah, it turns out that our boy, Jamie Staples, is really James Mitchell Staples. Okay, so it was a raise to 5,100 from the aforementioned James Mitchell. Now, Davide Katai, 3 bets to 17.5.
He's not worried. Does he know it's close to the money?
I don't think he is worried about these things. I think he sees this as a burning opportunity. Just to punish the new table mate.
How much are you playing behind? About 80 in total.
Meh, I'm not going to tell you. Just go counter yourself.
Yeah, you can see it. Look at it. Look at it. 75,500 back, we know. Gives it up. Lesson learned here, James. You just watch yourself, young man.
Just when you get moved to a new table, just fold 100% of your hands because you're going to get re-raised.
Oh, yeah. I mean, just unless you get aces.
Yeah.
Just chill. Just chill for 5-10 minutes. There'll probably be another break along in a minute anyway. You can just, you know, just pull back.
Now, James Mitchell has had a number of decent scores on our tour, but I think he's probably best known for winning the Irish Open in 2010, when it carried a first prize of 600,000 euros.
Didn't he used to have more kind of curly hair? No, no one. Okay. I recognize the face, but for some reason the hair doesn't match what I was expecting. I seem to think he used to have a bit more curl going on.
So action was folded here, round to Salvatore Graziano. That looks like a raise from the hijack to 5,500. And it's round to Patrick Antonius in the big blind.
He does not look like a guy who's going to fold his big blind.
Well, Graziano's not really been super active, let's be honest, but
I think if I was Antonius, I'd probably call wide anyways, knowing that my opponent's not going to see bet that wide, given how close we are to the money. So, like, if it goes check-check, I'm just going to bet, like, anything.
Queen, 9, deuce on the flop, 2 spades.
I'll tell you this, if Antonius has a flush draw, he's going to check raise all in.
yes. Oh, I hope you're right. I really hope you're right. Oh, I checked back. Didn't walk into the potential trap. Brackets may not be true.
3 of hearts on the turn. Alex Bays, we will address your tweet after the conclusion of this hand. Graziano.
Looks like he's got like an ace high or a little pair right now.
Also check back the turn, and now the board pairs on the river.
Reaching for chips. Looks like a value bet coming in. Small bet. To me, this looks like a value bet because I think Antonius doesn't expect his opponent to fold like 8, 7, 6s, 5s for just a small bet. But you know, Antonius might be on some another level that just misread his hand every time.
Yeah.
Graziano here, does he have a little pocket pair? Kind of. That's the vibe I'm getting.
Makes the call. We're going to get to see what Patrick is up to. It's the 3, and the 3 is
ace. Just value bet against ace high.
Wow.
I told you, any 2 cards. It's 5-3
Man
offsuit.
alive.
Value bets a pair of 3s, gets a call from worse, chips up to nearly 425,000. Hashtag beast. So Alex Bays says, have you got any competitions coming? Well, Alex, we've got a competition that's running throughout the day, and in fact, it's going to be running for the next 4 days as well. It's our Scoop Spin and Go contest. You may have missed the details earlier on. Basically, fire up one of the Scoop Spin and Goes that's running on PokerStars right now. Obviously, we're giving away Scoop tickets in those games. And all you need to do while playing that Spin and Go is win a hand with a pocket pair. You don't have to actually win the Spin and Go. Just win a hand with a pocket pair. Screen grab it, boom link, hand ID, whatever you want to do to prove that it happened. Send the details in a tweet, hashtag PSCWin, and providing you do that before midnight tonight, European time, we'll put you in the draw. 3 lucky winners, drawn at random, get $109 Scoop tickets. And if you're thinking, James, what are you talking about? What's this Scoop thing?
Oh.
More details after this hand.
Yay.
Randy's thinking, how does anyone not know what Scoop is?
The Scoop is great. It really is. A wide range of buy-ins, you know, like low, medium, and high.
Here comes my boy Benoit. He has been so patient, down to his last 6 big blinds, and it's going to be an ace up against.
Another
It's
ace,
nice.
and
Hey.
a worse ace at that. So it is Domination Nation, and the player who is all in and at risk has the better hand. Ace-9 against Ace-8. Of course, there are some opportunities. Slim chance of a split right now, just 16%. Lamb a 61% favourite to win outright. Well, you know I was talking about those opportunities?
Yeah.
Paired flop.
Yeah, they've just increased somewhat. It's horrible, isn't it? When you've been that patient and you get it in good and then you start worrying about the chop and you think, oh, brilliant. Thanks ever so much.
Well,
that is not a chop pot.
Indeed, Ace-9 holds, and Lamb gets the full double up. Meanwhile, we're down to 156 players, 13 off the money now, 12 away from the bubble. And Lamb might just survive and might just score a min cash of 7,580 euros. Okay, so we keep talking about Scoop. It stands for Spring Championship of Online Poker, and it is already underway on PokerStars. The 2017 edition of the Scoop runs until the 22nd of May. 57 events between now and then, with $55 million in guaranteed prize money. It is a huge online festival. It's a lot of fun, and as Randy mentioned, not only do you get a wide variety of formats, but different buy-ins. There's a low, a medium, and a high for every event. So buy-ins range from $5.50 to $25K. The main event is on Sunday the 21st of May. And qualifiers are running now, plus those all-important Scoop spin and goes, which offer tournament tickets as prizes. And if you're playing those spin and goes, double the chance, really. You could win a ticket in the spin and go. You could win a ticket via our competition here on PokerStars TV. And we were saying earlier on, Randy, that this is a little bit of a relentless period for poker players now. Big event here in Monte-Carlo, followed by Scoop. Many people will then take in the championship in Sochi, going to Russia for the first time, straight to Vegas for the World Series, and then relax.
Pretty much, yeah. It's play hard right now, and then have fun after.
Make hay while the sun shines.
Look at Lamb. He just doubled up, didn't he?
Yeah, but he did double up to be the shortest stack on the table, so at least no opportunity knocks. Davide has made it 5,700. The last 35,200 for Benoit in the middle.
But this raise is bigger. It does have forward equity now.
Yeah. Tantric's got to have something serious to be thinking about this, or is he just starting to burn time? He doesn't strike me as the sort of guy that burns
He's been
time.
acting pretty fast. He's got like ace 10, ace jack, eights, something.
Looks like both the small and the big have folded. Katai folds as well.
Oh.
Ace is the hand for Lamb. And 155 players remaining now from the 727 who started. We will go hand for hand when we are down to 144 players. The bubble bursts when we get to 143. And everyone is guaranteed at least 7.5 grand.
Is that me as well? Yeah, everyone's guaranteed.
No, everyone is actually in the Monte-Carlo main event.
Well, I'm here.
Everyone who played it?
No, everyone who still has chips.
Very
in the
misleading.
Monte-Carlo
Very
main event.
misleading, this information from my colleague. I do apologise, Randy.
That's
just to
upsetting.
clarify, you
Very
don't win
upsetting.
anything.
Okay, I felt that a certain amount of information, a certain amount of stuff was implicit. Clearly, I need to be explicit. If you paid the €5,000 buy-in,
okay, that's Randy,
or qualified online
Not
for
me.
this tournament,
Right, keep going.
and survived to the point where there were 143 players remaining, then you would be guaranteed at least €7,500.
Right, so just
See,
to
I
confirm.
thought everyone knew that, but clearly I was wrong.
Now, are you still in the tournament, Randy, just for clarity?
No, I busted around 200 and something remaining, so that doesn't qualify?
That
I'm
doesn't-
afraid not.
Right, okay. Well, it's good to know. It's good to have that cleared up. So if anyone at home was wondering, you don't get that money either. Sorry about that. It was slightly misleading.
And just to follow up on Alex's question about competitions, obviously we've got that Scoop Spin and Go contest running throughout the day, and obviously we'll run a different one every day of this week. But no other competitions right now, because we are getting to a very serious point in the competition. We are getting to the bubble where the money happens, and obviously we want to focus on that right now, hoping we can draft in Neil Johnson as we get close to bursting that bubble here at the first European stop of the PokerStars Championship. Now remember, because we're making TV shows from this event, we have got our secondary feature table in action. Daniel Negreanu is at that table, and he has just raised. The other player in this hand is Marius Catalan-Patea, who originally bet the turn. Now facing this raise from Daniel, Marius calls, and that's going to take us to the river. Just check out the board there. Queen 8-7-5 deuce.
And Daniel's got position, of course. He's got position.
Position's a good thing.
He's not a fool, is he? He knows.
So Daniel took the betting lead on the turn. Marius leads river for 35,000.
A lot of Daniel's stack here. I believe the flush got down the river.
No, it missed. There's 2 diamonds, 2 hearts, and a club on the board.
I can't read boards. That's bad.
It's a really long way away, and we didn't see it for very long. Oh, he's going through it.
Daniel calls. Let's see it. Marius.
Well, it's pretty slow, so I think that's the losing hand.
That is 4 deuce of diamonds, sorry. So that is a pair of deuces and a missed flush draw. Set of 8s for Daniel Negreanu, and that is good. So a cheeky little bluff from Marius on the river. Bluffing Daniel Negreanu, not an advisable strategy.
No. Also interesting to Daniel's right there is, of course, one of our qualifiers, Valerie Lubinets, who's still in, but looked pretty short stacked to me. Here's our farmer.
Yes, indeed. A farmer from Ukraine.
But close to the bubble, close to the money. Didn't look super stacked, but still with us, considering a pretty tricky table draw for the man. But apparently this is his 4th live PokerStars event, so he has some experience here.
He's got 40 years experience in agriculture, Matt.
Well, I mean, that's always going to help you, isn't it, in this sort of situation?
I'll tell you what, when it gets to this point in a tournament, people do bang on about foxes and farmers.
True enough. I don't know why. But
I gotta admit, I have not heard any talk about farmers in my poker career.
Oh, you're young. You're young. You're new here, Andy. Honestly, give it long enough, you will have heard all the sorts of rubbish.
It's an analogy that a certain Mr. Lee H. Jones is very fond of utilizing. So next time you see Big Horse on the circuit, tap up Lee for that story.
Get ready for a good 6-hour reply, though, if you do. So put some time aside for the anecdote.
Easy now. Not 100% sure of the action in this hand. Apologies for the lack of graphics.
Well, let's just watch this stare down. We don't know who he's staring at. Oh, there we go.
He might not even be in the hand. We might just be enjoying him. Just the cameraman just enjoying Patrick.
By the looks of things, we are on the turn here. The board is ace 7 6 5 with 3 spades, so it's straighty and it's flushy. And I think that Patrick has bet here. And you'll notice that the magic numbers just appeared on the screen. 144, that is the bubble. And when we get to 143, that bubble will literally pop.
Really?
And we will start paying players.
It's like a video game. It's like the future. It pops and it animates and a noise is issued forth.
I haven't seen it yet.
Oh, wow.
Okay, I'm excited.
Technology has just got to such a ridiculous level that we're able to do that kind of thing on the budget.
No.
He looks very pained here.
Yeah, it's a bet of 10,000 from Patrick, and obviously that is for a third of Graziano's stack. He folds, and Patrick adds to that massive stack. As we say, not just table boss, tournament boss, close to 450,000 now, with 153 players remaining and the money bubble looming.
Kachingo.
4-4-4.
Well, let's have a look at a lineup at one of the outer tables. And we've had some interesting matches today. Here we have Bruno Coolchen Lopez, the French rapper, sharing a table with the always aggressive Faraz Jaka, the equally aggressive and somewhat insane Bertrand Elki Gropellier, with his brand new nose for 2017. And as previously mentioned, also at that table, Victoria Corin Mitchell.
That's fab.
So we'll keep an eye on things in the field as we focus on the feature table. World famous bubble coverage is imminent. was a long weekend, people. Randy will testify.
Excuse accepted.
So we're going to see James Mitchell in action, raising from the cutoff. James slightly below the tournament average. He's got 130k at the start of this hand. Average stack right now 142,000. Patrick's still eating. What's he moved on to now?
How fast did he eat? It's the real question.
Yeah, that banana just disappeared, didn't it, previously?
Is Davide gonna mess with Mitchell again?
Yeah, James, apart from that very first hand when James came to the table, it's like, right, I'll leave it. I'm just going to take 40 minutes off. He must have heard you.
I mean, Mitchell has the pre-flop aggression, but he looks nervous.
So Katai defends his big blind. It's a queen 6-5 flop with 2 clubs.
Here's the continuation bet. It's kind of a board that kind of hits both players. It's really hard to predict who generally is going to be stronger here. You know, they're both equally likely to have a 7-8 type hand, 6-5, queen king, queen jack. So, you know, it's just maybe it's the one with the pre-flop aggression is going to win the pot a little bit more here, I think.
Well, the only problem with that is that doesn't take into account that the other player is Davide Katai.
Yes.
Because as you say, ordinarily the guy that was aggressive you favour, but then you stare down the barrel of Katai and go, whoa.
Yeah. That's a fun card there.
Absolutely. The board gets straightier and flushier as the 7 of clubs appears on the turn.
But like I said, it's very hard to know who's improved in the hand, if at all anyone. I think they're both very likely to have a flush or 6-7. Is Katai going to take the betting lead, or is he going to check again? I'm convinced that Katai just wants to win the pot against Mitchell no matter what. I don't know. That's just the read I have. Whether he's got a hand or not, he just wants to win the pot.
Well, look at this. He check called flop for 7,000 and now leads turn for 18,500.
I mean, it's a scary spot for Mitchell here. I mean,
All in.
Nope, never mind.
What was that you saying, Randy?
It was a, oh!
Oh, it's just one of those clashes.
It could just be a cooler.
Wow.
2-pair the hand for Mitchell, but it was snap called by Katai, who has got it.
Oh,
he's got the king-high flush.
What a filthy turn.
So Mitchell drawing to 4 outs, a 6 or a 5 needed on the river for him to make a full house. If Mitchell doesn't hit, we lose another player. Oh no, hang on, it's Katai who's at risk here, my bad.
He survived.
So Mitchell is still in with roughly starting stack 30,000. Katai has chipped up to nearly 200k, and talking of players with 200,000 in chips, after we saw him win that hand against Marius at the secondary feature table, Daniel has just won another decent pot and is now playing 200,000. Daniel's above average for the first time today.
I got a really nice question here from Andrew Long I want to throw your way, Randy. I'm going to ask it round backwards because I'm more interested in the second part. Oh, hold tight. Oh, sorry, I thought they might be heading off. We're just going to take a look at how things stand on your screen. So Andrew asks, when pros say that they work on their game, what do they actually do?
Well, for me, actually, it's just thinking about the game, not at the table. So, like, I'll discuss hands. You know, I might take a hand that was tough, right? And I'll break it down. You know, I might be like, okay, what if I bet smaller instead of the size I chose this time? But that changed the way my opponent plays. And then when you start thinking about one hand much more complex, you'll find that you'll learn a lot about your strategy in general and how to play poker better. And that's what I think people do when they work on their game.
Right.
Of course, sometimes like okay, I want to work. They realize they're they feel very uncomfortable in the big blind. You know,
Yeah.
when they call and they always like have like second pair, third pair. And then, you know, when you realize the situation happens a lot, you might be like, well, how can I make it more a better situation for me in big blind?
Yeah.
Maybe why am I playing the big blind too weak? Maybe I should just fold it, you know. So these are the type of things I would try to think about.
And are you kind of pretty self-sufficient in your working on it, or are you reliant on other people's input to sort of twist your thinking around, or do you just need to kind of meditate somewhere for a while?
I personally can just do it on my own because I think through hands very thoroughly. I can break it down really well, but it's always good to get a second opinion. You know, you don't have to agree with that second opinion, but you need to be aware that there's another option, because I think the good thing about poker is there's no one absolute way to play a hand. There's many different ways and many different strategies, and they all can be equally good, actually.
Yeah. The other part of Andrew's question, again, thank you, Andrew, was just saying, what do you think makes a top live tournament pro successful?
Well, they need to be able to handle the variance. That's one thing. Most people, when they go live tournaments, they understand they're not playing as many tournaments as, say, online on Stars, right? So you're going to bust a tournament like 5 times in a row, and that could be very annoying. But you can't let it get to you and just start like, oh, I'm going to splash around because someone made a bad play against me and got there against me. You need to have your mind in the game perfectly. And then, you know, when the money's on, because when you play live tournaments, the prize is really, really big, right? Especially at the final table, it's like 500,000 euros for first. You can't be, oh, I'm just going to try and squeeze my way up to get a little bit more, because then you're not playing your best poker.
Yeah.
You're kind of just playing a little bit scared. And, you know, that's what's going to separate good players from, like, the very best.
I always find there's like a middle ground. I find is sometimes I'm playing tournaments online, because I'm aware of how easy it is to jump into another one. If I have a couple of things go bad for me, I've almost written that game off, so I'm like, do you know what? I go play another one. Whereas meanwhile, if I play live, because it happens so infrequently, I'm like, I'm overly precious. Like, how do you find that middle ground where you're just playing the game you should be playing without either going, meh, I'll do another one, or going, oh my God, this means so much to me?
It's really just a lot of mental poker there, right? I mean, a lot of times, I think people, they travel very far to play a tournament. They're like, I don't want to bust the first hand tournament.
Yeah.
But you know what? If you got aces, sometimes you're going to bust the first hand tournament. And you just got to accept the fact that sometimes you're going to be the bubble boy. But you just need to play your best poker.
Yeah.
That hand saw Martin Lunder win a pot off Patrick Antonius, something not many people at this table have been able to do. Patrick still big chip leader at the moment with around 433,000. Sadly, no chips left for this guy. Walid Bou Habib is out in 153rd place.
Ugh, so close.
So we are now at 152, getting ever closer to the bubble. Still 60 minutes to play on this level, 1 level to follow before the conclusion of day 2. Blinds will go up in 60 minutes time to 1,500, 3,000 with a 500 ante.
The new guy at the table, no more chips. Now he's all in. Don't get him, Katai.
Man, that would be pretty.
Leave him alone.
James Mitchell open shoving for his last 32,000. It was that hand against Katai that did most of the damage. Katai's on the button here, folds. Lunder gives up the small. Benoit Lamb in the big. He's got 46k.
Oh, man.
And I think he folds as well.
Yeah.
So James Mitchell survives for now. Talking about live tournaments, by the way, and obviously we talk a lot about the championships. They're the events we cover here on PokerStars TV. We talk a lot about the festivals, which are kind of like what the local tours used to be. And of course, we had that great advert for the festival in Marbella this summer, which looks like it's going to be an absolutely awesome event. Don't forget, there's also the new PokerStars Mega Stacks. Now, this started in London at the Hippodrome Casino in the West End, a £170 deep stack tournament played over the course of a weekend. I'm pleased to say that the Mega Stacks are going to be rolled out across the UK and Ireland, but also in other countries as well. Mega Stacks have already been announced for Belgium and France. Hopefully they'll be coming to other countries soon. And this is exactly the kind of tournament that I would want to play. It's exactly the kind of tournament which I imagine you might just see me, Joe, and Matt at from time to time, because that is exactly the kind of amount I'm willing to pay to play a tournament, especially one which I know is going to be well structured and well run.
Well run, and then, you know, 3 dead money.
That is also true. I would have a problem with that if it wasn't entirely true.
So if you head to PokerStarsLive.com, you'll see there is a new section on there. Not only do we have the championships, not only do we have the festivals, we now have the Mega Stacks as well. And looking forward to playing a few of those in the UK. And yes, Matt, that will probably be one of like 2 live tournaments I play in a 12-month period, and I will be clinging on desperately to my tournament life.
Well, that's the problem, isn't it? Is you think, finally, I'm playing some live poker, and then you raise with the ace king, the guy moves, and you're like, oh, fold. It's not a good way to play.
Now, talking of people who have busted poker tournaments, that is Evgeny Sabov already tweeting about the bad news or texting his backers. Out in 152nd place. 151 on the board.
Gulp.
Andrew Long really appreciated your answers to his questions, Randy. He says, always love the coverage, guys. Usually watching afterwards. This is the first time hearing you live. Keep it up. I mean, I have to appreciate there'll be a lot of people watching from the United Kingdom today who have a day off work. It's a bank holiday. It's May Day. So that means people don't have to use the replay. They can just sit at home with their feet up, maybe have us on the big screen, courtesy of YouTube, or by airplaying us from the PokerStars TV app. Check, Jack 3 flop here. Papazian the pre-flop aggressor. Antonius called out of the... Sorry, Takafuji called out of the big blind.
I kind of don't really remember how Takafuji got to be so well chipped up. It feels like he's hardly really played a lot of hands. That one weird one against Patrick where he asked for the count even though he had 4 times his stack.
Just curious. Well, Takafuji's been chilling because I think he started the day with that stack.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I know nothing about him, but he's hardly played a hand. I've got a funny feeling when he does play a hand, he's going to get a huge amount of respect.
I mean,
but maybe
he had kings against me.
Well, there you are. That story checks out.
Story checks out.
But I mean, this is the 4th level in a row, and I'm just feeling like I don't think I've seen him really open up. I don't think I've seen him start any pots off.
Well, no reason to start getting crazy. It's like, oh, let me just snug up and then go crazy and bust right before the money.
I mean, it must be really hard to be that different. I would find it boring. I would almost rather not bother turning up. But if I started the day with a big enough stack that I worked out I could get through it,
it's boring to win some mini cash for 7,500 euros.
No.
Boring, huh?
The answer to your question is no. But I guess the other question to be asked is, why are you playing poker? So for me, I would be playing poker because I like playing poker. And so even if someone had a really good financial argument for it, I would do it, but I would find it really hard because I would be in the big blind and someone's raised and I got 5, 6 diamonds and I want to defend it, but I shouldn't. I'll let that go and I just let it go and I'll wait for the game. But
to be fair, we don't really know his cold cards. He could be getting 2, 3 offsuit and 5, 2 offsuit.
I'm not suggesting from it that's definitely what he's doing. It just seems really weird that someone could be on our feature table for so long with a decent stack, and yet I don't really remember him.
Patrick's been getting a good hand every time. Look, he's re-raising again.
Well, exactly. That must be happening.
I mean, we saw the 6-2 suited. That's pretty good.
I mean, well, he knew it was good. The thing is, in the hands of Patrick
you bet the pocket 2s. 6 kicker.
That's probably 8s. That's probably the equivalent to you or I playing pocket 8s. So it's different. It's a different world for Patrick.
Well, he's putting pressure on Papazian.
3-betting and eating bananas is what he does.
Snakes alive and stacking chips.
When I got to the table, they were all trying to attack Antonius, but now they're just giving up to him.
I think they've learned from their mistakes, Randy. Pete Blow has tweeted at me, James, you didn't mention that the next Mega Stack is in London this weekend. You are correct, Pete. I didn't, and I did it deliberately because I'm bitter. and I'm annoyed because I missed the first one because I was on holiday, and I'm going to miss the second one because I'm working here in Monte-Carlo.
Yeah, I'm going to have to cross-reference these with... I mean, is it rude to cancel a woman's wedding when you've already promised to do it?
In all seriousness, I've looked at exactly the same schedule that you're looking at right now, and I've realised that because of holidays and live events, the first one that I can actually play is in October.
Do you know, I think it's the same for me. Maybe that's it.
Meanwhile, Stuart Dawson has provided visual evidence that, yes, he is lying on his sofa, watching us on the big TV, courtesy of YouTube, and there's the picture to prove it.
No, I was wrong. I'm working every single day of the October one as well. That's so frustrating.
Do you think they had access to our calendars when they actually put these events in the diary?
I am starting to wonder. Yeah, July is dead. Unbelievable. So rude.
So Katai is open to 5,700. Action on Papazian in the big blind.
Papazian's going to defend.
Meanwhile, news from our spies on the floor. Simon Tabram out in 151st place. We're down to 150. Did you see the little bubble effect there?
Oh, I missed it.
What did he do? God. Oh, man. What is it? Does it do something with every departure?
Now that we're close to the money, now that we're 10 away from actually making the money, every elimination, you get a little bubble ripple over the number 144. Look out for it. Costs a lot of money.
Can one of these guys bust right now? Because I would like to see it.
Could we? Yeah. Could we get a warning before?
Maybe a set over set right now would be really nice.
Hey, Davide, Randy wants you to get coolered just so that he can see our special
he needs
effect.
to cooler Papazian.
Oh,
to get
don't worry,
the effect.
Davide. We're not worried about coolering you. We'll cooler the other guy.
Priorities. That's the problem.
Well, continuation bet 7,500 over to Papazian. Generally speaking, this could hit the big blind a little bit more, but not strongly. You know, hands like 7-6, 6-5. They're okay hands, not great, but they're reasonable to call.
I mean, you can guarantee you're going to hate the turn and hate the river, but other than that, right now you got to feel good about life.
But the turn can be good. Well, let's see.
Oh, you're always right. I hate you, Randy.
Well, Papazian's way more likely to have a deuce in his hand. He doesn't have many deuces, but he does have, like, you know, ace deuce. Like a lot of combos of that. But, you know, Katai, he's probably not raising, like, king deuce in early position. So, you know, if Katai bets here again, I guess he's got to have a flush draw or an overpair. He checks it back. Looks kind of weak.
Unless he's got the boat and he's just hoping for another spade.
That is true. But it's an unlikely situation.
I agree. I think it's unlikely, but it's the only way I can see a check there being an aggressive move, as it were.
Well, the flop flush draw gets there on the river. It's also a paired board. Action on Katai.
Well, on Papazian?
Sorry, it is indeed. Papazian has not yet checked.
If Papazian is bluffing, it's going to be almost always a straight draw type hand. If he's not bluffing, it's going to be the deuce or most likely the flush.
So Katai continued the flop. It went check on the turn.
And here he's reaching for chips.
Keeping it simple, 30,800 in the middle, and the bet from the Romanian.
15,000 looks like?
I believe it was. Half pot, 3 blues.
7.
Gets the call, and the 7 announced from Davide Katai.
Nice play.
I think it's Papazian with the 7.
Oh, sorry. Do you know what? I thought that came out of Davide's mouth there.
Papazian value bet to 7 and gets called by worse. Wow.
What does Davide call with there?
I guess he called of ace high or 6s. I mean, it's the same hand practically.
Yeah.
But we know Davide likes to look up people. That was a very good value bet. Very good.
So Papazian now playing 140k, 58 big blinds. Katai still second in chips at this table with a 70 big blind stack. Patrick Antonius leads the table and the tournament, 185 bigs with 4 minutes left on this level.
I mean, who'd be Patrick Antonius? Oh, and did I mention he lives over the road? I mean, you know, life is good for Team Antonius right now.
Just come downstairs.
Exactly. I'm surprised he isn't like in his slippers and a robe, just sauntered in with his own bananas that he grew.
He grew his banana.
In his banana orchard out the back garden.
Antonius in action again. Patrick raising here from the hijack, makes it 5,500. Round to the blinds.
Has he got an earphone in? That man got an earphone in. Get James, call the earphone police.
Remove your headphones, sir.
If you're listening to me, don't pay any attention. Oh man, like I totally squealed on him there. Do you see what I've done?
We got him. Got him. Yes. Good work, team.
Got to be fair. It's got to be fair. Either everyone or no one.
Meanwhile, we haven't mentioned the bounty bonus for a while because obviously registration's been closed for some time. You can't play it. Matt and I are both busted. But the third commentator, Joe Stapleton, still in the tournament, not just still in, but also chip leader with 36 players remaining. So 7,016 entrants, and Joe is one of 36.
Joe is either becoming very good at poker or he's really good with Photoshop because that is such a convincing screenshot.
It's a really nice
It's
Photoshop.
really nicely done. The font is absolutely spot on. Very good.
Was the starting stack 810,000? I mean, that's the only way I can
So
see.
he's added 515 to his stack since the beginning of the game. That's a tremendous... Oh, good Lord. Yeah, that's a great return.
So with 2 minutes on the clock, that means we've got 2 more minutes with Randy Lou. Hopefully we'll catch up with Nanonoko later in the week as he drops some knowledge bombs in the booth here on PokerStars TV. But as we prepare to go full bubble, we've drafted in Neil Johnson to guide us through hand-for-hand play here in Monte-Carlo. He'll be with us soon.
You're going to have to hover in the background, otherwise you're going to miss the bubble bursting.
I know, I want
and
to see that.
And I promise you that when it happens, you'll blink or you'll sneeze. No, that's it. It doesn't. It's not like a 3-minute ceremony. It just goes bloop, and that's it. So you need to make sure you're paying attention.
So just to pick up on the action here, after Patrick's pre-flop raise, it went check-check on the flop, check-check on the turn. Patrick makes a delayed C-bet on the river for pretty much full pot, 15k into 16k.
Papazian's not liking it. So.
Yeah, he's had enough of this, hasn't he?
What does he have, like a queen?
Would he not have bet a queen earlier?
You would think so, but why does he look so pained in? A 3? 9s? 8s?
That's the worst thing is you're going to lose a lot of hands to Patrick because he's got better cast you, and then you've got to add all the other ones where he's just going to beat you because he's going to beat you. And you're like, you know what? It seems unfair.
Out of position too, I mean.
Yeah.
It's not ideal.
So I think we'll squeeze in one more hand at this blind level.
Please bust someone, Patrick.
Well, we got Salvatore Graziano's on 8 bigs, James Mitchell's on 10. There's a couple of potentials here. Benoit's been quiet for a while. Who's going to open this one up? This is going to be Martin, so maybe if he folds, Benoit gets it all in.
Don't forget, this isn't the only table in the tournament. There could be an elimination from the outer tables as well. That'll have the same effect.
Yeah, but we might miss it because it happens very quickly, doesn't it? At least he will get the cue to stare at it.
Exactly.
I'm not going to get very much commentary done just staring at the number of players in the field.
Yeah, so we have got some short stacks. You're right. Benoit on 16 bigs, James on 13, Salvatore on 8. And those stacks are going to get shorter when we play the next hand because the blinds are going up.
Here's Antonius.
He is relentless. Love the way he's wielding that big stack right now. Close to the bubble in this main event here in Monte Carlo.
He's playing great.
I mean, it is perfect. I mean, I know since we've been talking about the way he's been playing, we've got closer to the bubble, but you spotted it a while back. As soon as he gets the big stack, now is the time to just absolutely punish anyone at the table that's even vaguely, slightly passive.
He looks like he's playing great, and whenever we see him showdown, it's been great too. So, you know, he's doing what he's supposed to do. He wants this bubble to last as long as it can, actually.
For sure.
So we have reached the end of the level. Blinds are going up to 1,500, 3,000 with a 500 ante. This will be the last level of the day. And this is the point where, sadly, we bid adieu to Randy Liu. Thank you so much for coming in, Randy. Always appreciate your guest spots on PokerStars TV. Some great analysis over the course of the last hour.
Thank you, guys. I'll be just hovering right behind you, waiting for that.
Waiting for the animation to burst. We'll film it for you, all right? We'll
film it. Thank you, guys.
Cheers. Thanks, Randy.
And if he's not too busy crushing souls and owning people, we'll have to draft back Mr. Stapleton to commentate on the action.
It's going to ruin his afternoon for sure.
And as I mentioned, our head of live poker operations, Neil Johnson, will be joining us very shortly as we kick off our world-famous bubble coverage here in Monte Carlo, covering the all-important money bubble in this Monte Carlo main event. And yet again, Patrick gets the action started and opening with a raise to 6,000. He brings the pressure, he brings the pain. And that is a 3-bet from Hideki Takafuji. Re-raises to 18,000, a full 3x 3-bet. Folded around to the blinds. Kitai in the small, Mux. Lunda in the big. Also folds, so it's back on Patrick. And he quickly folds. Well, he's been a poker commentator for many years, but he could be about to turn pro. Joe Stapleton is back in the booth, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello, my babies. When I win this thing, I'm leaving you all in the dust.
What does first place pay?
$99.16. That is retirement money if I've ever heard it.
And just to be clear, ladies and gentlemen, he does not get to keep his own bounty. It would simply roll over to tomorrow.
What? What am I trying so hard for then? I don't understand. What incentive do I have to play hard if I don't get to keep my own bounty?
It might give you some credibility.
I haven't had credibility. What do I need it now for? Doing fine without it.
The future, Joe. You got to think about the future.
I will say it's somewhat annoying playing a Zoom tournament. Like if you have to do anything else on your computer and you're like in the middle of typing a word, up, fold, up, fold. So what have I been missing here? Give me a quick, give me 3 things that happened.
Okay, so James Mitchell arrived at the table and got involved in a huge confrontation with Davide Kitai, which saw the Belgian double up and saw Mitchell crippled.
I'm going to count that as one thing.
Okay. The other thing is that Patrick Antonius is now tournament chip leader and has basically just been bullying the rest of the table.
That's an awesome thing. I'm glad I'm back for that.
How much?
And really, we have seen a lot of eliminations from the outer tables. And you can see that we're already down to 150. That means the bubble is looming, so we have activated the hole poke.
Excellent. Kiss the ring. I miss Neil J. Poker. I feel like I haven't seen him in a long time.
So Kitai opens with a raise here to 100,000. Yeah.
He knows it's a little silly.
Well, it's really putting the players in the blinds all in. He was on the button there, and he's got Lunda and Lamb, 2 of the short stacks of the table, with fewer than 20 big blinds each. So I guess he's just putting the pressure on those guys.
I guess I have it. One.
Pressure time.
Yeah, sorry.
Already?
Colouring up some of Patrick's chips right now.
Height.
Excuse me, Flora, I have too many chips.
What do you need? Okay, yeah.
Do you know that in every online tournament I have ever played, I've never made it to the color up?
So hold on, what do you need?
Not one time.
Maybe today will be the first day, Joe.
Hopefully, I'm waiting. When do they do it?
They normally do it during the 5-minute break, but most people like leave.
Oh yeah.
They take their eyes off their screen at that point.
Yeah, I go to the bathroom and stuff. The one time, I know I'm going to dine out on this story for years. The one time I played the Sundays with like Kevin McPhee and Tim Riley and Liv, it is unbelievable how much stuff gets done in that 5-minute break. Tea gets made, food gets made, things get smoked. I mean, it is a long fight. They make use of that 5 minutes.
Yeah, reminder that there is another bounty bonus tournament tomorrow. Meanwhile, there is still time to get into today's PokerStars TV free roll, our traditional free roll, taking place at 9:15 local time. The password for the free roll is on the screen right now. Let's have a quick check on the lobby, shall we? Roughly half the seats have gone. Nearly 17,000 people have registered for today's free roll. It will max out at 30,000 players. $2,000 in the prize pool to share amongst the top finishers. That hand was raised and take it for Katai.
I had to make a massive laydown in this tournament. I think I took a screenshot of it somewhere. I had 9 of spades and it came 4, 6, 7, 6, 7 of spades. And I bet, and then the guy to my left jammed, and then the guy to his left jammed. And I was like, oh man, I could be up against bigger spades here sometimes. I think I got to fold. And it was kings versus 2 pairs, so I was definitely behind. But I would have made my flush on the end. Anyway, no sour grapes there. I just
you can't play results.
Yeah.
Hey Joe, that was a chop pot. You know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot. We sing it even when we're talking about Joe's bounty bonus tournament rather than the main event. All in at the feature table. James Mitchell shoving under the gun for 31,000.
James, don't call me Jimmy Mitchell. Got to get through the whole table. 1 down.
Katai's out. Lunda also passes. Everyone gives it up. The shove gets through.
I wonder if I'm still in first place. Let's take a look. Yes, we are. You come at the king, you best not miss. That's what I say, James. We're at the stage of the tournament, even though it's Zoom, you end up playing with the same players pretty regularly.
And obviously at one point when the field gets very small, the tables will become fixed and the Zoom element will disappear.
I guess there's no point if you're just jumping back and forth between like 2 or 3 tables.
I think ultimately you'd just be waiting too long to play a hand.
Yeah.
The whole idea of Zoom is you're always in action. Well, if there's too few players in the tournament, you're not going to be in action.
Right.
I've heard the words all in. It's Graziano shoving here. Super short, just 18K. Round to Benoit Lamb. He folds. Antonius is out. And both blinds.
I picked a good blind to go all in on.
Also pass.
I can't believe there's another Ben Lamb.
Okay, watch the bubble on the screen, the 144, because I'm going to tell you that with this man's elimination, Patrick to catch, we are down to 149. And we have gone red. We are on full bubble alert. Our world-famous bubble coverage starts now.
Wow. Just in time. I'm back for bubble coverage. Cashing in Monaco. Big deal. A lot of overhead involved in this tournament, so a min cash is going to mean quite a bit, especially lots of people qualified.
Yeah, we had close to 200 qualifiers in this tournament. And a min cash is worth 7,580 euros. An amazing return on investment, especially if you were a spin and go qualifier in for just 10 euros.
Oh, hell yeah. Part of the reason why, James, by the way, when we were shooting the PokerStars Cash Challenge, that I wasn't embedded watching things with you was because I don't really want to know the results because you know me.
That is true, actually.
And you know how likely I am to say something stupid. I got to wait until January, probably, at least. Action on the last man on earth, the year of Romania.
Antonius raised to 7,000. And it's a call from Papazian in the big blind. It's a Jack 8-4 flop.
He's got enough chips he can call. It doesn't look like that many in front of him, but I guess that's because of the color up.
Check, check on the flop, 3 on the turn.
Papazian going toe-to-toe with Antonius. Betting into him, getting a fold.
So Papazian wins that with a bet on the turn. His stack hovering around the 143k mark, around the tournament average.
It's on my card, yeah.
We're still at 149 players, but we have kicked off our world-famous bubble coverage because we are closing in on the magic moment when we go hand for hand. That'll be at 144. Down to 143, we will be in the money. And to join us for that section of the tournament, a very interesting, fun and dramatic part of the PokerStars Championship Monte-Carlo main event, we are joined by our head of live poker operations, Neil Johnson. And Neil, I ask this question in all sincerity, not in the classic English way where I don't actually want the answer. How are you?
I'm doing better, healing up. I'm at like 80–85%, and I want to thank both of you guys and a lot of the people who found me on Twitter and stuff and wished me well while you guys were also wishing me well during Panama. So thank you guys very much.
How many of your organs were removed?
Only one at the end of it, although there was potential for other adjustments.
Can you still have kids after they take one of those, or?
Sadly, no. But that actually, that's a completely separate story. It involves the court system in the U.S. and stuff, and there are all kinds of rules about why I'm not supposed to.
I got the organ wrong, didn't I?
Entirely possible, yes.
Great to see you back on the circuit, Neil. Great to have you here in Monte-Carlo, the first European stop of the PokerStars Championship, but obviously one of our regular haunts now that the EPT has transitioned into this global tour. Great to be back here in Monte-Carlo, and 1 year on, I believe Jan Bendik is still alive and defending his title.
Yeah, I've been watching a little bit today. I didn't get to see much of what was going on yesterday. I saw you guys playing around in the cash games, of course, up there. But I've been listening for the last hour and a half while I was having dinner to Randy, giving us some really good feedback. It looks like the event's going really well. We've got Patrick up there, and I always like coming to Monaco. This is my 14th trip. It's my 12th trip with Stars. Or actually 15th or 16th trip, a 12th trip with Stars.
Jeez.
And we love coming here. This was the EPT Grand Final for so long.
Of course.
It's an incredible popular destination, and it's beautiful outside as well. It's a little chilly, but gorgeous.
You know what I say, Neil? Now they're all grand finals. Literally never said that till right now.
Well, I've just heard that the tournament clock is ticking down once again from 149 to 148. And that means we're going to pause the clock because Thomas Lamache, the tournament director, is going to make a very important announcement to the tournament.
Okay, attention, our PokerStars Championship mini event. We are now 5 seats away from our bubble. So advise now, the staff and all the dealers, please announce loud and clear every all-in and a call. So advice for the staff in the PokerStars Championship main event. From now on, please announce every all-in and a call. Thank you.
And on we play. So not going hand for hand yet, Neil. That will happen when we get down to 144.
Yeah, we just got to make sure that we don't miss anybody, and we also have to make sure that your guys' camera crews hear the shout, and we don't miss any exciting triangles of death moments.
Now, of course, for the last, I want to say 2 years, and it is 2 years. It literally is 24 months. We have just been live streaming bubbles in main events. And of course, now we are back to making multi-day tournament coverage for TV. So there will be a highlight show made out of today's action. So yes, very important those cameras are there for the big moment.
It can't be like, we didn't get it, guys. We missed it.
That's all right. We'll get it in Barcelona. It'll be fine. We'll get it in Sochi, actually.
We'll just take an old Monaco bubble and stick it in there.
Now, I'll be honest, Neil, I felt sorry for you for a multitude of reasons. Obviously, you've just been through a serious illness. You're on the route to recovery, which is great. But also, this seems to be a particularly stressful time for someone in your position.
Ooh, losing them left and right.
Clock ticks down to 147 because obviously, with the relaunch of live events, with the new tour, with some new stops, some people have had some choice words to say, and I guess, you know, you guys have to respond to that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's always fun and interesting to go to new places. I talked to a number of places number of people who went to Panama because they'd never been to Panama before, and this gave them an opportunity to the expansion, as it were, from the EPT to the PokerStars Championship to head over to Panama, and the same with Macau. Although a lot of the players have actually been to Macau before. There's been a number of huge tournaments there, and a number of card rooms. It's, you know, kind of Vegas East. Either that or I think Vegas now is actually Macau West because Macau makes more money. But no, I think they're a lot of fun. I'm unfortunately not going to get to go to Sochi. I was really looking forward to the chance, but not going to be able to make it this trip because of my illness. Same reason I didn't get to go to Macau or Panama. But the players that I've talked to have had a lot of fun. I understand the criticism from some that it feels kind of reduced in Europe, that you're not seeing, you know, when the EPT would have 6 or 7 stops that were here in Europe. You know, we are trying to well, we're always exploring other destinations and other opportunities. It's not these stops are not chiseled in stone, as it were. And I heard you mention earlier the PokerStars festivals, the mega stacks now that that apparently Broutner is going to get to play in 2018 at this point in time, unless he wants to go to Belgium. So we are trying to do a lot more. I mean, are they all 5Ks? Well, of course they're not 5Ks.
Go to Belgium. Sorry, I just got that.
You know, so it's we want to spread around, but we want to try and have stuff for everybody as well.
But just to be clear, Neil, and I think this is a very important part of what you do and what your team do, and of course Edgar, as our director of live events, does, is when Bryn Kenny writes on Facebook, when Jason Wheeler writes on Facebook, when Ludovic Geilich tweets, you listen to that and you respond to that.
Oh, 100%. We were talking to Bryn and Jason, and we're going to be talking to them tonight, actually. There's a meeting tonight. We're going to be talking to some players, but
by
you know,
talking to them, he means taking them out back.
Well, you saw Jack Salter's arm, right? That was an altercation in
That's
Macau.
my blog writing arm.
He had a problem with apparently one of the structures, and the guys in Macau, re-educated him as to the proper structure. So
No, we're joking.
No, of course, it's a joke. No, you always want to hear that, and that's why
you don't want to hear that. But
well, no, you want the feedback.
If people do feel that way, you want to listen. It's different.
If you did an event and there wasn't a single negative piece of feedback that came out of it, would you not wonder if you I mean, somebody's got
not for a second. I would bask in a job well done forever.
Fair enough, but no, I feel that there's always something that can be improved. And Jason writes, I really enjoy reading Jason's kind of post-trip reports when he comes back from one of our trips. Bryn actually
that one cut deep.
Well, no. Bryn is responsible for a couple of the events that exist on the tour because of his feedback. The single-day high roller is the Bryn Kenny Invitational, essentially. It was his idea. We debuted it in Monaco. I think we'll get a little bit of credit for listening and putting it in, but we were chatting in a high roller in Prague, and he brought it up, and I think Ike was there and Sorel and some others, and they were like, yeah, that could be something that could work, and so we decided to give it a shot. Even the change of the payouts, like we talk about the bubble coming up, the bubble in the old days would have been at 144. So we would have had 145 players, a bunch of tables that are 7-handed, a bunch of tables that are 8-handed, playing a little out of balance. We were in Deauville a few years back, and the players were complaining because there was a really long bubble in a turbo that was offset. One table was 7, I think one was 6. And they said, well, why can't the payouts always be even to where every table is balanced? And it's just something that nobody had really explored, but it was 100% of players' idea. We sat around, talked to some more players, said, yeah, this is a great idea, and rewrote the payouts so that they would always be even.
I like how you call it the Bryn Kenny Invitational when the invitation is really just a $25,000 bill. That's all.
Well, no, to be fair, I think Bryn's won 2 or 3 of them, so it technically is the Bryn Kenny. It's an invitation to give Bryn Kenny money. That's a pretty fair. If you could get an invitation, give Joe Stapleton money into the tour, I think you'd do it yesterday.
I'm calling it the bounty bonus today.
So the key action at this table, and obviously, Neil, I know you've been watching the stream, so you've seen it just like we have. Patrick Antonius pretty much owning everyone, having the chip lead, close to the bubble, just being able to apply that pressure and build that stack.
Oh, how about the Queen's call?
Yes.
I was with you guys as well, trying to figure out what's going on, what do they have, what's the small blind got, and all that. And the 6s I thought was a great move, and the Queens was just a really, really good call. And I saw the hand as well with Davide, and was it Papazian here? No, it was Mitchell.
James Mitchell.
Yeah, the cooler, turn the flush in the 2-pair.
2-pair against the flush, yeah.
So it's been a really good table, what I've seen of it.
And obviously, we've seen some fun hands at the outer tables as well. A reminder that outer table coverage is available via the PokerStarsblog.com. I'm hearing, by the way, that the tournament staff, that Thomas Amash has taken the decision to go hand for hand at 145.
That's possible. It depends. The floor staff are walking around, and they're going to get an idea of what's going on as far as tanking and stalling.
Of course.
And if it's looking like it's going to be, I mean, anybody who plays poker knows that this is where the brakes are coming on. Whether you don't want them to or not, it's just everybody slows down here. It's the difference between 0 and 7 or 8K. So if we see that it's egregious, then the TD makes the decision to move hand for hand.
I kind of feel like going hand for hand early is kind of like the poker version of Turbo Boost from Knight Rider. Like, at the end of every episode, you know that how are we going to get out of this? I know, Turbo Boost. And that's what happens. We're like, I don't know, we're going hand for hand early. We're going hand for hand early.
Absolutely. It's really the only until the day we end up with shot clocks on everything.
Right.
But okay, we've got actually a raise and a 3-bet.
Yeah, let's check out this hand.
Yeah, and then we'll talk more about shot clocks. Antonius raised under the gun. Papazian 3-bet to 18,000. And the action is now on Benoit Lamb in the big blind. Starts the hand with just shy of 31,000.
And Antonius and Papazian they've been going back and forth for a large part of today that I was watching anyway.
He's been active, quite active, Papazian, and then Antonius, obviously, once he's got chips, got fairly active himself.
Just watching Stapleton crush people's dreams here in the bounty bonus.
I've had him crush plenty myself. So we saw Lamb make a crazy, not crazy, but a tough laydown with aces on a flop one time. So I wonder what pains him so much pre-flop here. Ace-queen.
Well, and what is it, like, if you're Antonius or a Papazian, like, what is his song and dance here telling you? Like, what is it, when he, if and when he does shove, what does this lead you to, Mr. Stapleton, since you're the one still in the...
I'm afraid
I'm the expert.
My theory here is that he might not actually have a hand at all and may just be stalling. I hate to be a cynic, but that is always a possibility.
I didn't want to say it.
I think he's, I don't know, I'm convinced that he has got a decision here.
Okay, let's give him the benefit of the doubt then. 2.5 minutes on this decision.
He's got like 9s or 10s. Oh, hello.
Another elimination from one of the outer tables. We're down to 146.
Sounds like a free game in pinball.
Clock has been called.
Sure.
Fine, TV table, please.
Well, and if he shoves, it's what? It's going to be 15K to Papazian, even if Patrick were to let it go. I find it hard. I find it hard to believe the shove would get through without getting called.
I love Patrick's advice to the dealer. You can see a clock, start counting.
It's not how it works.
That's actually something that's been discussed extensively by TDs, is should the dealer be able to start the clock before the floor gets there, because you get that extra time.
Before they start counting, you're allowed.
All right, so you can have 1 minute to make a decision. You'll receive a 10-second countdown, and your hand will be dead.
Thanks.
Can you imagine now if Lamb folds and Patrick's like, okay, I need to think about this one.
I'm going to need a minute here, guys. Sorry. Time.
Whenever I watch televised or webcast streams, I wonder about the people, like the 2 or 3 people in the whole production crew who are allowed to see the whole cards, who like, if he's got 5 deuce and he's burning clock.
Yeah, one of the guys in graphics behind the curtain just go, come on! Oh boy.
What's a legit decision here, do you think?
I think like ace jack is a hard decision here. Ace jack suited, ace queen is even a hard decision.
Hand is dead, and Patrick folds. Hand is over.
Once he folds, then I think that your guys' theory that he's stalling is a little bit more viable. It just seemed believable to me.
See that hand.
He's now tweeting his friends. Totally just had 5 deuce.
Aces.
That's exactly the same sort of posturing he did when he had aces. I mean, not that it's posturing, I guess the same reaction when he had aces on a flop. Or whenever it was he folded turn, I guess. But there was a board showing, and obviously he's not doing it with aces there. So I just wonder what is such a tough decision.
So we're pretty much 9 months into the new payout structures, Neil, and I finally got used to the bubble hitting on day 2.
Thanks.
It's like having long established that it happens during the second level on day 3. I finally got to grips with the fact now that we're going to get to the end of day 2 and be in the money.
And to be honest, that's usually been the preference, certainly from most pros and even most of the recreational amateur players that I speak to come back on day 3 and play another hour and a half to 2 hours, still not be in the money, still not have a return on your investment. I mean, you obviously want a good structure and want to have good play in 1A or day 1 and day 2, but getting to that money by the end of day 2 is pretty solidly the preferred choice of at least most players that I've spoken to.
So with 146 remaining, and a reminder that the bubble is at 144, with 143 getting paid, we see Papazian raising to 7,000.
Year of Romania.
So Graziano has 6 bigs. He's passed. Quick fold this time from Lamb. Down to Patrick Antonius in the big blind. And he's going to defend. I said, Neil, that we would talk shot clocks. Let's let this hand play out, and if anything significant happens, we'll pick up the action. But I saw the super high roller here in Monte-Carlo was run with a shot clock. There was a little digital display on the table which the dealer was controlling, and the players seem to appreciate that.
Yeah, the feedback has been overwhelmingly positive. We gave it a try in the Bahamas, and then slowly expanded it through Panama and Macau with, I think it was a couple of super high rollers or high rollers in Macau. And for Monaco, we wanted to expand it out, and it's every event in Monaco that's 5K and above, with the exception of the main, is running with a shot clock, and we tossed it into, I want to say it's a 300 and a 500 as well, as just like a fun variant to, because you want more feedback than just from the super high rollers. You want to know how everybody feels about it, and so it's, you know, I'd be hard pressed to find somebody who said that they didn't really like it. In the low buy-in tournament, the feedback was a bit closer. We talked to, I think it was like 30 people, and it was like 17 who liked it and 13 who didn't, and that was in a 500 turbo, I believe.
And just to be clear, it's a 30-second clock, but you do have time bank chips.
Three time banks. And
if you need to make a really big decision, how much time are those chips buying you?
It's a one price. So as soon as it moves, as soon as the clock goes over to 31, that entire 30-second chip bank has been used. So if you make your decision at 33, you still lose the time bank chip.
But how much is it, if you play a chip, how much is added to the clock effectively?
A full 30 seconds.
Full 30 seconds,
yeah,
okay, so.
Sorry. So this was bet and called on the flop, right, from Patrick?
Correct. 9,000 from Patrick on the flop, a bet of 16,000 from Papazian on the turn.
Is that a straighty flushy paired board? Or how do you guys say it? What is it?
That's all James.
You got it, Neil. Spot on. Straighty flushy paired board. Gets checked to showdown. Is an 8 good?
No.
An 8 is not good.
Man, when your 8 gets sucked out on, huh? Jeez.
I love the looks on Patrick's face as he's processing the Queen 9 being turned over on that particular hand.
Quick reminder for those of you who have been playing Scoop Spin and Goes, entering our competition here on PokerStars TV. Please remember to tag your tweet PSC win, not PokerStars TV. Otherwise, they will not be considered for the prize. You may have heard Thomas Lamash there calling for the clock to be paused. I think we've lost another player. Yes, we're down to 145. 2 away from making the money.
I love the graphic. Is the graphic new for Monaco, or did it exist in Macau or Panama? Or I mean, in Panama.
It existed in the Bahamas.
It did.
Yes.
Oh, I think I might have just exposed that I didn't really watch the webcast.
We have not actually had you in the booth for some time for our bubble coverage.
Barcelona, maybe.
Maybe.
Because I wasn't in Prague, so.
Well, let's see the hand which actually led to us getting down to 145 players. Ace Queen against 6-5. Ace Queen, of course, the better hand. Ace Queen, the hand that's at risk.
And I feeling a 5-6 is good.
You know what's going to happen.
I walked in next to this guy today. I'm pretty sure he's going to get sucked out on here. He spent way too much time close to me. Spoke to me and everything. He's in big trouble. That's a 5. That's a disgusting card to see with Ace Queen.
Adi Alcalay is the player who is at risk here with the Ace Queen.
Oh, sweat.
Spade sweat.
Sweat.
And that is the elimination of Adi Alcalay. So a reminder, that's the hand that happened a short while ago that saw Alcalay eliminated in 146th place taking us down to 145. The clock has been paused, and we're now just waiting for hands to finish at all the tables in the room. And then, of course, we will get the announcement from Thomas Lamache, who I guess will confirm to players, Neil, how the hand-for-hand process works.
Yeah, each table will play a single hand at Thomas's shuffle up and deal. The reason we do that is because, sorry, I'm jumping ahead a step. As soon as there's a called all in, the action is stopped on that table, and until all the play has concluded on all the other tables. And the reason we want to do that is because we don't want people's decisions influenced by whether or not somebody's gone bust, or even knowing that it's aces against deuce 3 offsuit or something like that can influence the decision that you're going to make. Or you could tank your way into the money kind of thing.
You know what we should do as a competition sometime, James? Is if we had like a viewer, like a super fan come in, and if they can give all of Neil J's answers to the bubble spiel, that they win a prize.
My bubble spiel's gotten shorter and shorter over the years.
Well, yeah, I mean, you're going to find ways to trim out words and just do it as succinctly as possible.
From time to time, we will read tweets from players in the tournament. One of those players is Victoria Corrin Mitchell. She says, we are hand for hand now, 2 off the money. Doing it 1 away from the bubble is new to me, but I have been away a while.
Almost as long as Neil J's been away.
Yeah, I talked to Vicky yesterday, actually, and she was kind of feeling the disconnect of having been out. She's been living a nice, quiet family life away from everything to do with poker and gaming and stuff. So it was, but it's nice to see her back.
You know what she had never heard of? Check raising. Yeah, I told her all about check raising yesterday.
To be fair, I don't think Vicky would ever check raise. Do you really think she would ever check raise?
Not a dirty trick like that, no.
Now, I am hearing that there is an all-in and a call at one of the tables out in the field. Now, obviously, we are waiting for all the other hands to finish before we go to this all-in and call. Paul Heffer is the player who is at risk, and he's been called by Nicky Petrangelo.
The first super fan who can tweet into #PokerStarsTV and tell us why we're waiting for all of the hands to finish before we go to that hand, I will give you a USB stick, a PokerStars USB stick. James will judge your answer as to whether or not you've got it.
I'm glad you clarified, by the way, that it's a PokerStars USB stick. It's not just some random USB stick
right out of my
that you found in your...
It's from Staples.
Also, the other thing is, if it was one of your random USB sticks, heaven knows what's on it.
Yeah, we're gonna have to wave a very large magnet over that.
Yeah, as someone who actually recently bought USB condoms, because I am the person who is like that paranoid about my electronic data security, you can buy them. They're on Amazon. They're like $10.
I see. They're not for sex. They are for protecting your information.
Yes, it basically only allows it to charge. It doesn't allow data to pass through it. But if you're giving me a USB stick from Joe Stapleton, I'm going to need 2.
I mean, did you read that story about how the Russian spies filled the electronics store near the U.S. Embassy, like with spy USB sticks in case they ever bought one and used it there, and that's how they were able to steal information?
That actually sounds like a really, really intelligent way to do it.
Isn't that ridiculous?
You would think, we're not even supposed to plug USB sticks into our PokerStars computers. You would think that like the Democrats and the Republicans would have tighter security than we do, but I guess not.
So Nick Griffith has written in, but he didn't use the #PokerStarsTV. Should we at least read it and see how close he is?
No, because I want someone to actually use the hashtag and stand a chance of winning. If you read that out, someone's just going to cut and paste his answer with the hashtag.
Sorry, Nick.
Quick, tweet it again, Nick, or do you only get one shot? Do you only get one chance?
I'd give him a shot to get it with the right hashtag. Okay. Because technically, we shouldn't have seen that one.
Okay, David Haney is in.
Alfred Green, boom, I want my USB condom. Guess what? Alfred didn't use the hashtag. He used a hashtag condom, unfortunately.
It was an unprotected tweet.
Oh, man, we got another all-in out there, too.
Yes, so just to confirm, Paul Herfer all-in, called by Nicky Petrangelo. Also, Maria Ho is all-in.
Wow, this would be so sick if she bubbled. She started with 16 big blinds today.
Called by Valdemir Novak. So 2 all-ins. And if we were to see 2 eliminations, we wouldn't need to worry about hand-for-hand play because we get through the bubble and we'd be at 1-4-3.
Well, and poor Maria, like she got into the event late because she was working with us, right?
Now, just to be clear, Neil, should that happen, by the way, and obviously we hope it doesn't, but should Paul and Maria go broke in this hand, what would happen regarding that? No, of course, they both go out with nothing.
It's only because there's only 2 all-ins, right? We don't have a third all-in on any of them.
I don't believe so.
Okay. So yeah, it'd finish 150, 145 and 144, and we would break a table, and everybody out there would clap. Well, except for Maria and the other gentleman. I don't remember his name. Paul. So Maria and Paul wouldn't clap, but everybody else would. I'd go on to my meeting, and you guys would have to soldier on.
Now, David Haney was the first in, and I kind of think that he's got to the point. He's basically said it's so other players don't rank waiting for a bust out, meaning they don't move up the spots, the finishing spots, waiting for a bust out. That's a pretty succinct, spot-on way of saying why it's done,
Let's give it to him then. PokerStars
Okay, we
USB
are
stick.
2 seats away from the bubble, and we have the first all-in on table 17. We are pre-flop. Sean is all-in, called by Nick. And Sean is dominated by Nick. Sean is showing ace-9, suited in hearts, playing against ace-king, which is loaded. Let's see the flop.
Not looking good here for
Ace-king
Paul
spades
Heffer.
against ace-9 hearts, and the flop is 7, king, and date. So
Really
Sean is in
looking
trouble
bad.
now, and Nick's in the lead. And the turn. It's a deuce, so Sean is running that. So no matter for the river card. And there is another king. So Nick's with the bot, and Sean is out. And
So
we go to the second table. There's also an in on a call.
We have lost at least one player. We're now on the bubble at
So we're down to
144.
140 players.
Hey, Nicky Petrangelo, what's your problem with bubbles? Why are you trying to burst them?
Nick was our TLB winner in Macau, wasn't he?
On this
Or
table, we're
Panama?
already on the river.
Wow.
Oh, this is on the river. Look at that, Telcher's still in.
There's the board. Maria Ho all in and at risk, called by Valdemir Novak.
It's a bunk triangle.
Uh-oh, yeah.
So we are on the river. Maria is all in and called by Valdemar. We are on the river. So showdown, please. Maria showing the nuts, showing the straight, and we have to see the cards for Valdemar. He has trips, checks, but here we have the double up. So now we are still 140 players, and we start soon our hand-for-hand procedure.
Flop Broadway against middle set. Ouch.
So lots of people actually entered our competition thinking the question is why do we go hand for hand? That was not the question. The hand was why were we waiting for play to conclude before dealing the all-ins?
Would we have accepted Peter Blow's answer of to maintain the integrity of the game? Isn't that like a little general?
Yeah, because it says and to make sure they know exactly who the bubble player is. No, I think that's going more to, again, for the hand for hand. It's not specifically why we were waiting on that. It's very close.
So close. But anyway, you were second in.
So that competition is over. Meanwhile, we're just establishing the situation here. With 144 players remaining, Neil, I guess it's time to break a table, get players in their new seats before we continue, unpause the clock and go hand for hand.
Yeah, that's what they'll be doing right now, is breaking that table. And you always do a final double check here just to obviously make sure you have 144, but it's another reason why it's better to have payouts like this, is it's really easy. If there's an empty seat, we have a problem. And if there's not a seat for a player, we have a different problem. So while we wait, I'm curious, are you guys going to Sochi?
We will be covering the Sochi main event. A 5-day stream covering the main event from day 2 through to its conclusion.
Have they let Joe into Russia before? Has he?
I've never been to Russia.
That's for people who listen to the podcast. That's going to be a Tinder story. I have no idea what's going to happen.
I quit Tinder. By the way, I'm not drinking this week. I'm not Tindering. I'm not happening. I'm not bumbling.
Yeah, but that's this week. That's not Sochi, right? That's just here in Monaco.
Just confirm
I will probably not be
table.
Tindering during Sochi either.
I understand not drinking in Monaco, it's expensive.
It's a great place to take a break from drinking.
But all right, I'm just assuming that that's going to be a podcast worth listening to.
I can't promise that no trouble will be gotten into that week.
Looks like we've got the players in their seats. Looks like we're ready to continue here in Monte Carlo. Back down to the floor, and tournament director Thomas Lamache.
So just one moment, please.
Oh no, what's happened?
Thomas gave the thumbs up. We're all right.
That's good, yeah.
See?
I found the player.
We thought a player was missing. They've been located.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are now on the real bubble. Just to explain the procedure for hand for hand. So every table playing the same hand at the same time. And if there is an all-in on the call, so please play, there's no showdown, there's no dog, please just wait for our sign to continue the game. Also to explain the payout procedure for the hand for hand, if there are two players out in the same hand on different tables, they will split the prize. If the two players out on the same table, the higher stack is getting the higher price. So all the stuff, please always wait for my sign to deal the next hand. I wish you good luck for the bubble, and dealer, deal the next hand, please.
So here we go, hand for hand, as Vicky Corrin says on Twitter, proper bubble now, one off the money, and Vicky is risking a glass of wine.
Like I just tweeted myself, wine was a great call in San Remo.
Nobody's trying to win, actually, there.
That's true. That definitely helped her through that final table.
So here we go. We'll watch the action on the main stage at our feature table, and once these guys have finished playing, we'll wait for hands to conclude at every single table in the tournament room before we deal the next hand.
This part I at least like, because now there's no reason to tank. They're just literally where it's.
Yeah, but
it's gonna
sometimes
go.
they don't know that.
I know, that's the scary part, is if they don't actually know that there's no reason to tank, but there really should be no reason to tank here.
So now you would think it's a genuine decision if there's serious thinking time.
Exactly.
I mean, genuine decisions still take a little while on the bubble because it's important. Yes, there's no reason to stall.
Yes.
Quick update on the Bounty Bonus Tournament. We are down to 15 players. I'm 4th in chips.
Wow, has it stopped being Zoom yet?
Yeah, we're at static tables.
Ace.
What a surprise. Patrick raised heads up in the small blind and took it.
I've showed one.
Patrick Antonius, we think, still has the tournament chip lead with a stack of 427,000.
I have a question for you guys and for the people watching. This is something we recently sent out a survey asking a bunch of different questions. One of the curious ones is, what is the preferred, if you're playing full ring, like a normal poker tournament like we're doing here with the main, how many people is the perfect setup? Is it 8, 9, or 10?
8.
I mean, I know that of those choices, the people I know would say 8, but I don't have a preference.
And would you still say 8 if it was going to create alternates? Like, our question is basically comfort against entries kind of thing.
Are you talking about, if you're talking about championship events, Neil, it's very difficult for me to give an opinion.
Right.
Most of the tournaments that I play, and I'm sure Joe's in the same boat, would be something like the Mega Stacks.
Yeah.
Where every event I play, there's always alternates, so I'm kind of used to it. So if you say, if it was 8-handed, would it bother you if there were alternates? No, because I'm used to it. But if you said, well, if it's 9-handed, we don't have to worry about alternates.
That's a nice compromise.
Yeah. Well, and that's kind of the question is, the people who've already given you money, like I'm assuming you're somebody who probably shows up on time or registers early and is there when the tournament starts.
Absolutely.
You're not coming in 3 levels late
I'm at the table the moment I'm allowed to sit down.
Yeah, same. I'm the fish that like everyone's like, oh, look at the guy who's sitting there early. I'm that guy.
Exactly. And if that person is, if you make it 8-handed, you're catering to those people, the people who paid up front, who showed up on time and who got there.
I'm a great believer that they should cater towards me.
Yeah, well, that's basically the conversation comes down to comfort versus entries, because you might end up not being able to maybe some people get turned away, or maybe the alternates get sat a little later, but the people who arrived on time or early and paid, they have a much more comfortable playing experience.
Of course. By the way, we're on to the next hand now, by the way. No significant action clearly on that last hand. I mean, talking about the kind of tournaments I play, Neil, they play 10-handed with alternates. So I would very happily take 9-handed with alternates, and I would be thrilled with 8-handed.
And what about if it impacts the prize pool? Like if people decide, oh, the last time we tried to go to, Casino X, 1,000 people showed up and had 600 alternates because they play 8-handed, and then the next time only 600 people show up, so you lose 400 people off your prize pool, because that's obviously another consideration.
Right. Smaller prize pool.
Potentially. Or maybe people start
the
showing up on
tournaments
time.
I'm used to playing are 10-handed and have alternates.
That's what I just said.
Yeah.
Big fold.
Good decision, man.
Patrick apparently is still getting hit in the head with the deck. It's like blackjack there.
I'm sure you'll see him for the Grand Prix or something. That's when everyone comes back, right?
Yeah.
Actually, two of the best live events I've ever played, both low buy-in events. One was at big venue in the UK, one was in Vegas one summer, were both 6-max events.
Yeah, 6-max is great. It's just a lot of players who, it's too short of a game for them. 8 seems to be, we've been 8 on EPT and PokerStars Championship for, I don't know, it's basically since season 1, I think.
Yeah.
And it seems to be the perfect kind of combination. You see enough hands, plays a little quicker, so there's more action.
Yeah, in London, he had a game in his house, actually. He invited some of the players. I couldn't go. Well, I wasn't invited.
Yeah, no, I think 8 is a great number where it can be accommodated, but I completely appreciate that there are going to be some venues where it's just not practical.
Yeah, that's, if we tried to do that in Barcelona, we'd have more people in the hallway than we did in the poker room.
Again, I know that it's a big challenge you guys face, and I'm not quite sure what the solution is, but how do you get more people to play day 1A? The 2 days remain unbalanced.
There's been all kinds of ideas floated by people. The problem is, even if you look at something like what used to be the Estrellas main and is now the National Championship main, you could say, well, you know what, if you play day 1A, it'll be rake free. Well, the rake on that event is only 100, and there's 3 day ones, so even if the rake was free, it doesn't fade the cost of 2 nights of hotel in Barcelona. So it still is not an equitable equation for a player. So a number of, or one of the ideas that a lot of people have floated is giving more chips. But that really is, even the face that you're making right now.
How about one more chip?
You get 30,001 if you play day 1A. That really makes those of us who play competitively feel kind of all wiggly inside.
Yeah, and this is why I can't do Neil's job, because my attitude would be, I'm going to tell you which day you're playing, right? You want to play in this tournament? You're playing day 1A.
Well, one of the only things that's been successful is turning tournaments into unlimited re-entry or single re-entry, because then the people who are willing to fire multiple times, they have to come early and play those days. But then to people who want to freeze out, that changes the entire focus of the tournament, and you might now actually be turning people off from playing the event at all.
It obviously came up earlier on in the day. Someone was asking about allowing re-entries across the different starting flights. I'm kind of with you, Neil. I'm still against it in championship main events. I think when you're talking about something like this, especially with so many qualifiers, close to 200 in this particular tournament, I don't agree with it.
Yeah, like I said, we have recently sent out a survey, and that question is in there specifically to try and get a vibe. I think it was sent out to 20,000 people who played.
Next time, please.
Okay. Who played, EPTs and UK IPTs and PokerStars Championships and stuff. And I'm on record many times. I have moral objections to it. It's a championship level event, and me and Daniel and Patrick and all these, everybody should be equal. You don't have to beat Serena Williams twice to win the U.S. Open. You only have to beat her once. And so, however, the feedback is kind of 50-50 of the players that I've talked to as far as whether they want it in or don't want it in.
But the people who don't want it in would be far more upset if you put it in than the people who do want it in and you don't put it in.
Yeah, there is a pseudo-compromise of saying it's a single re-entry to 1B, because then 1B is still a freeze-out. And everybody who plays on 1A understands that they could potentially be sitting next to Patrick and he's playing slightly looser because he has every intention of firing the next day. It's not ideal. I mean, I'm the worst cheerleader for re-entry in the world because I hate it. But, you know, there are a lot of people who really enjoy it, and it makes, look at what the Colossus has done. You know, even what we do with the Cup, where we give them a re-entry to each of the 5 flights and bars. Like, it's a very effective way to build a monster prize pool for low buy-in events. Still doesn't get them all to play on 1A though.
Maybe.
The danger here is they start playing day 1A and then they're playing day 1B as well.
I'll tell you that.
Yeah, well, and then you get into the mess of, do you do best stack forward? Do you let him surrender? And I hate those.
Well, looks like we have an all-in here. This hand has gone to the river.
Who would be all in? Or is that just a really big bet? I'm sorry, am I misreading it?
Maybe they just took the big stacks out and they didn't put a triangle out.
Well, this is Nicolas Vidal with the decision. I think the player in seat 6 may actually have declared all in. They've just not presented him with the triangle. He's put his stacks forward. Yeah, confirmation that it's Tom Axel Bedell who has moved all in here. Decision on Nicolas Vidal, and he calls.
So this could be it. This could be the bubble.
I apologize. It was not an all-in. It was a bet and a call. That's why no triangle.
Who was it that said that, Neil? It's just a big bet.
It was bad intelligence, I'm afraid. Bad intelligence.
No, that's a good dealer. She kept the triangles right where they're supposed to be.
Correct. We just got misinformed. It happens. I've made a mistake or two in the last 5 minutes.
And we didn't show you what happened on the feature table, but I'm going to tell you that Patrick Rayson took it. Rinse and repeat that for a while.
He's got to be loving this situation.
We wait another 5 minutes.
Time to eat at least 100 bananas, Patrick.
It's one of those situations where people say, is there ever a situation where you would fold aces? And it's like, well, if I'm Patrick, I would fold aces here. Rather than put somebody out, if I'm chipping up 7,000 every hand.
Yeah, sure.
If there was a big thing, that, I mean, how much can you chip up on the bubble? This would probably be the only situation I could see.
Obviously, while you're taking ideas for changes to live events, Neil, here's a suggestion from Daniel. How about online day ones?
Online day ones are a very, very interesting discussion. Party just did them for the D2D event, and they had some success with them. I think it's difficult to an extent because if someone wins a trip to Barcelona and you play an online day one, and we'd probably have to play down to the money to bring them down. So if we play, even if we paid 15% or 20%, whatever it is, still 80 to 85% of the players, they're not coming to Barcelona. They don't actually get the Barcelona experience. You also have the additional caveat of who on PokerStars.com or .fr or wherever you're playing it on, who on PokerStars has $5,300 to put into an event. The super high rollers of the world. That's not the average roll for an online player. So I would imagine that Stevie and Ike and Justin and Bryn and Mike and all those guys would love it if I said, hey, I'm going to run an online day one with 100 qualifiers in it for $5,300. Do you guys want to play? And then ultimately, it's also not the same tournament we're playing. So it will certainly build bigger prize pools. You would certainly have to make it re-entry at that point in time because otherwise, like I said, everybody who busts online doesn't bother to come to the event. So it's definitely something that we've considered and looked at. But I think there's a number of kind of issues that have to be worked through to make it viable. But I do like the idea. It's interesting and could make for bigger fields, which is what the players always want: the bigger prize pool, bigger field.
So As is the case during hand-for-hand play, we wait for action to conclude at every single table before the order is given for the next hand to be dealt. We're at 144, and we are on the pure bubble. Next player out receives nothing. Everyone else is guaranteed at least 7,580 euros, which is the min cash here in Monte-Carlo. 727 entered this main event, creating a prize pool of 3.5 million euros. Obviously, it's like drop in numbers year on year, Neil, but I have to say, this has not felt like a quiet event. The tournament room has been busy every day. The cash game area has been insanely busy.
Yeah, there's a drop. I mean, the main event dropped by a chunk, but the festival, excuse me, not festival, the championship, championship itself is very close to in line with where it was last year. It's down, I think, by like 10-15% in that range. So. Oh, here we go.
Yeah, Thomas standing at the table because we've got the last hand in action here. Seat 1 against seat 4. Not sure of the identity of either of these players right now. It's the guy in the cap with the beard.
Why does it look like Liv is sending secret messages to people? Oh no, she's she's just stealing Thomas's microphone.
You have to press a button. If I didn't say something worse.
I expected this. That's why I didn't stop you.
Do you not hear that noise where like there's a weird thing going on?
Oh, attention in the main event. Dealers next hand,
like
please.
that hand has
Dealers in the main event, please deal the next hand.
I really wish I could see the Twitch chat for what just went on with Thomas and Liv. I may have to scroll back and look later on.
Now, what were you in the middle of talking about there when we went to that hand? Oh, yes, the numbers here in Monte-Carlo.
Yeah, the like I said, it's down like 10-12% or something so far through the first 5 days, which is a little bit, and it's relatively impressive for the event to an extent when you consider that last year Monaco was all by itself between Barcelona and Dublin. And this year you've got Macau and Panama and Sochi and parties come in with some events. It's a very full spring leading into a scoop, which they've got that huge phase thing going on.
Yes, they sure do. 35 phase ones.
Yeah, that's and running underneath us. Normally they don't start until we finish here in Monaco.
Yeah, I played one of them last night.
How'd you do?
I'm gonna reveal that on the podcast.
All right.
This week. Sorry to tease you.
No, that's okay. So yeah, I think it's been really good. The super high roller was the same number as last year. The 2K that's going today, we put a 500K guarantee on it for the first time ever, and it blew through that guarantee in about 2 hours, I think. With and it registers until tomorrow. So really strong in a number of areas, but certainly we want to build the main event back up, and we're going to be looking next year to to make some changes to bump that back up. I haven't been following the feature table. Did Patrick raise?
There has indeed been a raise from Patrick Antonius. And
okay.
Poor Salvatore Graziano is pained. He has 4 big blinds. He is in the big blind on this hand, deciding what to do.
How long has it been since we've had the bubble boy be at the feature table?
Well, it's 8,500 for an M, so he can basically he can spin around one full time if he really wanted to, even kind of 1.5. But
I mean, he's got to figure Patrick's range is uncapped, right?
I don't want to bust you. That's all I can say. I don't want to bust anyone on this table. But
yeah, because he wants the bubble to keep going.
The way this table has been going, Patrick's range is any one card.
Right. He has a card. I do think he means that genuinely, though. Like, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I think he means, like, I like all you people. I think he's saying don't call, honestly. Is what that sounds like to me.
I think so, yeah.
Or don't get it in is what I mean.
Yeah.
Either that, it could also be one of those things where he has like 9-3 off, and he really doesn't
want to bust you
he
with it,
doesn't
right.
want to put him out with 9-3 when a 3 spikes the river.
By the way, Joe, as Salvatore Graziano makes his decision for his tournament life. I notice that you've stopped playing.
I'm out.
You were 4th in chips.
Yes, and then I lost a gigantic race, ace-queen versus jacks, and then I ran ace-king into aces twice.
GG, sir.
Same guy both times, too.
Well, at least you made him work hard to claim your bounty.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this. Graziano's called.
14th place, by the way.
Defends. We get a queen 8-8 flop, and he moves all in.
Did he stop and go with 4 big blinds?
He did indeed, and Patrick.
I mean, he's got a call, right, with any 2 cards?
He's making 7,000 a hand. Would like I'm.
One way to play it.
Love a good stop and go.
Actually, I take that back. He's making 8,000 a hand.
See how I could fold. 11 and 1. Let's see.
Getting 3-1 on your money near enough, Patrick.
Let's see.
Look at those puppy dog eyes.
He
How
already
can you knock
looks
this guy out?
sad.
I know. Please don't call me, sir. Please just let me have this one. I've been a real good boy.
That.
Clock.
Well, he certainly used up all 3 of his time bank chips at this point in time.
Any chance you're bluffing me?
He's not bluffing, but what is he going to do?
Any chance of that?
Now, if he was bluffing, he'd have bet 9,000.
Still leave myself room to fold.
Yep. I think this is really a fun decision for Patrick because, like I said, he's made 8,000 a hand. Like what, 7 hands in a row now? 6 hands? 8? Like he's won every hand since we started going hand for hand, and he's pocketing 8,000 apiece.
There's no guarantee the bubble continues anyway, though.
True, but I mean, what did he raise to pre? 6,000, right? So he's in for 6. If he folds, he picks up 8,000 on the next hand.
I don't know if he can have 9-10, 10 jam. Just do that.
I don't think he can. I don't think he can have those hands.
Confirmation that the feature table is the last table in play. When this hand concludes, Thomas will give the order to deal the next hand.
You know what? Just
wow.
Patrick lets it go.
The bubble continues.
The strange.
Let's see it.
Okay, attention, deal in the main event. Please
queen.
deal the next hand. Next hand in the main event, please.
The super strange short stack stop and go somehow works.
Okay. Welcome back to 2008.
Makes you wonder how far, like, if he thinks Patrick wants to continue to abuse the bubble, the stop and go is actually a beautiful move there.
True. I don't think he's thinking that.
I have no idea who he is. I'm not familiar with him.
I think he's got king, queen, and he wants to see a flop, and he hits a queen, and he moves all.
That's true. I might be way overanalyzing it.
I'm the guy that will tell you how the majority of players are thinking.
This just in, Patrick raised to 6,000.
Bye-bye. You got so many M's now, bruh.
Oh, he's thinking again. What's he up to? He's up to 27K.
Time to make like an M and muck.
He's got 3.5 M now. That's like forever in M
So
world.
long.
Whoa!
That's a multitude of M.
The red triangle of death is presented to Salvatore Graziano as he's shoved from the small blind, and Davide Katai in the big blind wants a count.
But you forgot about the big blind. I know I did.
Graziano's probably like, wait a minute, there's other people at the table?
It's not just me and Patrick.
Wow. Davide flats. Oh, Patrick let it go. Okay. We have one all in and call then.
So we await the conclusion of hands at the other tables before this one is dealt out, before the whole cards are revealed. Salvatore Graziano got that very strange shove through on the last hand. Here is all in has been called by Davide Katai, and he is at risk, and we are on the bubble.
Is he gonna get in trouble for standing up? I don't want his hand to get killed.
No, he's right there.
Okay.
Now, if he went and started taking selfies in the audience, we might have to talk to him. Hashtag Bubble Boy Monaco, not, or whatever. Fairly certain we had to amend that rule recently. Can't quite remember why.
It's good for the game.
Fair enough.
Call it the good for the game rule.
Ironically, this would be an issue if Davide was still contemplating a call.
Yes, I agree.
Because he can't read his opponent, he can't see his opponent. I call that the Chris Moneymaker rule. Because he did it, I think he did it to you, Joe. We were filming something for the NAPT. And it was with a, what were they called? The bounties?
The bounty, yeah, the bounty turbos or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Bounty shootout.
Bounty shootouts. Yeah. He shoved and walked off the set and like went all the way, headed all the way out of the room. So now you have to stay so your opponent can stare you down.
That was at the Venetian, right?
Yeah, I think it was one of the very first ones.
I remember that.
It was not the shootout in Compton.
The one that we couldn't put our name on.
Still say we should have T-shirts made up.
I say we, but I don't even think I was really officially a part of any of that then. Was the big game going on at the time?
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess I was a part of the we.
I'm trying to figure out if he looks nervous or calm. Like, he looked very calm when Davide was contemplating the call, but he's kind of stood up and is pacing. I mean, you have to assume I would assume his range is like very, very high here.
He's got to be nervous, regardless of his holding.
I'd be surprised if this isn't something very premium, considering he pulled the stop and go with queen something. And that easily got him enough chips to make it through the bubble.
Post the club. Uh-oh. Yeah.
So what's the situation here? Do we have
Double check, please. Yeah, I think Thomas.
any more all-ins? Is play concluded at every other table? Sure enough, it looks like everyone else has finished, and Thomas is going to be making his way to the main stage.
Gulp.
We're going to flip these cards over, and we're going to deal out the board. Salvatore Graziano at risk.
They're against Davide, right?
Chubbly with a real gaze going on down there.
Here he comes.
Okay, we have our all-in and a call on our feature table. Salvatore is all-in and got called by Davides. We have pre-flop, so let's see the flop, please. Showdown first.
There we go.
Oh, come on, turn one card at a time.
Queens. I'm playing ace, king, suited.
Wow. The sickest of all races, like love versus money.
The classicest race of them all on the bubble of the Monte-Carlo main event.
Like food versus sex.
I just noticed, I've seen the classic race underway graphic before, but the classicest.
This is the classicest of
underway.
all races.
I like that graphic.
Everyone should just get their money back for this race.
And here comes the flop.
Graziano wants queens to hold, and there's an ace on the flop.
And a 4. Davide hits the ace. Sonny Bray is in trouble. He needs a queen to stay in the tournament. Turn. 7, so 2 outs left.
Needs a queen on the river.
And the river...
It's an 8, he bubbles.
Oh
With
boy.
one play out. We are down to 143 money. Congratulations to all the other players. We're in the money of our PokerStars Championship main event.
No, don't clap yet. Oh God.
143 happy people in the room. One very unhappy guy, Salvatore Graziano, out in 144th place as the bubble bursts. He exits with nothing. Everyone else is locked up at least 7,580 euros. Davide Katai, the man who dealt the killing blow.
I hate it every time. Every time.
I can't believe that it was ace-king against queens on the bubble.
Such a brutal beat. I mean, I know it's a race. It goes 50-50 either way, but...
I mean, I know what it feels like running my ace-king into aces in the bounty bust-out, the bounty bonanza tournament. I mean, I really can understand how he feels bubbling.
About 20 hands.
5K event.
To be fair, the 8K he was shooting for, like in your life, what you were going to win in the bounty, bust out, is the equivalent.
Absolutely. I won $2.58.
How many hands we played? This time it takes 3 to 7.
Proportionally the same.
So
and
now
the winner of the last spot, Davide, will draw how many hands will be played.
Going to find out how many more hands we'll play today.
Okay, so we're playing 4 hands on all the remaining tournament tables in the main event.
Well, this is going to be a mini post-bubble bust-out bonanza.
good
The
luck.
real bust-out
Dealer,
bonanza will
continue
be
deal.
tomorrow.
The last 4 hands in our main event.
Here you go, Neil
the
Johnson. 4 hands. How many players will we lose now that we're in the money?
We're at 143.
4 hands to play.
I'm going to guess 4.
This one, mine, yeah.
Hands to play.
138. Or 135. I'm really torn. 138, 135. I'm going to say 138. I think people, even for the bust-out bonanza, I'd rather come back tomorrow and have a fresh start and see what I can do with my 12 bigs or my 8 bigs. You know, unless somebody has a pressing need to play. Actually, I changed that. It might impact because we have the 2K with a 500K guarantee. And you can late reg until it starts reg tomorrow at noon. So if I only got 6 bigs, I want to get them in now so I can get into the other tournament.
Daniel Negreanu tweets, in the money with a healthy stack of chips. This event is quite juicy. As for Victoria Curran-Mitchell, she confirms on Twitter, in the money, 7,580 euros banked. Just like riding a bike this game. So as we only have a handful of hands to play, 3 of them in fact. Neil, do you want to stay with us till the end?
Sure, why not?
I know we normally kick you out after the bubbles burst, but I figure we're almost there. The day's almost done. And also, you need to make up for lost time.
Absolutely.
Vicky says, joking aside, I'm very pleased. I feel less of an idiot for making my whole family fit around my attempt to play poker again.
Wouldn't it be absolutely insane if she won this?
I think it would be amazing and awesome if she were to win.
That just crossed my mind.
2 EPTs and one of the first PSCs, so kind of 3
3
EPTs.
titles, yeah.
When no one, I mean, they've come close, but no one has more than 1.
Holy.
Mr. Mitchell's all in here.
Shoves for 23K, and he's been called in one spot.
I looked at only 1 card.
Good luck, man.
Well, I need a deuce.
Sorry, James, it's the year of Romania.
And James Mitchell is dominated. King deuce against ace king.
It's domination nation, and that nation is Romania.
Got to play.
I've enjoyed taking part in the decade of Romania with you, Joe.
I don't know what you guys are talking about. This is the year of Romania. You heard it here first.
That's going to make it more awkward.
2% equity with 2 cards to come.
3 or a 5 for a sweat, maybe?
3.
Could be all over on the turn. No. It is all over on the turn. James Mitchell min cashes the main event. 7,580 euros.
Did you guys mention while I was off there, Danielle, it's her birthday today, the dealer at the table?
I did not know that. It had not been mentioned, so happy birthday, Daniela. And we hope she has a good day.
Have a good day.
She's nearly finished work. Just 2 more hands to deal on the main stage.
Last 2 hands.
Sure.
I wish we had a tiny bit more time. The one question I wanted to ask you guys about was the Matt Savage is he's run a couple now. He's calling them the social experiment.
Yeah.
He's taken away their hoodies, their hats, their cell phones, basically all electronics. No sunglasses, no hats, no nothing. You got to sit and play poker.
I call it the Chuck McGill tournament, where you have to surrender all electronic devices in a bucket before you're allowed in the room.
That's funny.
I'm all for it.
I think it's an interesting idea. I suppose I could take a regular book. Like, it's been a while since I took a regular book to a poker game, but
if
I usually
people want
read.
to play it, fine. It sounds like a nightmare to me. I can't be away from my phone that long.
We've got an all-in here again.
You know how like smokers go into the bathroom on an airplane and like try to light up?
All-in call 9.
That's what I do with my phone.
So Lamb, all in and at risk. Could see another elimination at our feature table. Another bust out from the main event. It's a race. 6s against 8-7. 6s in the hand of Lamb, who's the player at risk.
It's gonna come 6 of hearts, 4 of hearts.
All-in call 9.
I'll take, yeah.
Patrick doing his best to set up a River Stars moment. Lamb's like genuinely into this. He's like, all right, let's go.
Well, this is not the classicest race. Who's ahead after this? I don't know.
Papazian, he's paired his 8.
Gonna need some helpers. He's gonna need some straighty flushy cards.
7 of spades.
Or 6, I guess, yeah.
Spade.
So you're saying there's a chance.
14 outs.
I think that's too many. I think that's
You're
one.
so excited I
Too many out syndrome?
Thanks.
Isn't he adorable?
Oh, boom!
That is one of them.
Was not too many.
So Lamb doubles up. We don't lose another player from the feature table. And just one hand left to play on the main stage. Meanwhile, all manner of shenanigans out in the field. We're hearing that Daniel Negreanu is up over 300K now. Daniel's going to end day 2 among the chip leaders. Unfortunately, Jason Mercier, also from Team Pro, is out. But Jason does lock up a min cash of 7,580 euros. So reminder that everyone who survives the day will bag and tag for day 3. We'll be kicking off our coverage of day 3 at noon, Central European Summer Time. We'll have another Scoop Spin and Go competition tomorrow, another free roll, another bounty bonus tournament. And we'll be following some of the big names and famous faces working their way further and further towards the final table, and of course, further and further up the money ladder.
7,500.
Do we still actually follow people who would kind of be a double champion? Like Davide and Patrick? And
of course we do.
Well, you told us that they still count, so yes, we do.
I do. I didn't know if you guys do. I absolutely pay attention to
What else are we going
to
to
that
talk
stuff.
about, Neil? Ranges?
Yeah, you're not drinking and no Tinder, so we're like,
Right?
we've lost
We're scraping the bottom of the barrel here.
We haven't had a new James Bond rumor in a while, so I don't know what you know, what movies James is going to see lately. It's all superhero sequels. You must just hate cinema at the moment.
As far as I'm concerned, this is the same bloomin' tour. It just changed its name and got bigger and included international stops outside of the Bahamas. So to me, it's the same thing.
That's pretty much the way I treat it.
So a raise from Katai, 3-bet from Antonius, a 10-9-4 flop. Final hand that will be played on the main stage tonight. Now, obviously, we know of 2 eliminations so far, but I imagine there will have been more. Tournament staff have not updated the clock yet, but I guess we'll get that number overnight and find out how many are coming back for day 3.
It's one of those. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Continues flop for 25,000.
The other players at the table are like, come on, guys. Like, I want to go. Come on, it's over. Let's go.
Don't you know who I am?
I've done some, when I used to do card calling and stuff on those tables, you'd have to tell the other players, guys, please stay at the table in case it's a really big hand, because we're going to want to show it on TV, and we're not going to want to show you guys getting up and walking off set in the middle.
Especially when they walk in front of the cameras, or loiter in front of the cameras while putting on their jacket, adjusting their bag, putting their headphones back on.
Start moving their junk around in front of the camera.
Pulling out some napkins and throwing them in the trash can. Maybe texting their friends.
Hawking a loogie.
That's I think I might have like struck a sensitive subject. That was a way more detailed list than I expected from that intro.
I'm just thinking about all the things I would do at the end of the day.
It's only a mild exaggeration from the stuff that's actually happened.
Come on, Davide. There we go.
There we go. So Patrick Antonius, who may well be coming into day 3 as chip leader, wins the last hand of the night, up
you cannot
over
see it on the screen, no?
450,000.
Somebody's gonna tell you.
So one.
Oh, the last hand. Yeah. A key card.
Okay.
I had another club, man. I was all in.
It's finished, right?
Yes. Put 200 in front of you, please.
So play has concluded
So
here
whatever doesn't match, right?
at the feature table. Meanwhile, Thomas Lamache is going to make another announcement.
So congratulations to all the players. You are in the money of our PokerStars Championship main event.
Okay. Thanks.
And that is the end of day 2.
Hold on, one more announcement. Apparently everyone's in the money.
Patrick Antonius finishes the day as a big stack, as does Daniel Negreanu. We'll resume the action at level 15 with the blinds at 2-4 tomorrow. If you want to read about today's main event action, there'll be a full roundup on the PokerStarsblog.com, and of course they're covering a lot of the side events here at the PokerStars Championship. And we will be back here on PokerStars TV at noon Central European Summer Time for day 3 of the main event. My thanks to Neil Johnson. My thanks to Joe Stapleton. Join us tomorrow. From me, James Hartigan. It's good night from Monte Carlo.